there was a lot of comments being made. Daniel was walking around. That's the team manager, coach, in the back of that general, getting his guys, working and doing what needed to be done. And again, it's flip side and veneration. Carbon also a young team, but Carbon having the likes of Spoof in there, who has the knowledge and the discipline to be able to correct his team and put them back when they start to falter or move out of line. And then you've got Flipside who were really dominant when they faced off against him the first time on Mirage, but then ended up just not appear. In my opinion, they didn't even pitch in that game. They should have been doing better. They were just disorganized. There wasn't any leadership with regards to in-game, and they weren't being it was basically 5 one-on-one fights. There was never no cross-cover firing. No, they were just going, and individually they're brilliant players. But you're not going to take on a team that's playing well together and coordinated individually like that.
I mean, the in-game leader is definitely the coach and the managers. I think is definitely a big factor. Daniel from Carbon, I mean, he's the in-game leader for this. He calls the shots from behind while he watches his players, where Flipside actually didn't really have any sort of coach or manager behind them. What sort of part do you feel that plays? Do you think it's a really important part? I mean, some managers have a varying role. I think Sent Andreas Hajibikali from Bravado tends not to get too involved with his team while he'll sit there to say something. He says something. Where Daniel was definitely a very much hands-on approach to the managing. Do you feel like it adds better?
Adds a different element. Oh, I must admit, I was actually going to ask the same thing. Is that something along the lines of the coaching staff and the coaching at the back? Obviously, a newer element, especially that now LAN, a major role to play because of the fact that now you're live, your coach is standing behind you. As you say, Sent would sit there and kind of, okay, yes, you've done that well, don't forget he's died, move around. Whereas you've got Spoof on the other end just marching some orders specifically so the players can communicate it better. Do you think that has a bigger role to play now that it's live and you're actually at an event?
It's a very new thing in South Africa, this whole coaching and manager thing at the end of the day. And a manager and a coach have two very different roles. Your manager is the guy that ensures that your team brand and everything is organized and that you're part of the events and that kind of thing. Your coach is the guy that stands behind you, corrects you, puts you right when you need to be right. And he will look for any mistakes or any issues. If the team starts to lose morale, if they start to get whiny with each other, correct that kind of thing. He's the guy that goes home after the game, watches the replays, checks he's basically a sixth player. He is another entity, a part of that team. He goes to practices, he does all of that stuff. And at the moment, that's still very new in South Africa. It's not something that has been picked up, and that's because we haven't been given the opportunity to have that kind of role to be fulfilled in South Africa. So now we're getting there, and someone like Daniel Spoof, who's doing that, he's
brilliant
moving up
player
and down, and he is a brilliant player. He subbed in for that game for Carbon against Flipside last time, and he's doing that. But the problem comes in where what happens when that team becomes too reliant? Is there a line? Is there a much? Can you be doing too much? And then someone like Andreas Sent. So he's more of a manager, coach slash, but he doesn't want to interfere, and you can't blame the guy. They have a winning formula at the moment. So it's what is he going to coach them on? Other than when at the end of the game he's going to say listen, this is what we need to do. Look at that. I mean, he has over 20 years experience in this. So he will be able to sit there and say just look at this. But I know, working with him personally, that he is more of a mentor role. He's not a hands-on. He doesn't want to get, not because he doesn't want to be involved, but because he believes that he's picked the right team to do this job, and that's what they need to do.
And also trusting his coaching. I mean, that's the idea. He's had so much experience.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's been for years,
Yes.
and he's stayed at top level. It's always been, professional, Premier Division, and never when he hands on. You get out, you decide now. It's not better for the team. And as you said, for me, they needed to development extra. But I think it also should be just any time you lose around things.
Well, that's the game. They don't want to mess around.
It's World Cup mentality.
Yeah, for them, it's about they want to go in and just let everybody know we're in charge. And if you want to know,
and another one of the oldest Counter-Strike
That's
side.
not nice.
In
Longest
terms of
standing, longest
in terms of their
They
roster, the
have
longest
they have
longest
a fading
standing.
hairline. It's wouldn't.
I mean, it's no good to talk about Riri and Hellhound in that way.
I liked them. They were great. I was chatting to.
That's
having a lot of
damage
yes.
control, obviously. This roster's been together since 2004. Obviously, there've been some changes. Kron was in for a while. Sonic was in for a while, but now they've come back to the original roster that they, I think it was ESWC in 2004 that they went overseas in Code 5 in Korea. How do you think DC are going to fare up against WRG today? They clearly have the experience.
They're gonna beat them.
You think so?
I'm
Come up from
I know you're a WRG fan.
I'm actually a DC
And-
fan. So
Okay.
What are we betting? Gary?
I'm just thinking that WRG have come from an area where they haven't played
Well,
for so many years.
Shall I write it down? What are we
You-
betting?
Not the tie.
Not
what
the
about-
tie,
Some black
fair.
labels, maybe.
Some black labels?
I don't drink whiskey.
That's perfect. Yeah, there we go.
Whiskey?
Okay, Jameson's.
Double? Single?
Bottle.
What like are you betting in shots?
Bottles.
Nobody
I'm
bets
always a
in
fan.
shots.
No.
Bottles.
We talk bottles of whiskey.
yeah, a
Yes.
bottle of Jameson.
Sure.
Done.
Bottle of Jameson.
So you're
No, that's just for
We'll go Harvey's.
for first round match.
Yeah.
okay. You miss
This- I
one
mean,
very
we've
small.
gotta
You
start
miss
to-
one very
yes.
small thing here. The one and only team to take. Okay, Carbon being they took Bravado to a third map,
They
but
did,
Bravado did win the second and third map extremely convincingly against Carbon. DC on Bravado's
Their map.
better map,
Yeah.
being Inferno.
Yeah.
And then they went and almost took them on cash. The only reason DC struggled on cash was there was a miss buy in, I think, the third or fourth
Yes.
round, costing them 3 or
Fourth,
4
yeah.
rounds, which then in turn just turned the momentum into the way of Bravado.
I'm always a fan of supporting the today. They are feeling fairly confident actually in their first matchup. They believe they have what it takes on DC. DC have been posting some very funny posts on social media. People have that there is just a hat with a tiny baby written in it.
Yeah,
And said
yeah.
this is before the baby. I think it was popular.
Yeah, definitely suitable for his nickname. Hey, Park going mad.
So, I mean, clearly both sides are confident. Hopefully, we actually get a decent shot of it. This match. We start with. Sorry, I actually had prelims
Yes.
and what is
Cash is
down.
up first.
So, in fact, Bash is going to be an interesting match. Inferno VRG, and then if we go to Cobble,
Cobble, yep.
one.
no third.
If we actually get, he will be playing Terrace. DC's on Terrace.
CF actually branched but not too long ago, and they just ran control of the really is warping his form.
Yeah.
They're strategy into it, setting up a no, got a routine. They
Well,
walk right up.
I mean, when I was 10 o'clock morning, setting up,
Yep.
mobiles were,
They're
they were
making
ready here, so they come to us ready. Yeah, I've seen it as well. So making some, but on things, and that's it's not, doing things. One guy not going to shoot it, we're going to set a position.
Really struck from what is there at all. I mean, how would you look to break down that mold that is the DC play?
I must say, in context, DC don't like a you if they miss, they kind of they're all like, if like you're saying, that had few. I also feel that these 4 hours is exactly as the opposite way they had their last times because they through their anti-eco, what are they going to do? And I think WRG DC off the game. They can't start reworking, force an over-rotation. The second DC have a crack in their armor is when they start over-rotating, and that they mistrust their own. When you can't be ready, just try to ended up going to 2 overtimes. It was a 6.5-hour game.
be taking on the winner of the second match of the day, which is going to be XTC versus APG. Possibly, I would say, one of the most interesting, I
That
feel
is
is
an
going to be the most
interesting one
interesting
now.
matches of the initial round. APG, very strong side. XTC, though, they have, I mean, they are not quite, some of their players are quite new to Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Having written for Call of Duty and Battlefield, I recognize some of their players that have made the transfer. You know, those games weren't really supporting the competitive scene. So you saw a lot of people transferring to Counter-Strike. But you've also got Graham Corrupt BB in XTC. You've got, I mean, Tulani in APG.
Yes.
These are all players that have played on the top South African level.
For years.
Who do you think is going to come out on top there? I know a little bit of inside info. XTC feel like they're playing very well.
I'd love to. I don't want to take anything away from XTC at all. And I've even had a match.
They're a great land team. They're a great land
team.
They are.
And they do pitch up on the day.
Yes.
They also have a lot of rise and falls. They hit their troughs at the wrong time sometimes. And I feel that when it's event pressure and people expecting them, because also as considered the South African side last year to go to the MMSA, it was a bit of a situation where they had a lot of pressure on them to perform and to do things. That pressure's now gone. Now it's performance XCC, go to every event and show what it can do. And in my opinion, unfortunately for them, with Tulani at the helm of APG, giving out those calls, giving them morale, I think that they've got a much better chance to have the advantage at least to start off with. I really think they do.
You know, and as long as APG don't lose that morale that you speak of, because the last thing you want is for that team to just lose that, and it's easy for that to happen. And
one round.
And that is something that XTC can capitalize on, and they will, because they're going in as underdogs. It's like nobody's expecting us to win, so their morale will just absolutely feed off of that.
Definitely.
And I can guarantee you one thing, that the crowd will start to get behind an XTC
For sure.
or a White Rabbit game,
exactly
WRG, if they start to pick rounds off of a team. And that's all that needs to happen in today for those two teams, is if they can get the crowd behind them and they can hear that screaming, they're right in front of them, and if they can see those guys cheering for them, all of a sudden that whole dynamic shifts, and a team like XCC will capitalize on that.
Yeah, especially with the booths, it actually turns it almost from the reverse of a pressure moment to a celebration, to sitting in front of a crowd that wants you to do better.
Exactly.
So that's a major element, and that's something that also we haven't had in the past. These underdogs that have been sitting in standard gaming environments, just standard tables, a couple of players around them cheering, their coaches, their managers, those kind of things. Now you've got a crowd, and if you can impress the crowd by a simple shot or two, things like we saw with how Fady was playing yesterday, and just it was ludicrous, and it was just people going mad. So it was really great.
It was,
I mean, that's something important to note here for the first time, is the fact that we at a DGL event. I mean, yesterday was a Friday afternoon. Schools were breaking up, and we still had. I mean, the seats behind me were absolutely full. You couldn't find a seat anyway. And we've got at least 12,000 people expected to be arriving at the expo, from the little bit of inside info that I've got. And so I'm pretty...
What kind of inside info? Do you sit down in the bathroom in the morning and read the inside info or something?
You need to
Reader's Digest. I just have all the information I needed. It's basically the Bible for paddling and statistics.
Is this also one of those Bibles you cut open, you have a bit of whiskey in the middle?
Yeah, exactly. So that we just pull funny faces. But I mean, we have.
Your wake up face.
I fully expect this arena to be absolutely packed today.
Definitely.
And it must be said, have been doing a great job. I mean, even in the VNR BVD match, which was, to be fair, a hard watch. It was a tough game to watch. But when VNR took those 2 rounds, the crowd went mad.
And a lot of the rounds went down. 2 versus 1s, even had 2 versus 4 against Bravado, and Bravado came back and took it. But at the end of the day, I was talking to a few of the players since had a word with, and all of them were saying that they just absolutely love this environment. They love the fact there's a crowd. They love the fact there's booths. And I mean, we've seen the booths on display previously at last TGL. They weren't used. They were there for the rehearsal. But now the fact that they're actually sitting there, the aircons are going, these PCs are running brilliantly. They're loving it. So having that vibe going, the crowd can feel it, and they get fully behind them.
I mean, it's something important to note. I mean, that at DGC, obviously we've had spectator areas in the past, but unfortunately it's very difficult depths of the dome in Joburg to actually get in. and it's an important thing from the player perspective as well. We've always wanted to get spectators involved, and we're loving the fact for the first time we've actually been able to have some spectators sit down and watch the matches.
Yeah.
But from the player side, when you hear that roar, as you do something, it can often even cause you to do things that you may not, but it can also at the same time you get a little bit excited. People, then suddenly you overextend. And you,
but that's
and you
where
get punished.
that's where the LAN experience comes into it. And as much as we're talking about, sure, the crowd flips and starts to cheer. Moment there's a really high intense game and it's really close, and then all of a sudden the APG fans decide, well, we're not going to let this happen, and they start to scream when your team makes a mistake, and then all of a sudden that pressure is absolutely insane. And a one working out quite easily now becomes like a 1-on-30. It's just that's exactly it. And the problem is you need to be able to turn that off when you're as much as you feed off of it. You can't let yourself get called. I mean, if you watch the Intel Extreme Masters the other day, I mean, they had an entire stadium cheering on Virtus Pro, cheering on LG, and Fnatic were just.
We just can't. We're taking this. We're used to this.
It was like there was.
There was no crowd.
There was, exactly, and that's the thing is you can either choose to let it in and use it to your benefit, or you can choose to just shut it out. If you can do both, where you can take the good stuff and then just ignore the bad stuff, then that's sweet. But if you can't and you can't, absolutely turn that off. And I'm pretty sure that Fnatic has their team coaches and psychologists and dietitians and everyone telling them that they need to just switch that off and focus on their game and what they're doing, or else you just can so easily lose it within that whole booth crowd mentality.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's also when the pressure builds, because when you get to a pressure crunch point, if you crumble under that pressure, well, you would have maybe had to come back at any given time. Even 15-2 you can come back from in some maps. Cash has seen it often happen. And well, unfortunately that needs to be overcome, and I think specifically a game like this, DC versus WRG, DC under any pressure, they could be 14-1 down and it wouldn't really make a difference in the second half. They could come back for them environments. They've been in international crowds, they know what to do, and they just kind of go forward with it.
Yeah.
So we've got just looking forward to the head of the day while we wait for our first match to get underway. Should hopefully and that's WRG DC, as the players are set up in the booth and are just warming up. We've got the first semi-final after our 2 first-round matches, which is going to be Bravado Carbon.
Yes.
Now, Bravado, I would still say, have the upper hand in that match. But Carbon showed strength yesterday. I feel like map eliminations might play an important role in that.
No, definitely. Cobblestone as well for Bravado is one of their strong points.
Bravado have a really deep map pool. I mean, there's
not much you can say they can't play.
Many maps that they on any day,
No, and also what's nice about for them as their structure has gone is they've got 2 or 3 players on each map. On Dust 2, I mean, his play on shorts and on rotations into B. Now the fact that he's picked up the AWP and everything like that, definitely an AWP could give it time on any map.
You mentioned Sonic on that Dust map, but the last time they came up against Carbon on Dust, they got beaten there by Carbon. The problem is Bravado were really, really poor on the re-entries into that B bomb site. And Carbon knew that, and they just started to exploit that. Detrony would fall off that site, leaving Deviant completely alone on that site, and all they would do is just pub stomp into that bomb sites and take control. And then the rotations and the calls from Bravado were really, so hopefully they've gone and re-looked at that and worked on that, but their rotations and their calls into where those pushes were happening were really slow. So all of a sudden you'd have a case where Bravado would be pushing up onto that B bomb site, and it was mollied, it was smoked, it was really held off. Carbon got themselves into good holding positions, and Bravado were just getting destroyed. I think it was a 16-6 or a 16-8.
It was a rather big upset for them.
It was, and they eventually ended up winning at best of 3. They came back and won the other 2 maps. But that's that you said. On the day, it's about the map, and also as to, I mean, there was a Detrony now taking the AWP on Dust, and the way Macmo is playing with that AWP, it's going to be flippin' interesting to see how that one
Good
pans
challenge
out.
up. It's a good challenge.
Absolutely, because
We've been looking for a long time.
those first picks are going to be crucial.
Yeah.
Crucial.
I feel like a lot of these sides, you have to take out some of the key players first. I mean, in DC, it's the Fanekuk brothers, it's Style and Hellhound. In Bravado, you've got Detrony and Sonic. I mean, it's the people that tend to the AWPers who have been doing just an incredible job so
It's a
far.
single shot click. That's the
It's the single shot click, but even in these players just show consistency on an absolute. No matter what map Hellhound does tend to stick to as much as his brothers. Style is generally the one.
There's the thing here is that you can't focus on trying to beat team like that. You focus on beating team. Team may be your spot. You can't take that guy. That means you're too many players. For all of that, you put to the team and for you zero. To throw in a spot, it's that shame on you, for me twice, shame on me. They're not going to fall for that again. They're not going to let that happen. And if they do, people pick that up. They're going to, exactly what happened with Carbon and Bravado on Dust too. Bravado, Carbon picked up that Bravado were leaving Deviants alone on B-bomb site by himself, and they were just rushing 5 players straight into that bomb site. And until Bravado decided to actually change that, they were going to keep doing it. And that is where you need, that experience comes in, where you don't play to try and beat an individual player or remove an individual player, because we've seen it before, time and time again. Yesterday, who would you have picked before that game that to be MVP for Carbon? One rounder was Macmo going almost 21 before half time.
Yeah.
And then the second map, you've got Fady going 30 odd. I mean, and Macmo was like mid table there. So it's like, okay, so our strat is now to go for Macmo. That's the thing, is there's enough players in that team to pull off individual performances where that kind of thing will just not work. It'll fall apart.
Something actually going back almost 10 years even, where how DC have started, and I think that's how a lot of the players in the country's obviously picked up their elements of gaming, their traditional players, talking about Boogeyman and Strife, who were original players that also used to play with DC, and they were also the upfront players, the players that would penetrate the site, get around and change their players. And with that element, once you were able to do that, I mean, South African gaming obviously followed that tradition. We were very good at our aim. The tactics behind it were the only shortfall because of the exposure that we were shorting or lacking. So when we're looking at that element, it is key that they have those 2 or 3 players. In the past, it would be the Strife or the Style or anything in between that would be a one player. And if you focus on that player and you could cut him out, it was generally the crop that would crumble within because they wouldn't have a strategy to go around it. Now you can't do that. So in these moments, I think the key thing for WRG, like you say, is just play your game. Yeah. Focus on your strategies and throw the other team off. Let them expect you to do something. Don't fool me twice. Go. Great. But if you don't change it up, you are going to just find yourself in the bottom end.
And it's hopefully the game should be getting soon. I'm just getting a voice in my ear that things are starting to move
roll forward.
So hopefully we should be able to watch some Counter-Strike fairly soon. But just on something that you pointed out, Adam, the Counter-Strike has definitely changed over the years. I mean, in the last 10 years, we've seen a massive change. One of the biggest changes is in replay and in replays and how you're able to watch Counter-Strike. The same with Dota as well. I mean, 10 years ago, as a Dota player, we would have to download our replay, download an audio cast, and then sync things up and then watch it. Nowadays, you click a button, you are able to watch the best teams in the world. South Africa has always been very good at aiming. We've proven that in Battlefield, we've proven it in Counter-Strike. We know what we're doing when it comes to FPS games. How do you feel like the change in technology has helped our scene develop? Being able to watch Virtus Pro, being able to watch Fnatic in all these massive tournaments, see their strats and say, hey, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. How do you feel like that has improved our scene?
Well, I'm going to start with that. I mean, we go back to days of 1.5, 1.6 CS before the CSGO even Source. We weren't able to do that, like you say. And I think that's exactly what's actually happened with esports in general. Esports has picked up in an exponential fashion in the last 3 years, and that's because of the availability of the technology, the availability of the YouTube replays, the live games, the spectator modes, and with that we can watch the pros do it. And a lot of the players, I feel a lot of individuals playing these type of games, the intellectual capacity is large, it's very high. I mean, you are very intelligent players, and using that ability to watch and learn is what we are able to do now. And I think that if you look at what South African gaming looks like 2 years ago, take the exact same players 2 years ago and put them today. Sonic, and it's a brilliant example, starting pretty much last year, as into anywhere in the VNR scene, the year before maybe. And where he is now, in 2 years, no player has ever kind of done that in the last 10 years to do that. I'm not saying there haven't been players to do it, but the last 2-3 years is where the players have been able to jump up a new fold, come from. Also, how many players have you used to have in the old days that would come from Call of Duty, from Battlefield, and jump over to CS? There was hardly anybody, because they would join their game they could do there. There was nowhere they could learn CS:GO.
No.
Now everything's everywhere. So I really think that has a major role to play, and sorry, we see that in elements today. So,
I mean, it was the ability to be able to watch stuff internationally. I feel like it's really important. Just in that the 2-year difference. I mean, the esports scene has grown. The Counter-Strike scene has grown surprisingly as well. I mean, I remember at the end of 1.6, I think the DGL had about 30 teams or so, and it switched to CS:GO, and it remained about exactly the same. People weren't sure about Counter-Strike Go at its
especially
inception.
with the source change from 1.6 to source.
Come back this year or last year in the DGL, where we had over 100 it was 130 teams of 5, 242 teams, I believe, in Dota 2. I mean, esports clearly has kicked off in a massive way in South Africa. But as we still continue to just buy time.
Well, by time, how about Barry, you tell us, I mean, you've been in this professional scene, not necessarily all the way through to the current year, but you've played in these kind of ideas, the boost up top there, you've had top level gaming. How did you feel it is? How do you feel that their experience today is different to when you were doing that more regularly, let's say?
When I was in the professional gaming scene, I mean,
back in the 70s.
Like your hairstyle. Anyway.
Well, he learns from the best.
Yes. Okay, so the point is as I was saying, when I was competing, it wasn't like this. I mean, I was carrying my PC to those professional events, CRT monitors.
Screen,
It was a different game back then, and then we weren't playing for cash and that kind of thing. It was all pride, and it was all for the passion of the game. And yes, we would get some mouses and mouse pads and whatever, And again, in South Africa, what we're doing now, we're still 10 years behind the international scene in that sense. We're really catching up quickly. And so don't mistake what I'm saying here. But the point is like, we still got a lot of learning and teething to be done here. But the guys that are competing today are leaps ahead of what I was doing at that stage in my career. And I mean, I was there for like 10, 15 years. I was there with the Saints and the those guys, and it's like, I've been overseas, and it's kind of like you get that whole rock star mentality. It's like, oh my God, this is amazing.
What is actually happening?
And it wasn't even anything on this level back then, So it's like, I've been to DreamHack, and there you're just standing on stage, and it's just like, it's a surreal moment. And I can tell you that for these guys, that's what it is. They're standing up there, and I'm in a booth, and there's like people here to watch me. It's what every gamer wants. It's what every gamer wishes. Not even that. It's for people to actually see and believe and realize that what they're doing is not just a game. It's not a game. I'm not playing, in the true essence of the term. There is something worthwhile here that I'm doing.
8 hours of practice a day required.
Exactly. There is a skill here that can enable me to do something on the level of a footballer or a basketball player or whatever.
And your functions, so your cognitive functions and your brain activity that develops from it.
Absolutely. I mean, I worked full time and I gamed professionally, and in no way has that hindered my personal or professional career by doing what I did. So it's just, for me, standing here now, it's like extremely surreal for the fact that I get to watch this esports grow into something that is just so magnificent to witness, because it is that. It's something that we all want to achieve, and that's just to see esports be as great as we've always known it was.
Yeah, I must admit, I almost call us, the era that you're referring to when we were doing it back in the day is the jealousy era, because it's an era that we would have done anything to make it professional and carry on. However, it wasn't a profession. It was considered a sport, frowned upon by parents. Nobody would really support you. Stop playing your games, grow up. And today, people have realized, and like you say, it's not even about their own dreams. It's about the rest of the people seeing that those dreams that these individuals have got are no longer a game. They never were a game. And they can show you now what developmental levels it is. Denmark putting it as a school subject. Even a couple of schools in Cape Town and Joburg are doing it as an actual extramural activity, as a sport.
People are standing up, and an example is the Inside Info over here with the 12,000 people that are going to be arriving at the door. I will be getting those numbers later, by the way. And those are not just professional gamers. Those are not people that play.
No,
I mean,
I've never even seen
everybody picks up a phone. You play Brick Breaker or
Angry
Solitaire.
Birds,
Thanks, Angry Birds. We know what movie he's going to watch next week. The point is like everybody has and does play games to a certain extent, even if it's Sudoku or Solitaire. There is something that fascinates and intrigues people. It's the little plushy toys that are game related. It's the little bobbleheads that are game related. It's that merchandise. It's all the. It brings out the kid in you, man, and the fantasy of dragons and whatever is just. What you want.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have to restart the stream quickly, so we're going to be going down for 2 minutes. But we will be right back, so stay tuned.
Adrian, what's it? No, they're still doing mic checks.
Counter-terrorists win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on this bright and early Saturday morning. Well, it is early. I don't know about bright. Sorry about a couple of technical delays, but we are pretty much ready to go now with day 2 of our Master Series CSGO. Let me remind you that this Master Series is forming part of the richest prize pool in South African esports history. At the end of the day, 1 million rand will be given away in prize money. Today, however, the gents will be playing for 100,000 rand, broken up as follows. The team coming first at the end of the weekend will walk away with 14,000 rand. Second place taking home 20,000 rand. Third and fourth place taking home 10,000 rand each. The remaining teams taking home 5,000 rand. Really not bad for a weekend's work, if you ask me. Today, well, at least our first matchup, we have White Rabbit Gaming going against Damage Control in this first game of our third quarterfinal. It is a single elimination game, meaning that if you lose a single game, you're out for the weekend. Go enjoy the rest of the expo, but your CSGO future is over for this weekend. It's a best of 3, however, so they will play at least 2 maps. The first team to win 2 maps goes through, and in order to win a map, you need to win 16 rounds. But I'm going to hand over to the panel now, or at least to our casters, who are ready to cast the game.
No.
No.
Are we ready?
Terrorists win.
All right, guys, welcome. Rage Expo,
The big one.
and it's what is this? DC versus White Rabbit Gaming.
White Rabbit Gaming, very, very new to the scene.
They absolutely are, but this being said, this is a single elim. These guys just need to win 1 game and they're through to the semi-finals.
They're going to go home and shower.
Why would they go home and shower if they won?
The losers go home and shower.
Those guys.
Yeah, them guys. Just a quick shout out. The guys already on. You guys can't see it. We can. They can see. They're on the server. DC is going to rock Incense, Style, and Hellhound. Operators of operators with that AWP. Explicit and APOC, also great rotators. With APOC being their man in motion. Was it Explicit or APOC that was their entry fragger? I can't remember either. And then White Rabbit Suspect Zero Kron. I know everyone's going to have a go at me for saying that one.
Which one?
Kron. I know I should roll the R. Anyway,
So roll it.
QQ, Toasty, and Krios. And,
Yeah.
that's...
This is They're playing on Cash. It's a nice map. DC played up against Bravado on this map. Bravado beating them. You know, I was chatting to the DC guys the other day, and they were talking about how and they're really good on this map, by the way, Damage Control. This is one of their maps, and you know, them losing to Bravado the other day after they actually beat them on Bravado's map being Inferno.
Yeah.
Said that they made a mistake which they won't make today.
This time around.
Or this time around. When one of their players missed boards, and that pushed out their whole economy for the next 3 or 4 rounds, making it really difficult for them to come back after that. But I mean, you know, talking about these players, White Rabbit Gaming, this is probably their first LAN event that they've together have played at. DC have been playing on international stages for a while already.
Yeah.
These guys have been together since 2004. I mean, so these Damage Control knows they've got the experience. They know how to deal with these LAN events, these staged events. They are biting at the
Chomping at the bit.
Yeah, and they're wanting to go for this. They are keen. I mean, when this whole DGL Masters was announced, they already started stratting as it was happening. So they're ready. I mean, we were chatting to them last night, and they were prepping for this game, and they want to get this done so they can move on to the semi-final tomorrow to face off against either APG or XTC.
Yeah. So, yeah, and you brought it on that it's a LAN event, a staged event. Also rocking a great crowd today who are waiting for it to kick off. Shout out to the guys out there. Give us a wave. No one? There it is.
There we go.
Okay, let's try that again. Half of you are asleep. I'll give you a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Give us a wave. You're still all high pitched, but we're going to go with that. So we've got a LAN event and we've got a crowd, which will play a great part in the guys trying harder. It's always different when you can see and respond with the guys rooting for you. We had it yesterday. It was the Veneration game.
Yeah, Veneration playing against Bravado, and Bravado going into that game and absolutely just taking command, 16-0 and 16-2 off of those maps, and they were absolutely dominating.
Yeah.
I mean, Veneration, they kept going over the same things, and as much as they tried, they would, you know, also another very young team in this whole landing and staged environment. It's very different when you, and I know this from personal experience, when you're playing at home in the comfort of your home, in your boxes and your slippers.
Yes.
You know,
which you're in now.
Yeah. Well, it's comfortable. The point is
slippers,
you know,
go
when
in
you
your feet.
When you come to a situation like this where you've got these people watching you, you're in a box, and you've got lots of windows, and everybody's watching you. It makes it completely different. Guys like Bravado, DC, all of those guys have the experience to play with this and play like that. And the thing is
they've gone live.
Wow.
Yeah.
Surprise, we've gone live.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we'll go straight into the game then, and it seems like White Rabbit Gaming already taking 2 rounds off of DC.
They have. I'm gonna try and hop in here. Sorry for the feedback, gents and ladies. So, and it's a 2-2. There is a 2-2. It's White Rabbit 2-2 to DC on what is DC's map.
Okay, this is a CT-sided map again. So, well, from my opinion, so you know, White Rabbit Gaming are going to want to get as many rounds as they can off of DC at the moment. And you know, it's difficult when there's been delays. Teams have warmed up, they've kind of cooled down, warmed up again. So we've now got a situation where there's going to be a nice big push here in that A main area from DC, and they just obviously and all of a sudden the pushes are going to start happening. They've got 2 guys on this A site with Cryos in that highway area. They're holding, waiting to rotate in, and they immediately pushed onto the flag, and Styles just clearing up.
It's now a 3v5. It's all to play for. WRG. They're languishing. Toasty's going to come up through truck, trying to give some momentum. And it's a 2-on-3. It's, wow, getting wrung out there by Hellhound with the assist of Style. The guys are all over the map.
They've got the bomb down now, so it's Toasty waiting out there for Apocalypse. And Apocalypse moving in and gets the kill, preventing that bomb defuse, and that's exactly what you need. Hellhound moving in, getting the bomb plant, and actually you know, flipping that pressure around, immediately putting it back onto WRG, and just leaving APOC there to clean up and finish up the round there. So let's have a look at the look at that. Eco's looking great for DC. They've got a full buy and nothing but pistols for White Rabbit here. So they've been reduced to, you know, basically doing a semi-save here. They're doing a very aggressive push here. Down and immediately getting 3 kills off the bat.
And it's all to play for 2v5, and it's not looking great for White Rabbit. The sad part, there it is. They've been rung out. It's 4-on-2, and DC looking large and in charge, which is what we expected, going live into a 2-on-2. White Rabbit Gaming having done it.
So now we're getting the first full buy here. White Rabbit getting all the weapons, the utilities they need. They're going to be able to do a proper hold here now, and they're going to, you know, this is where it matters. This is where you start to see the individual performances on both sides of the field, to be able to see where the White Rabbit can actually hold. You know, winning the pistol round and then winning the next round is quite easy because you get those pistols and those submachine guns in the second round. But now, you know, this is where you start to separate. Cryos picking up the AWP. Styles, as usual, he's got an AWP, and you can see that DC are spread out around the map there in that warehouse area and in Toxic, moving up into B, trying to get some intel to see where they can get a break in.
Just a quick one. They've slowed the game right down. Like you said, they're gonna move around through Garage now and hold up. It looks like a B-side push. Obviously, they've abandoned it, and no one really knows where they are. Intel is trying to be found out. Those smokes holding off nicely. They're going to start clearing out. And here comes the B-side push now.
Looks like Inson's going to get that bomb plant down. Epoch trying to keep that mid area clear from any sort of rotations. And look at Styles with that AWP up onto Heaven. Suspect absolutely getting destroyed there. DC taking that round quite convincingly. I mean, it's just really good to see those clean clinical movements that we know that and have come to expect from DC. You know, they push onto those sides so clinically. They get there, smoke executes down, and look at this. I mean, a very aggressive push now from DC coming up into that A main area there, going straight in with Hellhound pushing into that squeaky area. But look at this. We've got Suspect Zero. He's going to meet up, and Hellhound absolutely taking them apart there.
That's it, winning the 2 out. Style and Explicit rocking the finger of God in that AWP. Hellhound with the dubski. And there's going to be an A-side push. Unattended is the A-sides as well. QQ coming up through truck. Hellhound's going to get the engagement now and win it, obviously, picking up the Trey K.
That guy can really shoot.
3 up for the CZ. Going to get rung out, and that is it. 6-2. DC go into the lead.
Team ace for DC. Not one weapon was lost there for them.
Yeah. And
that'll help the economy.
That won't hurt it. Krios rocking the AWP again, and hopefully he can do something with it other than die with it in his hands. And there's the first Style with the 10K, and not to be outdone, Hellhound with the 11 and 5 on the KD.
Two brothers absolutely dominating there. Just, 10 and 11. That's all right.
We're looking at Instant holding back with that bomb, trying to get some intel. APOC, which is their entry fragger, blinded.
Suspect sitting alone there on that A bomb site while Kran moving into that mid area. We've got Suspect sitting on that forklift. No one there at the moment. So, you know, again, just trying to get some intel, trying to figure out where they can go. They've got all the cash they need. They've got plenty of utilities to breach. You know, so what needs to happen here is White Rabbit needs to start looking as well and using their utilities to slow DC down, because it's basically DC setting up. As soon as they're ready, they use their utilities, they push on, they execute, and they get that bomb plant down and immediately turn that pressure back onto White Rabbit.
It's a look and see game at the moment. DC going tentatively. Here comes the rush through Garage. Oh, Hellhound is going to need to make it through Khan. That's going to be telling for DC. And there goes the second. Krios going to take it out. It's a 4v3 in the favor of White Rabbit Gaming. And here's the exchange now. It's a B-side push, and that bomb's going to get kicked out. It's a 2v3. White Rabbit Gaming having a far better round. They're holding that side tighter than
anything.
Anything.
Who's sitting behind that stack, and he doesn't see
it's very
Explicit.
fast.
He finishes him off, sitting there on 13 health, leaving that bomb open. But at the moment, it's Explicit and Styles that need to get this bomb down for DC. But Suspect and Krios are going to prevent that from happening. Krios getting the AWP on Explicit. Now it's just Styles with that pistol and that AWP, and you know he can do this. He's waiting, and he's going to peek out here as Krios moves off of that bomb site and just giving enough space for Styles to get that bomb down. Here's the bomb plant, and he's going to try and push, but absolutely leaves him to his business.
20, and here comes the exchange. He's going to get run it off.
There
White
it
Rabbit
is.
Gaming taking their third round. Let me try that in English. Third round. And with the defuse as well, money to burn. They've got finally money in the bank.
Picking up that AWP, and you know, it's exactly, that was just a hurry up and wait game for White Rabbits. Kraus not letting the pressure get the better of him. Styles being forced into the situation where he had to bet the bomb plant down. So Kraus eventually just waiting for that bomb to go down and then finding his opportunity and taking it.
The big marker in that one, Hellhound dropping first
see, let's go
early in
for
the game.
Yeah, I mean, Hellhound
Just wait,
guy. I mean, that guy, he knows, he does the main fragging for DC, and there's no doubt about that. So it's a case of, you know, Hellhound getting White Rabbit getting that early pick on Hellhound, and then DC trying to make the best of the situation. And I mean, taking them down to White Rabbit down to one player, and Kraus eventually just doing it for White Rabbit.
So Hellhound's going to line up
Peace,
with Q,
guys.
which is his usual default place when they push A. They're stacking up now, and they're going to push through doors. The smokes have been perfectly placed, waiting for us to clear out. They're going to Krios is going to hang back, try and get him from behind container. He's firing the loudest gun he can find to try and dissuade them. Throw out that nade, see if he can pick up any damage. And he is Styles going to crack one in the schnoz from it. Oh, and he's going to eat nade all day. Krios getting taken down to 49 HP. Here comes the rush onto site. 2 exchanges, and it's down to a 2v3. Not out of it is White Rabbit Gaming, still full health on QQ and Toasty, and it's a 2v2. Style taking all the way down to 55. That long-range weapon's not going to tell for much. Sorry, there comes the exchange apocalypse to the head with a belly full of hate, and that is it. DC going to take that side, put the bomb down. Are they going to have time? No.
No need to put the bomb down once you've killed everybody, but there's no, you know, it's a clinical approach here. Hellhound pushing onto the site, getting that opening frag, that entry frag, which is exactly what DC need. They push onto that site, get the frag, and open that site wide up. Toasty getting the advantage there on, I can't recall who was trying to plant the bomb, but getting that bomb planter and then actually so that they can get that. And DC absolutely opening up White Rabbit here at the moment in that mid area, and no one left but Toasty, the previous round MVP for White Rabbit, and he is sitting here in checkered, and he is alone with that AK.
He's going to eat nade too. Toasty going to take down to 48. He's going to exchange, and AWP advances. The no scope is going to miss. Toasty knows he's there, and that doesn't matter. A pot's going to come through and tidy up what Styles started.
DC taking that round 8-3, and they are really starting to put some daylight between them. Again, I mentioned earlier on, some will say CT-sided map, some might disagree, but White Rabbit need to start getting some rounds here if they want to keep up to what DC are doing at the moment. And you know, the way they've been reduced to a save round here. I mean, pistols, no armor, and DC are doing a very aggressive push onto that B site at the moment. Look at that, Apocalypse with the 3K, Style picking up the AWP for his efforts, and now Franz left, and he will be finished off with by Apocalypse, getting himself 4 kills for that round.
The quad kill. He's just limbered up now, and he's begun the demolition.
He's got 4 wheels now, and he can go anywhere he wants to.
There's a bar coming in now, finally, and we'll see a White Rabbit with a better sort of showing as far as the aggressive push goes. They were trying to hang back, got caught in the open, and just removed by Apocalypse.
DC are absolutely laying down the intent at the moment. They want to take this, and they want to get this done quickly. You know, just to be aware, White Rabbit can call a tactical pause at any time. You start to wonder when they might want to do that, if they want to actually do something along those lines. You know, calm everything down, regroup, go over some things. We've seen tactical orders. Look at those nades. Look at those smokes. They are absolutely pinpoint from DC, and that's what it's starting to show as they push in onto the sides.
Well, it's a 4v4. There was the exchange trade kill. Instant doing what Apocalypse started and coming down. Krios taken with the AWP all the way down to 36. It's a 4v2. Krios with that AWP making it count. It's now 2v1 making the comeback as DC. Instant doing his level best to outdo everything. So, with the 4. Instant with the 4 kills. Kron now in engagement.
And that's, I mean, look at that. So 1v1, you've got Kron up against Hellhound. I mean, Kron's sitting on 48 health. Hellhound's going to go into the back here, plant this bomb, and then turn that pressure back onto Kron. Hellhound is just the guy you want in the situation, and you know that he's going to be covering. He smoked off Heaven, preventing any, and as I say that, it clears up. So he's spotted there, gets a headshot on Kron, gets the AWP, hand that over to Style, and DC just rocking that 10 for 3 at the moment.
When you look at, he only had a USP. A USP with Hellhound rocking an AK, you're never going to bet.
So at this stage, the economy is just in tatters at the moment for White Rabbit Gaming. DC, so much money they could literally buy other people to play the game for them, and it's just a matter of, you don't want to find yourself suspect getting that first deagle off the bat. They've got a scout, as you like to call it, the low-fat AWP. But there it is again. White Rabbit finding themselves in a situation with 4v1, and you've got Hellhound. I mean, the guy is absolutely destroying, and Apocalypse. So I mean, who to pick?
Well, APOC picking up the trade K there again, and just a quick look. APOC picking up 18 and 5 on the KD ratio. Styles the next one to speak of with a 15 and 6, and Hellhound 15 and 8. Everyone.
So last round before the side swap, and yeah, kind of a force buy here. Nothing but some smokes and a decoy for White Rabbit. So they have really been taken apart by DC here at the moment. It looks like they're going to be doing a little bit of a B push here. They've got Hellhound pushing out onto A there, squeaky side. Make a bit of noise, do what needs to happen. But at the moment, DC looking extremely critical in their movements. Krios eventually taking out Hellhound, but not without Hellhound doing a little bit of damage. So Krios is going to get that intel. And look at this, getting a 2K.
And doing his best, 4 on 2. Wow, with the exchange coming in quick. Instant doing his work as they expect him to, backing up. Intel coming in. Missing the first pick is Styles with that AWP. Coming down through vent, and that is it. White Rabbit will take one back, and a quick shout out to Q, who got the QQ.
The QQ.
Taking out the double kill and opening up the first one. Whenever DC is losing the first engagement, and then the second one falls quickly, they're always on the back foot, trying to make the comeback, trying to ring it out. We do go into the second half now, changing up sides.
Well, it's not to take anything away from Toasty there, getting that 2K as DC were getting ready to execute onto site. Hellhound being taken out there by Squeaky, and Toasty just playing the waiting game there, being very patient for that little moment and getting those 2 kills, and immediately DC found themselves almost in a 5v2 situation.
They're going to line up, it looks like an A-side push. Krios going to line up with Squeaky there, trying to make as much noise.
Look at that rotation from DC though onto that site, and there they go.
It's the hurry-up rush firing in through there. White Rabbits with no trigger. Those smokes holding them off perfectly placed. Suspect Hellhound going to be in rotation now. Suspect 0 taken all the way down to 19. They've already lost one in the form of Apocalypse. Not someone you want to lose, almost as bad as losing Hellhound. They've got for the boost up there, trying to get as much intel on both sides as White Rabbit Gaming, and they're going to take them all the way down to White. Hellhound, the last one standing. And he's doing his best. They're going to take it. White Rabbit Gaming going to do what they do good.
Man. That was brilliant. That execute onto that site. Those smokes absolutely closing DC out for at least 15 to 20 seconds. DC not being able to push in. You know, White Rabbit getting that line across that A side. Guys behind forklift, guys behind that back stack there, and that smoke just holding them off. The only possible attempt they could get was Hellhound, who was trying his level best, had his rollerblades on, and was moving in through that speed area, but not getting through there.
So they're playing on back here. It's now a static hold. Their hurry up offense worked really, really well the last time. They're going to congregate around through Garage, waiting for the calls to come in. Crying, everyone's static hold currently from White Rabbit Gaming, waiting and seeing. We've got the double stack on boost. The game's just trying to look for intel. The first one goes nice. Nothing getting hit in that exchange.
Rocking the Mac 10s, wanting a bit of extra cash here.
Alright,
White Rabbit Gaming, that nade absolutely on target there, but Style just getting out in time with that 5-7. And all of a sudden it looks like White Rabbit, Kran's sitting on that B site, but White Rabbit are wanting that A site at the moment.
They got a good old spread on here. Kran trying to get smoke. Well, no one knows anything. Suspect Zero's lined up on Sneaky. Here comes the push now. It looks like it is. It's the rush onto A side. There's a first exchange, the second exchange is a 3v4, all the way down to 2, the last people standing. Suspect Zero with the dub kill and QQ rocking the submachine guns. It's a 2-on-2 explicit now, trying to hold down as best he can. Hellhound coming in with that 5-7, trying to line up as much as he can as well, working the angles.
Explicit holding that, coming in through that A main area. Haven't seen him and manages to take out Suspect Zero. And the Hellhound doing exactly the same. They'll get the defuse and pick up a couple of submachine guns for their efforts, and that's exactly what they needed. Hellhound just holding back, waiting for Explicit to move in, getting the guy behind Stack, and then Hellhound moving in onto that bomb planter.
Great teamwork, waiting for him to line up on truck there and waiting for that call to rush. Did it, lined him up when facing the wrong way was, I think it was Toasty on that, or Suspect Zero rather.
And now we see where White Rabbit have been reduced to Tech 9 and armor, and DC getting the FAMASs and the M4s out. There's your gun, the UMP, and it looks like they're going to be making a push onto that B site now. Holding onto the side with the nade down. And look at that.
Explicit, picking up 3, Explicit picking up the 2, and that is it. They're going to ring their bells. You don't really need anyone else between Explicit and Hellhound.
They're having an absolute cracker of a game for DC at the moment, and White Rabbit Gaming not really having any sort of response to that one. But I think their idea was obviously to rush onto that bomb site, get as many kills and do as much economical damage to DC as they could. But right now, they've managed to get themselves some AKs and a little bit of util. But it's basically just spreading out, looking for some picks. They haven't.
You've got to put a jet up. So White Rabbit Gaming didn't see it coming, and it's a 4v3. So they're going to regroup, consolidate. It's a 2-on-3 now. White Rabbit Gaming going to go for the rotate out. Let's see Suspect Zero. The bomb is going to now rotate. What was a two-side push? Now going to the A side. Tensively doing it. It's an unattended. That smoke's going to go out. QQ behind Buck. Try and get it down. He blinded himself. Not the best placements of that flash.
Looks like DC are going to just hold on to the rifles as they can, because there's no chance of them with Styles on 19. And Styles managing to pick up a kill there off of Suspect, and now they're just gonna they're gonna
work it on the A.
QQ holding in from that A main area, tries at the back stack, and they come in perfectly here, starting to make their pushes, and here we go.
So Krios in the engagement, who's gonna win it out? Krios is, so it's now a 2-on-1. Is the engagement still real? It is. Styles gonna get X'd out, and that is it. White Rabbit Gaming gonna take that one with everyone wiped off.
Yeah, I mean, this is a back and forth game at the moment. White Rabbit now affording all the toys and bells for themselves, and DC going to have a save here, as their economy was just taken apart there. I mean, White Rabbit really did well with the way they executed that. DC tried something in the middle there with the little boost up and getting taken out. They had to run into White Rabbit Gaming there. So that kind of went against them in that point. But they tried something and it worked, and it didn't quite work out for them. Krios getting that first kill for White Rabbits, and Kran following up, and all of a sudden DC getting taken apart by those AK rifles.
And it's a tough one to win. Oh, he gets it, does instant. So getting the first, laying down fire on the second, doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately getting taken all the way down to 2 HP. QQ coming in for the rotation. They're going to try and take the side, getting the second one. Laying down at the third. What they've done with pistols is unbelievable. Finally getting rinsed off by Toasty, what crime started. and taking that side back. But wow, Hellhound doing his level best to disrupt and make noise.
Huge amounts of economical damage there done to White Rabbit there through the eyes of Inson and Hellhound. It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, at the moment, they're affording all those rifles and utilities now for DC, and here's going to be a proper push. But Kraus managing to pick himself up an AWP in that previous buy. So let's see what happens now. You know, it's quite a big split here with Styles on highway. Swisik with a very aggressive push, almost up there in vents. He is in vents, covering that mid area with Styles, and at the moment, White Rabbit just looking for a way in.
Krios and QQ having engagements with Instant and Apocalypse up on A side, trying to make as much noise as they can. Let's try and push out the B side.
No movement here.
Suspect and Toasty are going to work their way around to B.
As we've seen explicit in the vents and getting those 2 kills. Wow, that's exactly what DC needed straight off the bat. And here comes that push onto that A bomb side.
It's bad news for White Rabbit Gaming. Crime, the only one left now with that AK. He's going to try and find his. I was about to say, he's surrounded. There's no way you can cover all those angles with only one person.
And that is all she wrote. DC now in the driver's seat, two rounds away from map point rather, and White Rabbit being reduced to pistols here at the moment. I think Toasty's got quite a bit of cash there, so he's gonna buy up for himself. I mean, you got to ask, do you want to buy a couple of submachine guns, see what you can do? 14-7.
I told you that
you haven't been playing too poorly when you get the first pick. So
I mean, I know you want to equalize the economy and even it out from that, but it's like
I'm flashing suspect to smoke,
and it looks like they're going to try and push through this mid area here with Styles on that AWP. He knows there's dropping an incendiary onto that vent, but not getting anything for his efforts and rolling it onto the side. He's taking out Hellhound.
They're on the B side now. It's completely unattended. It's all into the retake. Apocalypse and Style working it in from the outside. Apocalypse trying to do his level best. They've picked up the 2 rifles, have they? And he hasn't seen him coming. He's going to flank him now.
Kron not seeing Vincent, and he walks right past him there. And there's 2 of them on the sites at the moment, and it's going to be interesting to see Kron eventually picking up Vincent and just being left down with Stars with that AWP. Great pistol round from White Rabbit there. Just buying that 1 AK and managing to pick up all those rifles and actually get the win. 14-8.
That's it. We've seen Krios make it on DC with that AWP.
So all of a sudden it's down to some deagles here for DC. And yeah, White Rabbit Gaming again in the driver's seat with regards to rifles.
And again, they're going to do that whole... no, they're not. I was waiting for Krios and Kiki to go up and cause. The box is pushed out quite aggressively, instant from the top there down into warehouse. They're going to get flashed out here. The exchange is real. Style getting nicked all the way down to 23 HP. I suppose nicked slightly an understatement for 23 HP.
That's hemorrhaging.
He got abused all the way down to 23 HP. Look what's split up in heaven. No one's seen it there. Here comes the G. Oh, it doesn't really matter. They're going to get the 2 kills. And it's down to a 4v3. Pistols is the only thing to speak of. They're going to clear off that site, and that bomb is going to go down in QQ's hands.
Krios is sitting up there in mid at the moment while Apocalypse and Ensign do the rotations back onto that side. Toasty sitting in Toxic there, and Apocalypse is going to run in between him and Kron. It's going to be interesting to see if they're actually going to try and do this. Ensign moving up into heaven, waiting for Apocalypse there.
Krios with that long hold. He's going to hang back and wait to see if anyone's going to try and rotate out and flank them.
They're going to wait for exit frags here and try and pick up some rifles. You know, as soon as that bomb timer goes down, the Apocalypse and Instant have both set themselves up here to see if they can get an AK or something for their efforts. And, well, for both of them, they've managed to avoid the pistol of Apocalypse. Here they come. And Apocalypse engaging, getting the second! What a little beauty! And eventually getting taken out by Toasty, but unlucky.
No, it's going to scathe the old economy there on White Rabbit Gaming side. But also good to note, 9-14, money back in the White Rabbit Bank.
Absolutely, DC need to get a win here, or else they're going to find themselves, yeah, out of. They've just won again, and it's like The money is not looking good for them. You know, White Rabbits still have some cash that they can play with. And if this keeps happening, DC are going to find themselves going into overtime. They need to take control of this game. White Rabbit teams are starting to look dangerous.
That's it, Suspect and Toasty trying to get an engagement, making an awfully loud noise. If I was DC, I'd be saying they're trying to sell it dummy, and here we go. Krios and QQ back up north in Long A. Warehouse, trying to ascertain whether or not the push is real. Incident Apocalypse holding that site down. Bad light. And we all know what happens when you rush in on Apocalypse.
Explicit Style holding that mid area. Krios and QQ holding in that A main. Trying to get some kind of view. Toasty's made himself all the way into that B bomb site and moving in. Hellhound hasn't even spotted him. And the flank down wrong, he's going to get a shot on Apocalypse. And eventually Hellhound saving Apocalypse there. But the bomb plant is going to go down on that side. And now it's up to DC to come back into the site. And 2 against 2.
It was a fierce exchange with that AK from QQ and getting rung out of it's a tough one, but all of a sudden 1v1 and Krios going to come through with the AWP, taking back 10 and 14.
Wow. WRG are back and they are talking business.
Ooh,
Look
cookie.
at that. So we got pistols everywhere for DC and I'm excited.
As am I. My nipples are perched.
Like a honey badger.
Like a honey badger.
So DC need to do something. They've got a full stack on B at the moment, and they are rushing into that. And they're taking apart Styles, taking out Toasty, and then Suspect. And now it's a 2-on-3. They managed to pick themselves up 2 rifles, so this is going to be interesting.
It is taken from the bottom. Krios exchanging an Apocalypse with a CZ, and he's crashed out his leg and rung his bell out. So Styles, Hellhound down to 30. Both have AKs now. Styles with the dub kill. It's AKs versus AKs. Krios with that AWP. See if he can do any damage. He's going to mount up.
Mount up.
I think mount up.
And ride up.
See if he can get anyone down long.
Style and Hellhound are going to want to hold on to
Probably
this
save an
rifle,
AK.
so they're going to give White Rabbit this round. Try and keep these rifles. Styles moving up into that squeaky area, but there's no need for them to try and take on a 2v3 retake. And
They are going to go hunting
11-14. They're gonna just make sure that nobody's going in for the ninja defuse here, and they're just gonna go back into safety.
Yep.
At the moment, White Rabbit are absolutely playing out of their skins, and they have every reason to be smiling. I mean, there's a full buy coming in for DC at the moment, but wow, what was that? 14-6, 14-5 at halftime.
Yeah, it is the comeback of comebacks. Everyone's got a full buy, so this is probably the most telling exchange.
11-4,
Watch for the first pick on DC. If that happens, White Rabbit have almost 80% of those engagements gone on to win. So we'll look at, it's a 2-1-2 split on the defense. DC 2 top A Style holding the middle, looking for the rotation out, trying to gain as much intel as he can. Usually it's QQ and Krios is going to go up to the top here. And see if they can get any. Toasty's lining up with Suspect down on B side. That's smoke perfectly placed, and hold them off and slow them down is what the name of the game is. Krios now making as much noise as he can with that pre-fire.
The problem here is that every time White Rabbit are actually managing to breach a site, Hellhound was holding that B site by himself, and now Explicit has joined him, but there's a big push in through check if you're onto that side, and Hellhound is taken out.
Suspect here against Hellhound. Explicit getting the revenge kill. Krios is now down to a 4v3 and 4v2, as I say. That the exchange is real. That bomb is going to go down now on a site that is currently unattended. It's a slow rotation out by Styles. They're going to hold off. Instant going to go through Squeaky. Let's see if he goes for the long rotate out. No, they're not. They're going to hold off and wait. Given this round, and it looks like it's going to be 12-14. White Rabbit Gaming playing out of their pelts.
What is a pelt?
A pelt is a skin.
That would be an animal skin.
Yes, because they're rabbits.
They're not rabbits, they're humans. White Rabbit Gaming taking that 12-14, and this is crazy, man. DC are being subjected to just trying to hold on to those rifles at the moment, hold on to anything they can just to try and keep their hopes in this game alive. I mean, DC's starting out really well, and look at this, White Rabbit are not giving up. They are taking it to the final round. I mean, DC need to do something. They've got the cash. They need to buy stuff. They need to hold these sites. They're losing their first engagements here. You know, White Rabbit are doing those huge, heavy pushes, like 3 or 4 guys onto the side, and they are taking out the defenders
I'm just gonna hold that side along
quite
there.
easily as they push in onto those sides. And DC are kind of scrambling at the moment. Look at this. They've got 2 in mid, instant going for that
Watch the
A.
counter boost.
That A side hold, and immediately Kraus getting that pick onto Hellhound there. So DC finding themselves on the back foot as soon as we start.
That's it, and it's almost now up to 87%. When they lose that first pick engagement, DC lose it out. It's another one through style, and it's 4v4. That man with the AWP, we saw it in the seeding tournaments that he is vicious with that AWP. Toasty rocking it on their side. It's just now a static hold apart.
You want me to do my smoke?
Midsection through Garage. That smoke doing what it needs to do. It's going to be a B-side push. Explicit's the only man on that with Style trying to hold it up.
Style starting to do what he does with that AWP. The 3 of the 4 of the last 5 rounds that were played were actually won through the bomb plant and explosion. So DC playing a very, very static game with regards to that. And it's a 3v3 at the moment. Style down with the 2K still alive. And now they're starting to get those picks onto White Rabbit as they push out onto the side. DC starting to look a lot more composed. Explicit getting the final pick and leaving just Toasty with that AWP. Doesn't know where to look at the moment. Style and Explicit both going after him and eventually finishing that off. And DC taking it 15-12 map point.
Oh Lord, Style and Explicit now rocking AWPs. Not good news for White Rabbit Gaming. Krios is going to buy the AWP, probably kick it out. Call me a liar if he's going to keep it, I don't know.
Liar.
So, again, wow, first time Hellhound went down, and you're expecting White Rabbit to take that one, getting the first pick on Hellhound, their MVP for most of it, with the exception of APOC.
Your statistics were blown out the water.
Yeah, proving me wrong again.
Thanks, stats.
Pleasure.
So it's back to the default for DC. 2-1-2, one on highway there, 2 on B and 2 on A. And at the moment, White Rabbit Gaming looking for some gap, kink in the armor, and Style getting that first pick. Exactly what DC needed for this map point. They are going to start to feel a little bit of excitement building up. They need to just maintain that composure as I say that, Krios evening out the playing field again, taking out that date.
He's outside by red, he's by red, flash the smoke, please.
Suspect Zero lining up that A-side.
He's gonna be
Exactly
close
what they
side.
pushed on Noah. The rotation's finally coming in. Krios going to flank Apocalypse up on top of Balcony there.
4-4.
The exchange is real. He's going to get the kill as well. It's now a 4v1. Explicit's going to get that bomb down. He's going to run ass away. And they're going to get that bomb down and get the cashola. Map point, no one cares anymore. White Rabbit Gaming.
15-13. They want to take this into overtime. I need some coffee.
Here's some water. It's the best I can currently do.
So
yeah, it's they're gonna get that bomb down. It's a 2-on-2. They're gonna pull ass. Will they go hunting?
that round lost there. Absolutely
push six.
destroying the economy there for DC again.
Yeah,
After
so
those,
yeah.
losing those 5 rounds, then getting that win. That's just losing that
that's
last
how
one.
it be.
Explicit doing some damage though, in the form of taking a pick off of Crown there, and there it is. 15-13.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, what we thought would be a one-sided match at the beginning, we're being proven wrong, as is my statistics.
Yeah, 87, 70, billion T1. So we've got the AWP in the hands of Explicit and some Deagles and P250s, but nothing is going to undo what Kron and Kryos have in their hands.
That's a Kryos with a 24-19. That's the only one in the 20 bomb section of White Rabbit Gaming. 27, 25, and 24, 21. Pretty much 4 players from...
How do you have that many kills and you're still struggling? These guys need to be finishing their rounds off.
It is. It's comeback stuff, and wow, Explicit getting the first one on Kron. Not checking his quarters, getting nailed from long distance.
Apocalypse moving quickly down that highway section. Word has come in that there's an AWP, and Kryos taking him out there.
that's
And
very
there comes
TT,
the
very
heavy bomb side some damage with that Deagle, followed up by Explicit, and now it's a 2-on-2. And let's
Explicit's going to pick up the AWP. Let's get operate. Missing that first pick, their turn is good. Missing the second one, they're going to take the side back. It's an AWP, and that is it. White Rabbit
14,
Gaming, 14-15.
Here we go. Final round. Someone needs to do something.
Like, get me a throat lozenge.
And a full buy coming in for DC here in the shape of 2 FAMASs and 3 M4s and a couple of utils. But White Rabbit at the moment definitely in the pound seats. Everything to play for, all the money in the world, and they just need to win this one round to take it into overtime.
And here comes the split up. I was going to say, Instant and Apoc usually holding off that A site. They're now going to change it up and have Instant the only one there. Apoc's now going to join him, Style down the bottom.
This is the time where you need someone to have a great individual performance here, because I'm telling you now, that is what's going to win this for a team. At the moment, White Rabbit having all the confidence and everything to play for, and it's like, oh, it's palpable.
It is palpable, it's tangible, you can almost taste it. Crying to line up on Squeaky. Here comes an A-side rush, no diggity, no doubt. Suspect. QQ being the bomb carrier, and Krios going to flank out back to see if anyone's going to try and come around the rear. Here comes the rush, and the push is good.
Instant getting the opening frag, and here they go. They know exactly where they need to be. DC getting 2, followed up by 1, and unfortunately it's a 2v1, 3v1 at the moment, and this is a DC getting the final kill with the nade, and they will take the first map, 16-14.
And a lot of momentum being taken by White Rabbit Gaming into the next map.
White Rabbit Gaming have done themselves proud here, and they have everything to play for in the next map. And we're going to be swapping over to our panel desk. Thanks for joining, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Adam, what a way to start today.
Brilliant. And in front of a full capacity crowd, that was absolutely brilliant. WRG coming back from nowhere and just throwing everything they had. TC, unfortunately, maybe getting a bit complacent with their scoreline. They were really, really in control. They had a lot of high scorelines, a double KPD on 2 or 3 players. It really, really was great. WRG coming back though, turning it into an almost overtime, I'm going to call it. And when it comes down to it, the best way to open the day.
I mean, they took 11 rounds in the first half, and it looked like things were going according to plan. On that note, let's take a look at a brief highlight reel to see what went down. I apologize, everyone. We apparently have a little bit of an audio issue, so hopefully you can still listen to the sound of my voice while some Counter-Strike is happening in the background.
Maybe some singing will do us well.
Just a little ditty and a tune to get us going.
Yeah.
But I mean, as you can see, the DC had a very strong start, picking up 11 rounds in the first half. But it was really in the second half that WRG started to shine. When they switched to terrorists, I mean, things were looking a little bit hairy. But a first couple of round wins saw DC having to take a couple of eco rounds that really cost them quite badly, despite having, I mean, that being said, they had excellent eco rounds.
Yeah.
The pistol work from Style Hellhound doing exceptionally well, even Apocalypse getting a couple of great kills. But WRG just continued to keep up the pressure and put the pressure onto DC.
No, that was excellent. I think as we heard from our casters, that's, well, sometimes people consider it a CT map, sometimes people consider it a T map.
Yeah.
I also feel like it's on a day. And if you're just feeling stronger with your pushes, stronger with your entry points and your entry frags, it can change everything up. And when it came down to it, WRG did exactly what DC did short of 1 round.
Yeah.
So obviously going in from cash, next map is going to be all to play for, as I believe as well we do have a second commentator betting on this, putting a bottle down. So it's going to be really much closer to the wire, and 16-14 to start it off. What do we see the second half?
Well, I mean, next up's going to be Inferno, so it's a map that DC are very comfortable with.
Yes, no, definitely.
And know very well. We know that they've done very well against great teams like BVD on that map in the past. Obviously, you've got Style in the mid, throwing down some AWPs on the counter terrace, which is always exciting to see. He always manages to get those picks somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but I mean, going into map 2, you can't be feeling bad as WRG.
No, I think actually, to be quite honest, WRG, even if they had come back from the win from that map or just gone to the situation that they did, I feel like they are actually an advantage point because I don't think DC would have been expecting for them to come back. They walked into CT, as I was saying, with 2 players with 2 KPD and 2 to 1 at least KPD. And now the situation is, well, is WRG actually outperforming in many areas and just fell short in an accidental or an error, human error play? And when it comes down to it now, it's everything up to play for. And Inferno is a very strong map on DC's side, but I've also seen WRG players, QQ especially, really, really great. And his retake ability and his ability to move around with his team and know where they are playing is excellent. So a shout out must go to him because he with his support role in a lot of areas, he did brilliantly.
And he showed it off in Cash as well, being able to just retake the points. But I mean, just moving forward, obviously DC. What do you think is going down in their camp? I mean, they were doing really well after the first half, 11-4 up, I believe it was. Second half, things didn't really go according to plan. There was a lot of pressure being put onto their counter-terrorists. If you're in the booth now, what would you say? Okay, guys, let's just drop it and play fresh on the next map? Or do you feel like they want to show WRG that they can bring the pressure too?
I'm going to go with a situation that's 98% of teams I could agree with it. I would say to you, yes, they would go in with a mentality of let's talk about this. But DC have been here for 14 years, basically. For 14, 15 years, they've been playing as a team. They know their style of play. They know what went wrong. I feel that they really just need to carry on, play their normal game. They still came away with the win of the map, which means they still only need one more map to take this.
That's true.
So
I mean, one more win gets them into the semi-final.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just putting
no,
my earpiece
you
back.
correct everything like
I'm
that.
correcting everything as we go along. I mean,
Just wrap it around your head even.
One more win gets them into a semi-final, and then they get to rest because that second semi-final only takes place tomorrow.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to go home, have a look at the game, say, okay, guys, this is what we're going to have to do, and then they'll be able to watch the second match, XTC versus APG, coming up a little bit later today.
That is true. And I think that is also another key moment in their play is that they need to make sure that they focus on who they will be playing against.
Yeah.
Because their plays now are very, very specific, very original, as they would always do.
Yeah.
Original CSGO style, very calm, collected, just as we were saying in the intros.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, another point is that Innocent didn't necessarily perform as he would have liked to in Cash.
Yeah.
He is one of the newer players to CSGO in their team, coming back obviously from the old school, and now we're going into Inferno. Now, Incident Inferno in his day before going away from CS 1.6 was unstoppable.
Yeah.
So that element, I feel, if that comes into play, well, look, another player that's got such a scoreline, you take it into the situation what Hellhound had, 28 for 20, something like that. It's going to change it all together, and all he needed another 5 or 6 more kills, and that could have been 7 or 8 rounds difference.
I reckon if WRG, thank you for everything.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome on stream.
So we should be going back into game time very soon. This is going to be map number 2. It's going to be Inferno. DC currently leading 1-0 against WRG. WRG, I am fully expecting to fight back in the coming match. I'm pretty sure that they're going to have another cracker of a game for our audience behind me.
I think this audience was absolutely excellent. The support was out there. WRG had everybody behind them at a point. The second DC came back, the crowd was following them again. It's all up to play for, and I really see a great potential of this going down to Cobblestone, should WRG pick up whatever they left off in it. So here we go.
Let's go back to our casters as we get into game number 2 with Barry and Lewis. WRG versus Damage Control. Here we go.
Here we go.
All right, and here it is, Inferno is the map, and DC getting the benefit of that CT side, so they're going to want to try and put as much daylight between themselves and White Rabbits, and they are most definitely going to reconsider taking them for granted now. After that 16-14 went very close, and here comes the push to that A-bomb side, and they're pushing through the archers and going to come in for the rotation. Styles getting taken out, and
so Instant going to kick back there into just outside construction. They're not going to see him. Oh, they're going to get the first kill. It's Instant. And second, it's a 3v5 in the favor of White Rabbit. Now down all the way to 2 and 3. Krios languishing on 14 HP.
Explicit
Wow.
getting the pick on the bomb planter as he was about to get it down, and this should be an easy one. And 2v1, Hellhound finishing off the job with the 2K, and DC taking that first pistol round and getting the nerves out of the way, because I can tell you something now, White Rabbit Gaming have them worried.
They did indeed. Look, UMPs.
Moneymakers.
Moneymakers, my favorite gun.
So, yeah, moneymakers. UMPs, most of your submachine guns, other than the P90, will get you a lot more cash for those kills. And White Rabbit have done a little bit of a force buy here with some Tech 9 and armor and some CZs. Very, very quick push up on that banana. DC not really enjoying it. That White Rabbit bringing Ensign, getting the first two kills on the side. Suspect getting taken out, but Ensign finishing that off and opening up that B-bomb site with the rotation coming in from Style and Explicit.
Not to be outdone, Toasty's going to do some work in getting in the two, the one rather, and then Crown going to pick up the FAMAS. So it's 3 UMPs versus the 2, and we haven't lined them up yet to check, but it doesn't really matter because look, you've got to be Explicit.
Getting the bomb plant down, but yeah, I mean, 3, they did a bit of damage there, but nothing spectacular. They're going to pick up a couple of Tech 9s on DC. They're getting the bomb defused, but working in the favor of White Rabbit there with that bomb plant. And yeah, I mean, Ensign getting those 2 kills, three rather, as they walked in onto site, doing the damage. And Kraus and White Rabbit are taking this seriously, doing a force buy here, which is interesting. Instead of just playing that one round to get a little bit more cash, they've gone and bought AKs and Galils, and this is going to be interesting because they are doing a very, very fast push up onto this A-bomb site at the moment. Kran holding that bomb up in Banana with Style holding that angle.
It shows 2 things from White Rabbit. One is they're backing themselves now with the buy, and the second thing is it shows that it's not, they've taken momentum with them through from this first map.
Yeah, you know, the problem is that can be easily displaced. There's a difference between momentum and confidence, and you know, momentum is one thing, and that's great, and you use that to build on confidence. But right now, it's like Hellhound is holding that balcony area like a boss. I mean, we saw him tear Bravado apart the previous time they faced up against him, and look at that, opening up with 2 frags and leaving White Rabbit Gaming languishing here with an AK and a Galil with hardly any health, and they're going to probably want to try and hold up now because DC are going to want to find them and finish the job off.
Oh, Krios letting some spam down range and getting away his position. They now know he's in top balcony. Hellhound's going to move around, try and vectorize and get the drop. And he does indeed. Style's going to lay him out flat with Krios now falling, and it's just a Galil and 17 HP left in the hand of Toasty. And they have gone to looking.
They are looking, and Toasty has decided to take his bomb and his Galil and run away.
Take his bomb and go home.
So, right, like I was saying, you know, it's like, you know, carry the momentum for sure, but now you put yourself, look at this, here we go.
Oh, Toasty getting the kill and Explicit.
Upgrading that Galil for an M4, and the intel has come in, and you start to watch those DC guys spread out and look. In fact, no, they've decided to not spread out and look. Ensign will know that he will be coming in from somewhere, and Toasty will hold on to that M4. You know, that confidence and momentum thing again is you know, they all only managed to get themselves out an M4 there, and what are they left with? Now they're forced to save anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just slowing down the process even more. And yes, they've got the win bonus coming their way, but it doesn't help, you know, by when you force buy up like that for no apparent reason. I might be wrong, but I doubt it.
So there's the fierce pushes on Banana now. They've got a 5-man push. They're not even going to split someone out. Explicit and Hellhound are going to flank them from the rear if they don't wake up and shine. There's a hurry-up offense now. They're going to push onto Banana. Only man left back here is Instant. Apostle's finding up the ball coming in. Instant going to pick up the 2 anyway.
Getting 3 kills for his efforts there.
3, call me a liar. Now 4 and 2, 4 and 1. And ladies and gentlemen, that is White Rabbit Gaming's round.
GG, they managed to get the... Nope, nothing.
Not a
nothing.
sausage, not even a polony.
So I mean, they were. This map is more favorable for DC. They like the more structured setup. You know, it's very difficult on this map if you do that rush onto a bomb site and you run into someone like Instant or Hellhound. out of balcony there, you're going to get torn apart. And right now, that's exactly what's happening with White Rabbit. Is their gaming style very aggressive, very like straight up in your face. DC hold their angles, hold everything perfectly to the minutest of details. And this is the kind of map that works for them. They can hold those corners, those angles with smokes. And right now, White Rabbit are just split up all in apartments with Explicit covering this boiler area where it looks like Christ wants to make a little peek out here. He's pre-fired out that door, so Explicit now is completely aware that he's there. Shooting chickens, I mean, these are not... Yeah. You're just alerting him to your presence. Yes, you flashed him, managed to push out, so baiting him actually into that area. But Style opening up with that AK, getting himself the 3 kills, and all of that baiting for nothing.
For Nord, Style going all the way down to 11 HP, but the bomb is out in the open, and Toasty's going to try and make a move on it. They don't know it's there. Style and Double H going to try and hold that off, and he's going to get the kill. It's Kryan on instant, finally getting it down to a 3v2. Style is still in the motion there, 3 kills and 11 HP, a wing and a prey. Toasty and Kryan still full health though. The bomb is now going to rotate out. They're going to come in through construction, and Apocalypse is the only one holding out. Style gets the call. Doesn't really matter. Kryan's going to get the revenge kill, put that bomb down, Style, and here comes Hellhound. Style going to get the first points on engagement. It doesn't really matter. It's going to get him anyways. Kryan falling to Style. Just popped his first pixel of his eyebrow.
Style ending that with the 4K. What a little beauty. I mean, as they moved in there, it was Kryan and Toasty. And he breached onto the site and turned his back to where Apocalypse was. And Apocalypse getting that free frag on him. At the moment, it's all DC. But again, this is a very CT-sided map. Finally, White Rabbit getting themselves some rifles. Not all the utils they'd like, but again, this is the first real proper push from White Rabbit at the moment, and they have spread up all over that map, and they are looking.
They are indeed. It's a 3-man push down onto A. Kryan's going to go through through back alley. Is he? Yes, he is. Explicit's the only one holding off there. He has no idea. Hellhound's lined him up from pit.
And it looks like, you see here, they've given, DC have given a very, very, like, hold on this B bomb site. They're giving White Rabbit a lot of movement up in that banana. He's spotting him over coils and Suspect, getting that pick onto Apocalypse, and that's the problem. And they will push out of that smoke and start to push onto the side. Haven't picked up firing through those coils, not finishing the off, and eventually getting the 2K. Holding that site like a beast.
Suspect running dry on his primary weapon. They're trying to reload and getting his rear end handed to him by Instant. It's a 3v2. Kryan all the way down to 9 HP. And no bomb to speak of currently. Explicit's going to move out through tree. Instant in construction. Krios got the number on Explicit. Has he? He hasn't seen him. He hasn't seen him still. He finally gets him. Puts the hammer down on that trigger. It is a 2-on-1. Krios will have more intel now.
He's alerted all the Instant to his presence, picked up the bomb, and the rotation into that A site is happening. And watch Hellhound absolutely wheeling his way around to that bomb site while Instant moves in, obviously a little bit more carefully. Not sure if Kraus has moved, and the bomb plant will go down. The intel has been dropped, and now it's all up to Kraus. Gonna pick off Instant.
And it's going to be Hellhound coming around. He's going to let the defuse happen. Krios now running out. He's not even going to try and hold off that sneaking into defuse. Is he going to rotate round now? Hellhound, let's see if he fakes the defuse, or he's not even going to bother.
He knows that. There it is! Hellhound finishing it off and getting the bomb defuse. Little beauty.
Hellhound, just consummate professionalism.
Great work though from Kryan, getting the bomb plant, rotating to library, and then going all the way out and around archers, going back into library. There's the experience from Hellhound showing through. Knows that Kryan is there, knows he needs to clear his angle before he can go for that bomb defuse.
White Rabbit Gaming should be taking something to heart here. They are going down to the 1 and 2, the 1-on-1 engagements at the very end.
But the point is those are the most important, those one-on-one engagements that you need to win. And right now, DC are winning those. We didn't see them doing that at the end of Cash, because White Rabbit Gaming were actually taking those down. And Style holding a nice fine angle here on Boiler at the moment. And I see Instant and Apocalypse are holding a more aggressive hold up. Banana and picking up Suspect as he peeks around the corner, and they will fall back onto site and take a more defensive approach of that site.
It's all to play for here. Kron, Toasty, and QQ lining up for the breach. Krios causing all kind of static up through apps there. And Explicit and Hellhound are laying down some fire now. Blinded by that flashbang is Toasty and QQ. The rotation's going to go out. They're going to pick that bomb up with their left back of sight. And looks like it's going to be a banana push. Apocalypse and Instant now are going to get the intel shortly. That smoke doing their work and slowing it right down. Toasty backing out and getting cold feet.
They've decided to change that rotation up onto that A bomb site, but there are 3 DC players waiting there in the fashion of Explicit Style and Hellhound, and they are ready for them. Hellhound holding that customary pit position or balcony there, and he knows exactly what to do in those situations. So right now, again, another rotation, and Explicit getting Cryos there. Intel coming out, and the rotation to that B site is happening. Explicit is right there by Archers, so he will try straight through the body goes and getting taken out by Apocalypse, getting the first, second, and Instant finishing it off.
Wow, 7-0. Not a good time to be a White Rabbit gamer, but it is a CT-sided map, like you said.
And yeah, back to a little bit of a tactical pause coming in here, and that's now when you start to say, you know, we need a round at least. You know, we need to try and build some momentum. We have some cash. If we really scrape together, we can maybe get a couple of Galils. I see Kron has decided to buy himself an AK, so he's going for an AK. So it's just all about whether the, you know, and there it is. They're going to force buy up this one, get some Galils, like I said, and some AKs, and see what they can do. But they need to now use these weapons. They need to make them count.
Need to make them count.
Because right now, DC are steamrolling, and they are happy to keep going at this pace. You've got Instant, who is rocking 10 for 5, and you know, followed up by Style and APOC. But at the end of the day, it's like no one really is stepping up for White Rabbit at the moment. Where, you know, we started seeing the likes of Cryos and QQ and Toasty in the previous round doing what needs to be done. And they've proven that they have what it takes to take on a team like DC. They are no underdog here. They are equals to these guys, and they want to take this to the wire. They need to win this. They want to push this into a third map, which will be Cobblestone. And you know, as it sits now, they've taken their tactical timeout. We're about to start up. They have got a bit of a force buy going on here, so let's see what happens.
Here we go. So it's the massive rush down there. Styles and Explicit going to hold APOC and Instant as the stock standard. They're going to rush out to B. Instant going to set up on tree, trying to get the angle for the crossfire. And let's see what they've done. They've gone back, regrouped, reconciliated, and see if there's any sort of greater knowledge now. It looks like it's going to be an A-side push, waiting for that smoke to clear at the top of Banana and see if there's anything. Explicit, is he going to try and rush around, see if he's going to flank them on rear? Instant's taking up their position on tree. The last time White Rabbit did this, they didn't check their flanks as they ran past tree and got absolutely rectum-handed in that exchange from Instant.
They've got all 5 of them holding up in that banana area there. So Instant and APOC are holding very defensive angles, and in comes the smoke, and they have been held up completely. They need to push through the smoke, and they don't know where to look. Rotation coming in from Explicit there, and as that happens, those smokes coming in from DC, preventing White Rabbit from actually doing their push, and now they're questioning, second-guessing themselves. Banana, should we go on to A? They've already lost Cryos now, so that's one of the AKs down.
That's it, got hit through the head in the smoke. Beautiful shot there, but I think
Explicit coming, that rotation working out. Explicit rotating, getting the pick on Cryos, and falling back into Heidi there. And Suspect getting taken out by Explicit again. They must be going, where is this guy?
He's everywhere.
What angle is he holding?
Everything.
He is holding the map.
He is. Oh, they're going to take it on the A side. Here comes push. And they get rinsed out. Apocalypse picking up 2, Instant picking up the last one, and it is 8-0.
DC are starting to operate. Please don't you know, be misled. This is a CT-sided map. We are aware of that, but DC is starting to hold, and this is the DC we know. This is disciplined and coordinated team that we know, and those crossfires and those rotations that are perfect, that are just happening, and everything is working perfectly for them.
So Krios going to go to the top of Banana, try and get the intel he can, make a loud noise. No, he's going to get rung out. Apocalypse going to see him and call him a dead person. Wow, dropping 2, Explicit APOC taking out 2 already. Toasty all the way down to 28, not much to speak of. Only pistols in the defense, and there goes Kron. Toasty now down to 25, and they've got their number. It looks like it might be even... wow, Toasty, the last one left. Could it be a teammate? It is a teammate.
And this is exactly what's happening here. It's like DC, and they are getting those initial,
they competed at the 2002 WCG in South Korea, as well as the
entry frags, and what's happening is those instant picks.
That's it. They're losing their first points of engagements. For love or money, Kron had him all lined up in the form of Toasty. Had the drop on him, and the first time engagements, not winning it. We saw that the play against Bravado the first time in the seeding matches against DC. They came all the way down, I think it was 14-7 on Mirage. So it's finally full AKs onto White Rabbit Gaming. We're going to see a better defense now. Kron's circling all the way out to back alley, going to pop up now. See if we can get any intel, make some noise. It looks like it's going to be a B-side push. Instant rotating out. Back again at Instant and Apocalypse. Look for Explicit coming through, disrupting everyone. They're going to push through that smoke. It looks like it's going to be hurry up offense. Apocalypse is there and he doesn't know he's there. Krios waiting for that molly to burn down.
The last time they did this, Explicit again coming up in that angle, and Krios is looking, but fortunately for him, he has just managed to get off well. Apocalypse picking him up, and the last time they tried to do this, White Rabbit Gaming was held up by DC Smokes.
And it's 4v4. They're making the comeback. Getting that second kill was, and Apocalypse bringing it back again with the revenge kill. Toasty and QQ taking all the way down. QQ and Kron, the last 2 left, making a comeback. It's 2-1 well. Hellhound, watch for him. He's going to come in on the rotation. And he's going to try and flank Kron going through the back there, coming out of schools, and he's going to get rung out by Explicit with a headshot.
Sorry, who was that got killed?
Kron.
I like you a lot. Okay, so 10-0 in the fashion of DC, and at the moment they're almost definitely in the driving seats. All the money. We've got buys coming in from White Rabbit. They've decided to pick up an AWP. Krios is going to wield that cannon, and right now, the White Rabbit not really having any sort of answer to what DC are handing out here.
Quick note, I really like the Easter Bunny ears on the chickens. Anyway, I digress. It's a static hold. What are you going to do? Suspect 0 going up to the top. Apocalypse. Oh! Krios through the smoke. Explicit going to get put down.
Wow! Apocalypse moving down this angle, and all of a sudden, White Rabbit Gaming are starting to take control.
Look for it. First pick against DC. Let's see if this disrupts him like it did on the first map. It is now a 3v5 in the form. Krios jumping, seeing if he can get any intel on Instant. And it looks like the rotation is now going to go back. Krios and Suspect at the bottom of Banana. Styles looking for the angle. Not sure whether he should rotate out now. And Hellhound getting Kron for his troubles. It looks like there's a push on to A.
Nobody should ever try and push pit with Hellhound there. They've managed to smoke him off there, and Styles rotating back out into Archers. They know he's there, missing that AWP, and they push onto A site now.
And Styles going to rotate out. Going to get killed by Krios with the AWP, and 2-on-2. Hellhound's down to 4. He looks like he's about to drop any second. Got the 3 kill.
Instant coming with the 1. Hellhound still there.
And
Instant finishing it off, getting the bomb plant down. But what looked like White Rabbit coming back into this, DC rotating composure and taking that for themselves.
It was a 2-on-2 man maneuver. It was down to the last 2. Hellhound from nowhere, full health with the Hail Mary kill.
Well, not to be forgotten, Style holding them up in that Archers area, managing to keep alive as long as possible, fire as many rounds down as he could, rotating into that library area where he managed to just hold up long enough for Instant to rotate from that B bomb site. And here's a very fast push in, forced buy-up from White Rabbits, and they are getting desperate now. They need to get a kill, and as I say that, Explicit does the exact opposite and favors them with a dead.
Exactly, it's now a 5v4, and Explicit getting the first time kill every single time. Their bomb's going to get dropped out while they try and gain intel. Don't want to leave it out in the open if anyone gets shot. They're working on the angles. Oh, missing that first time pick with the AWP. That Molly holding them off and slowing them right down on that aggressive push. Well placed, I think it was by Hellhound. QQ in the top there, and we have lost our visual. I'm going to carry on. Oh, there we go. We're back again. And it's Instant and Apocalypse haven't got that call out yet because Style's doing all the work. Explicit as well. Here comes the engagement between Suspect and Style. The rotation going out back to Banana. And let's see if anywhere Apocalypse trying to see if he can find anything through that smoke.
Right now, it looks like White Rabbit are just trying to look anywhere they can to get an opening on this map. This is DC's map, and they have laid claim to it after destroying Bravado on this map, and now they are showing just how dominant they are on this map. Look at that through the smoke, Explicit peeking out Suspect there, and just unlucky for him, because if Suspect had just one more split second, that would have been a different story. Look at that rotation coming in from Style, but is there any need? Because Instant taking two, moving in onto that site with his back. Seems to be Kron that is left up with that bomb, and the rotation from Apocalypse. Oh. He's starting to do some work here. Managed to pick off Hellhound in pit there. They know Hellhound is there, so he will get this bomb plant down. But Instant moving in through library, and Apocalypse coming up mid. In come the flashes.
Molly.
He is on
fire.
It is crazy right now. They know he's on the bomb site. That Molly keeping him there, so they will move in and take him out.
Instant fierce with that M4A4, getting the kill, and that exchange was dead to rights, had them all lined up and still getting the kill.
Instant taking a 4K that round, and that pushes him up to 19-7. He is doing some crazy stuff. This is exactly what DC needed. They needed to start this round off strong, particularly after getting taken almost to overtime by White Rabbit on Cash. If you guys have just joined us, DC, this is the second map. DC winning the first map 16-14. So yeah, sitting at the moment 13-0 on a bit of a CT-sided map. So
DC asking all the questions, White Rabbit having no answer. Kron going to set up. They've now put a three-man split onto B side, favoring it out. Explicit pushing up to the top there. There's going to be an engagement now. No better man you'd want, except perhaps for Instant. Explicit, they don't know he's there yet. They do now, though. He's going to get the first. Going to only get the one, though. It's a 4v4. No one else really taking any damage except for Krios down to 77 HP. Oh, getting cooked alive with that exchange. Oh, the no-scope. Styles getting the kill and then getting killed by QQ with Avenge. 3-3. Krios still has that AWP down to 45 HP. The rotation is static. That bomb's been left back down in alt middle.
It's just Hellhound left on that A bomb site, while White Rabbit, the three remaining players, lurk around there looking, making sure clearing, but that bomb is all the way back there that they need to get. Apocalypse coming down though, down through mid, getting a peek rather on QQ, but not managing to finish that off. They now know he's on that B side, and they are rotating, holding them up with smokes and flashes. Apocalypse, great experience coming out there to slow them down and actually change that position from a B push back to an A with Hellhound in that pit area.
Watch for Hellhound. He's got to throw down fire on the first. He doesn't know he's there. The exchange, he held the wrong machine in his hand. He's going to get the kill anyway.
Getting the double pick.
So Krios up the top there, getting fire, something fierce. He doesn't know what's happening. The money's down. He switch out to the secondary, and Hellhound's going to get the kill.
Absolutely unaware that Hellhound was sitting in that pit. How, after 14 rounds of that man living in that pit, do you not know to look there?
What's the chances after 14 rounds? Would he still be there, switching out to the secondary and still getting the kill?
And there it is, 14-0, and
I need someone to stroke my temples. Anyone but you. So it's back to the 2-3. eNCA going to go all the way to the top of Banana, fire 2 rounds out, try and slow down Suspect, Krios, and QQ. They're going to hold up in the middle of Banana, blinded completely by eNCA's flash.
And it's at the moment, White Rabbit are like, where do we look? Where can we go? They've split up a 3-2 here. They're trying to find a peak somewhere. Style rotating around. They're making noise everywhere. Explicit and Hellhound in their spots. And are we going to see a push through Archers here?
Oh, wow. With the assist from Krios, QQ finding the first opening kill. His back's turned, so is his! Getting laid in the pockets now is 3v2 in favor of White Rabbit Gaming. Hellhound and Explicit, the two guys you want to love. Hellhound now drops. It's a 3v1. Explicit now in the rotation. He's going to push up through Banana. That bomb's going to go down. He's going to try anyways to take it back.
Okay, so this is exactly what we needed from White Rabbit. Just before the half, they should be able to get themselves a pick here. 14-1 is not ideal, and they cross out that 15-0, and they'll be happy with that. So that was a great half from DC. Very, very disciplined and coordinated. I think White Rabbit will be a little bit disappointed, and I know that they will want to build up on this. I mean, we saw this happen, VP and Fnatic, you know, this kind of thing, Fnatic taking a 14-1 on T side on this map, and Virtus Pro managed to pull it back, I think nine rounds before Fnatic could actually win the game. So this is not impossible to come back. As long as you maintain your composure and as disciplined as the team you're playing, or more disciplined. And there's a very aggressive push here from DC as they push straight out onto that A bomb side. Archers is getting absolutely dominated there at the moment.
It's a trade for kill there, 3v2 now. Apocalypse and Hellhound, the last two people standing. It's a Tech 9 and Apocalypse is going to get rung out. It's a 2v2 and it's 2v1, apologies.
And it's Hellhound and Krios that are going to meet up first here. Hellhound getting, and Krios ringing the bell, and down goes DC. 14-2, and this is the way it needs to go. It's still another 2 rounds. Are DC going to force up here? They're probably going to be calm and collected and get a couple of Tech 9s and armor and see what kind of economical damage they can do. But a couple of MP7s there and some FAMASs for White Rabbit at the moment, and they're going to try and get as many rounds of DC as they can. DC only need 2 more rounds to win this match and move on into the semi-finals later tomorrow.
Toasty playing very shallow in that A side, trying to hold it out. He's going to get the first engagement here by the looks of things. It's a heavy stacked 3 and 2 defense from White Rabbit Gaming on B and A side respectively. Explicit Encin going in through back alley there, and Styles now making the rotation out. Not much to play for. It's a hurry up and wait sort of approach.
Yeah, they've got their stuff in apps. They've got Hellhound just holding in that banana area. Obviously trying to bleed out the utilities of White Rabbit to see where they can push. And as I say that, they move in onto this A-bomb side and get the first pick on Toasty.
And in comes the call. The rotation's coming in. It's a 3-on-2. Apocalypse second all the way down. Styles is about to get ringed off the bell, and he does indeed. And that's a reverse rotation. Back up to B-side. It was the biggest sale in history, and everyone bought it. B-side now unattended.
Unattended. That smoke being leaving a little bit of a gap there. So it's the spray through that smoke will happen, and he manages to pick up Apocalypse. Great work there from Trials, getting himself a 3 kill for nothing. Hellhound getting the double kill, finishing off Kron with the 3 kill, and that's exactly what DC needed now. Momentum is completely swapped, and they're getting guns.
Match point.
Match point. Wow, Trials with a great shot through smoke, but unfortunately shadowed by that 3K that Hellhound decided to do with a little P250.
Pistol. That's right.
And no smoke.
No, it was 2 stones, a slingshot, and a P250, and he killed everyone with it. Wow. So back to a 2 and 3 split from White Rabbit Gaming, favoring the A side. They're going to go through apps. There's DC. Apocalypse going to poke his beak out there. Kron and Toasty going to try and flank him out.
Styles just rocking that deagle. He's going to He's going to try and get himself some kills over there. And Hellhound starting off the game immediately with a kill, and they are starting to systematically eliminate White Rabbit Gaming off of this map with 5v2.
5v1, QQ eating nade for breakfast just then, and not much to do in response. Now, what are you going to do? They're going to put that... no, they're not even going to bother. They're not even going to bother... Oh, there we go, finally putting that bomb down and call me a liar. They're exchanging. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. DC going to take that game.
And that spot in the semi-finals tomorrow. So, guys, thanks for joining us. We are about to switch over to our panel desk. We'll be back at 10 o'clock or later.
Slightly later. We started slightly later, ladies and gentlemen.
What? 11:45.
Q2. And ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching. Back over to our panel.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Adam, I'm not sure what happened in the DC booth during the halftime after the first map, but clearly there was a hell of a pep talk.
No, definitely. And if we had a look at that crowd, what a crowd to watch this game. And definitely one for the books. DC turned it around. As I was saying, they went into the situation where they didn't need to have much of a pep talk. They knew what went wrong in the first map, and all they had to do was pretty much stick to their guns. Inferno was their map, another one of their maps, should I say. And, they pulled it off, and they've got a 16 win out of the two.
I mean, it's interesting to note that DC actually picked Cash.
Correct.
And WOG were the ones that picked Inferno.
A bit of a surprise there. I wouldn't have seen them wanting to go into Inferno, not in the second map, especially after going with expectations that DC have done a lot on Cash.
Yeah.
But as we saw, Instant coming out, doing a little bit more of a support role and helping out a lot more. And then again, the brothers just doing everything they need to.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to note, as you said, Instant and Apocalypse, I feel, had a much bigger role in this map. Both of them are actually getting top frags for DC. Apocalypse obviously doing insanely well.
Yeah, as always.
Some really good rifle work coming out of him. But WOG, I don't think they should feel too bad about themselves.
No. Look, I mean, it was one round. It was one kill away from overtime. Going to overtime in that first map could have changed everything, especially because of the fact that if they had taken it. And then when it comes down to the situation, DC have got the experience. WOG, first LAN event as a team, first major with regards to this up-and-coming year. So it really was a great one, and well played to them. Well played. Nothing to take away from them at all. They showed up, especially in the first map, with all guns blazing. Maybe as well a little bit of fatigue setting in after that first map. A little bit of questioning, what do we do right? Let's try and focus on that, and then focusing too much on it. But very, very well played.
We have an interview lined up with our MC, Gareth. So, Gareth, take it away.
We've just completed our third quarterfinal with DC managing to get away with a little bit of, I don't know, it was a little bit close. Yeah, it was a bit of a scare. It was way closer than I think a lot of the bookies had their money. But your thoughts on that first game?
Yeah, that first game was obviously very close. I think that it did come down to the wire. We had a very strong first half, and I thought that we were quite well positioned. But unfortunately, our defense in the second half was a bit weak, and they found our weak points. They managed to sort of work their way through our defenses, and we managed to hold on, which is what I guess is important. But well played to them. I thought that it was a very strong tee half by them, and yeah, I mean, I think it was a lot better on the second map. It is a CT advantage map, so we did expect to score high, but we were very happy with how tight we kept it in the end.
Awesome. That transition then into the second game, obviously far more confident. The scoreline definitely shows it. Was there a bit of a pep talk at halftime, to just refocus, get the nerves out the way? What was said by the captain just to get things kind of realigned again?
Well, I think that the first map sort of shocked us, just like into action, I guess. And at halftime, there were some words said. There were no harsh words. We try to keep things, on the up, and we managed to come back. I think the strong start sort of built on itself, and the confidence just became self-fulfilling. And then from there, it just became a bit easier. But when your team is playing well and the momentum is there, then it does get easier as time goes on.
Brilliant. So you're through now to the semi-finals. Yes. Last question before I sign off. Who are you hoping to face in that semi?
Well, it's hard to say. I think that XTC APG will be a close game. Obviously, we played APG on the online league, and they did beat us. And I would like to have a rerun at them again, to be honest. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. You hear that there. Inson keen for the rematch with APG. But we're signing back to the panel now. Cheers.
You ready, Corey?
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here. We're joined with the captains, or captains players even. And how did you guys feel? How did you go? Tell me about it.
Cash was good. We did a lot of run-throughs and demos, watching DC play style. But on Inferno, we weren't able to find a demo to watch.
Okay.
But also, their CT side was very strong. I mean, it was difficult to breach and get the first kills on the angles. So I think we stacked a bit on Inferno, but their hold on CT was very strong, I have to say.
APOC, and your side?
Yeah, the first map, they started off really well with their pistols. As always, they've got insane pistols. So they took it and we crawled back into the game in the first half and we did really well. And then as terrorists, they actually did excellently on the breach. They managed to pick us off and push us to pieces. And actually, they probably should have closed out that game, and taken it. But luckily, we got that last round when we had a partial buy. And from there into the second map, we felt, okay, now we're in the zone. We can do this. We're defending first on Inferno. Let's win the pistols and move from there. And it just went quite through. We're forcing them to low economy the whole game.
Yeah.
Worked out quite well.
And I mean, you were outstanding in that game, both maps. I mean, it was an absolute brilliant display of DC play, especially on that Inferno. I mean, going back to your original guns, going back to how you guys have always structured your players, being calm, collective. Do you feel that was the influence on the actual Inferno map versus what happened in Clash?
I think so. Like on what happened on Inferno is, it's quite nice in Inferno when you're defending and you got the pistol round because you got the money and the equipment. So we were just delaying, and it was working really well. And their breaches were a little bit stagnated. So we're like, okay, calm, collected, just sit back and wait. And they weren't really getting the entry like they were in Cash. So we just, chilled out, used all our equipment, and then just waited for that late breach. So, putting you guys in a bit of a spot there to try and execute.
That's right. They put us in a bad spot on Inferno.
I can see that you guys responded very well in Cash, and you guys were almost down and out. I mean, as people generally look at Cash saying a CT map, what you guys did was exactly what was needed. You took them off their game, you jumped at the points they didn't expect it, and you shut them out. Also, keeping in odd places, something that happened in the second round now of the second half in Inferno. Sitting in awkward places where you're sitting in CT spawn, not expecting the rotations, was I think the key moments in Cash. Where to from here for WLG?
Back down to the drawing board, going to practice our other maps harder. I think our Cash is very strong and our Mirage and those ones, but we need to get some aim out. I think we lacked some aim in Inferno.
Okay. And your thought patterns between allowing Inferno to be a map choice for DC themselves?
I think that them starting as CT was a big factor on Inferno.
Yeah.
But their CT side strong.
Okay, and DC, what is from your side, Avak, what is your approach to this event that maybe would have differed from previous ones?
I think, this time we didn't get caught off guard. I mean, we know these guys are going to play. We didn't make the same mistakes we made in at Rage, going in, group stages or whatever. And, this is the top 8 teams now. You're here and everyone can play. So I think that helped us also just close out Cash, saying, look, we knew we were in for a fight. It was going to happen. So exactly that's how we're going to take the whole tournament. One map at a time, one game at a time. And just focus on exactly what you're going to do. We're not even thinking about elims in the finals.
Brilliant.
You got your next map to play, so that's how we're going to approach.
No, great. And I mean, as we saw with Hellhound and Style, a brilliant startup in Cash. Obviously, falling back a little bit when you guys did the comeback. But how did you feel the crowd? What is this about? I mean, this is ridiculous. The cheering, the level, the booths. Tell us, what is the feel? What is your opinion?
When you get a clutch round and the crowd screams, it's pretty good. And they were quite on our side today.
Especially those comeback rounds. I mean, the crowd was going absolutely mad. The booths?
Oh, perfect. I couldn't hear anything. It was perfectly soundproofed for me with my in-ears. It wasn't comfortable. Tables the right height. Plenty of space. You can't ask for better. I mean, excellent setup. Really great.
Your guys' play of the match? Anything that you guys would have picked up? Something that could have maybe changed it for you guys at the point of what you did differently in Cash? Or did you talk about anything that went in?
Yeah, I mean, at halftime we had a bit of a discussion, halftime between the two maps, and we're like, listen, guys, we really have to start off strong and really focus on the pistol round, which was actually the key to Inferno. Because if you let the T's come in there and start the economy off strong there, you never know what can happen on the map. Switch them into the defense. They've got an equally strong defense. We just don't want to let them get there. Yeah. So, that was the plan at halftime. Don't let them post a total.
It was exact same plan for us on Cash. Hit the pistol rounds, build up the economy, and then just take it through. But Inferno, I think we lost a bye round.
Yeah.
It's you
Yeah.
guys, Byron. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's where it started to fall.
Fall a little pear-shaped.
Yeah.
But I must admit that the plays, though, were never really, it was never knocked down to the wire. There was always one or two players alive, 2 business ones there. I mean, DC, you guys came back.
Absolutely. Luckily, Hellhound and Styles retakes were on point again, so it was
Yeah.
nice to see. So it just also made it a bit difficult for them. They had positional advantage. All of a sudden, Yanni just comes through and hits a headshot out of nowhere, changed the situation again. So
He's
worked out quite nice.
He's good at taking over the rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you say your point was from Kron, for a perspective of when did you see that you could come back from that for cash? Because at one point you must have thought, okay, we're in a bit of trouble here, we've got to do something different, or are we going to stick to our guns? What was the turning point?
Basically, as T-sides, when we were feeling the pressure,
Yeah.
we decided to save up, full equipment, take out the AWP,
That was a good call.
and push on to Rion in middle and APOC in them, because we know that they like to push aggressively out.
Yep.
So we waited for them, took the picks, and then moved on.
That was a very
On
good call
breaches.
because what they were doing is taking full mid control without losing a man.
Yeah.
And if anything, they were always getting a shot off. So, in that position, CT's like, oh, well, let's push right back inside. And they used their space really nicely to push us right into the edge of the bomb sides. So it was a good game. It was
a good game. First map was a good game.
Yeah, that first map was an entry point for the day. And well, that's all from us. Thank you very
Great.
much, guys. Kron
Thanks a
and
lot.
Apocalypse, brilliant
Thanks.
game. And we're going off to the stage.
Thanks.
There we have it. Congratulations to DC making their way into the semi-final. A fairly expected result, although White Rabbit did give them a scare in that first map. So they'll move on to their opportunity to play for 20,000 Rand in the semi-finals, and then maybe on to that final place of being able to play for 40,000 Rand this weekend. We're going to close the stream for a couple of minutes while everyone gets ready for our final quarterfinal. That will be starting at about 12:30. That stream will resume with that game starting at 11:45. Join us back then. Cheers. just wanted to avoid. Oh, you want crowd or what? Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rage Expo Cape Town, and we are just about to start off with our last quarterfinal at the CSGO Master Series, proudly sponsored by Telkom. Our last game, of course, is XDC versus WRG. We are XDC fans. Over there, I can see, yeah, they're in the house, all right. And finally, where are Aperture fans? Here we go. Does anyone know what's going on? Because it sounds like a lot of people have no idea. This, ladies and gentlemen, they're playing for 100,000 Rand. Not this game in particular. They need to make their way to the final. But 100,000 Rand is up for grabs this weekend as part of the Telkom Masters Series. Already, we've had 3 teams make it through to the semifinals. These guys are playing for their last chance at that semifinal spot. This is a best of 3 single elimination. So that's, if you lose this game, you're out. Your weekend is over. All right, we're about to get ready to pass over to our panel, who are going to discuss the details for this game. Over to you guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome Barry and Adam back to the panel, back to the desk of power as they pull my brilliant face. It's called the panel starting face.
And you're Ron
anyway,
Burgundy.
so we've had a very exciting start to the day with WRG. I'm just ignoring you and going to carry on.
You've got to buy into
WRG versus DC. DC obviously taking it, securing themselves a spot in the second final, and getting themselves an up in prize pool money as well.
Yeah.
Getting 10,000 Rand every time you pretty much go through a round. Now we've got another very exciting match in the form of XTC APG. Once again, just because Barry likes, I'm sure Barry's going to be supporting APG. I want to support XTC for this one.
Those are random assumptions and accusations I am not prepared to buy
Barry.
into.
Who
you
are
already
supporting?
owe me 1 bottle.
I do. Are we willing to put a second one on? That's the question.
Oh, there's a challenge. There's a challenge.
I am pert. I am ready for this.
Okay, Barry, what are your predictions for this match? XTC versus APG.
My heart goes XTC, but I am a businessman. So I will go APG and take my second bottle home with me.
Oh, Adam?
I'm going to have to go APG. XTC sharp on land. They really do. They really do.
yeah.
They've got good players. It's going to come down to 1 or 2 key moments, I think, because they can swindle 5 or 6 rounds, as we saw the 14-16 with the DC game. But yeah, I'm going to have to go with APG, just based on also the history they're playing.
Once again, I'm going to have to side with the XTC. Unfortunately, my Rocket League partner, the corrupt BB Graham, is one of the XTC players. So I'm terribly biased in this regard, because anyone that wants to take us on in the arena, we're here all weekend. Rocket League, I'm ready, I'm prepared. And we will take you.
That's why you're only here for the Rocket League.
I'm only here for the Rocket League,
really
always was. But looking at the map, we don't have the maps in yet. What do you think XTC's game plan should be in terms of maps and elimination? What map do you not want to play APG on?
Yeah, Adam.
I must admit, when it comes to thanks, I appreciate that. Must no. Well, when it comes down to it, APG are they're very similar to a Bravado kind of style. They've got a lot of players from the old school, from the original Bravado Energy, all sorts of teams.
Yeah.
So I don't think they also have a deep map pool. And when it comes down to Tulani, brilliant players. So those kind of things are going to come into it.
Yeah.
I can't even pick a map or a strategy style. I would just say they need to stick to the game plan. They've done well so far. They've come second in the seeding. They didn't do that by chance, and only dropping the 2 games in the pools. So, well, when it comes down to it, I think it's actually on the game, on the map. It's not going to I don't think it's going to have much of an influence which map, but I do think the sides are key. Something that happened even in the WRG game is the side on the second map, their map side is the key moment. If that goes otherwise, you almost drop morale, worried about what am I doing, because your brain was triggering, oh no, I'm going to be CT automatically, I'm going to do defending, now I'm going to push out, oh wait, I'm pushing out too far, wait, hold on, I'm not taking the picks. So I think it's really going to come down to the sides they choose on their maps.
Right, guys, we are going to give you short intro videos for each of the sides. We'll be starting first, I believe, with Aperture Gaming.
That's correct.
Can I? The panel.
Well, we're back again. That was a shorter
We're
one.
almost with Aperture Gaming.
We'll be there shortly.
Should hopefully be here sometime soon.
It was a pre warm up video.
Oh yeah.
Listen,
Aperture Gaming. I can tell you, formerly Apollo Gaming, and yeah, right. We should be ready to roll. So here's the introduction for Aperture Gaming.
Driven to succeed, not only at the highest competitive level, but to redefine the gaming world with their core value. 13, they took first place in Battlefield in the 2014 DGC and secured their place in the DLG Premier Division. They have both demolished their rivals in the gaming arena and empowered new and inexperienced teams in the local gaming community. They are resolute, focused, formidable. This is clan leader Tiernis Alpha Renji Low, and they are Aperture Gaming.
In the meantime, are able to introduce team experts at Total Chaos. Not yet.
No, apparently
but
not.
XDC actually, we'll get
this
there.
is really well. I think Barry's playing tricks on us.
XDC is a very well-known game. They're one of the oldest in South Africa.
Yeah.
Known mainly for their Battlefield sides. They have two two amazing Battlefield sides. In the 8v8, it was called Black Legion. They now exist as Black and Legion, and they've recently expanded into Counter-Strike with the XDC Counter-Strike team, which have done extremely well. But let's have a look at some of their achievements in this brief intro video.
For over 16 years, they have been on the front line of the esports scene in South Africa. Created to conquer Quake, they expanded into Counter-Strike 1.6, taking first place at the 2001 Regional WCG to attend the main event in Seoul, Korea. They have evolved into a clan force to be reckoned with, have featured regularly in the DGL, and built successful divisions in Dota 2, Call of Duty, and Battlefield. In the end, they are here for one reason, and one reason only: to be the last clan standing. This is clan leader Mark Manimal Gazzard, and they are experts at Total Chaos.
Right, guys, that are the two teams that we'll play against. We've just received the map info. Map 1
Guess
is
what's
going
back? It's an Inferno.
It's going to be Inferno, and it's going to be exciting. Second map is going to be Cobble, and the third map, if we go that far, will be Mirage. So we've got three interesting maps on the pool. Inferno going to game 1. I expect APG to be fairly comfortable in this first map pick.
No, I think so, and they have got the experience, like I was saying, Tulani as well, coming from Tools, coming from his previous gaming experience. I mean, Zero Chance as well, brilliant players coming up and showing what they can do. Inferno is definitely one of the maps that's also been in the map pool since 1.6 days. It's always been a regularly played map, as we've seen in this event as well. Almost every single matchup has had an Inferno. So it's going to come down to now seeing, maybe noticing the mistakes the opposition have made, players that they've watched, seeing the key moments, and it also creates like a pattern. When you're watching previous teams, you like to use spots they have used, even though you don't, and that can actually throw you off a game. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, I mean, that pit around the A bomb site Inferno, now formerly known as the Hell Pit, because of Hellhound's excellent defense there on counter-terrorists in the last game. It's something to me that you make a valid point. Teams, when WOG, especially in Cash, when they decided to completely just rush into a bomb site, they got punished almost every single time. It was actually when they decided to play their own pace of game and get things going in their own direction that things really started to work for them in their Cash lineup. And I feel that's something that these teams need to do in this game. They need to play at their own pace.
Yeah.
You know, as soon as they start to rush things, start to try getting onto a bomb site, just trying to get the economy with the bomb down, things start to fall apart. And I feel like against APG, you've got to take this as slow as you possibly can.
No, 100%. And I think that I have to slightly disagree with you in the fact that I feel when WRG started pushing correctly, I fully agree with you that they lost a bit of structure. They started rushing too much, which I agree with you there completely. But with their regard, I feel their gameplay was a very rush tactic and trying to throw DC off their line. With this regard, I don't think XTC are going to be thrown off by rushes. And APG also not a team that need the ability only to rush. They have the aim, they have the morale, as we were talking about earlier, and something as Barry was mentioning, that morale is going to be a key element. Because if you lose that morale and you lose that player mentality as a team, you could come down to the wire on the 1-on-1s, and you're rather going to end up having 5 1v1s versus a 5v5.
I mean, it's important to note XTC have a slightly different play style from what we usually see. I think this is partly because they have quite a rich background, some of their players in Call of Duty and Battlefield. Both two games that require a lot more movement and a lot more rotation ability in both those games. Counter-Strike, not so much. But I feel like Zin, for example, he's very mobile on the map. I remember watching him play Mirage during the group stages. He was absolutely everywhere, rotating to A, suddenly he was in mid, then he was in B. He was a proper support player, and you know that you get the feeling that even while he's playing Counter-Strike, he still takes that knowledge that he learned from Call of Duty and the speed in which he plays, and he uses that to his advantage. It's one of the reasons that I enjoyed watching XTC during the group round. I mean, their match against DC, I believe it was 16-11 that they eventually lost out that match, but showed some really good strength in their side. So I'm really looking forward to XTC. APG obviously have an incredible lineup. Not only they've got James Weinberg, they've got Tulani, both players who have incredible amounts of experience playing for top teams and playing overseas. They're having both played for Energy Esports at ESWC in 2014. It's something not to forget. But in fact, we've got international experience on both sides. Karak BV used to played for Bravado Gaming in 2008 when SK Gaming came down to play against South Africa. So you have that international exposure and that what I like the BMT, big match temperament for both.
Thank you for that. Many people wouldn't have known. The BMT is important.
BMT, you've got to have it, and a lot of these teams show that composure. In this match, but looking forward, I feel these teams they know that whoever wins this, they're going to be playing DC tomorrow. So I feel like they don't want to show all their strats now. They want to save it because they know they have the big match coming. But even now, you're against a strong opponent.
Yeah, you got to pull the guns out now. You got to show some stuff. Yes, it was early tournament, so early tournament everybody was watching. I think a lot of teams now are also going to be focusing on the next game coming up, so they're going to be focusing on what they're doing now. And I feel that most of the teams, with the way that they've been practicing, the way they've been rehearsing their strats, they are going to be going through patches where they will only use half in one game, half in the other, or they'll pull everything out, and you'll never know really when they're using them. Because the combination of players is so dynamic, especially with a player like Tools. I mean, he really has an ability to change it up, to pick up almost any gun. We even see him sometimes running around with an AWP. Very rarely, but when he does, he picks it up and he actually just does what he needs to do. So, I mean, how's your experience gone as your CSGO days are starting to jump into fold?
My CSGO mainly involves shooting at a wall and missing.
That's always good.
I'm very good at circling opponents with my bullets. Unfortunately, the head area is never.
Of skill.
Yes, I'm a competitive. I wouldn't call it a first-person shooter. I shoot things in first person, just not at other people. Yeah.
The G throws the gun.
Yes.
Bomb plants in the square. You got that.
Well, unfortunately, you would know, having been a friend of mine for almost 20 years, that my Counter-Strike was never up to par with the rest of our friends.
But we definitely heard about it when you got the kills.
I made it known. That's for sure. But they tried to teach me as much as I could, but eventually I just gave up and started playing Dota.
So now panel is the way to go.
So instead of if you can't do, talk. So that's why we're here, just keeping it real. We've got most of the players in the match, so we should be getting underway fairly soon. We're just waiting for the last few players to get in there, but it's going to be some action fairly soon. And it must be said, the Rage Arena today.
Absolutely brilliant. It's a vibe. We've got a crowd going here. I mean, it's really, really great. And seeing the booth taking full use, and the ability of the crowd to influence the play. I mean, I was having a chat to QQ from WRG after that game, and he just said that all that mattered was taking the rounds and going to Kran as well with the clutch rounds. It was amazing just to hear the screams, just to hear the shouts, to hear the support, knowing that people were behind them, and that's what they wanted. They wanted to come out and show their stuff. And that's another thing. And these teams are starting off on new slates. A lot of them are starting off on a new slate, a new combination of players. So what they want to do is they want to show their stuff. They want to strut it in front of this crowd. It's a 100,000 tournament. Perfect. Let's go for the million. Show them what we got. Show we're not an unreasonable force to reckon with, and that we actually can show our own. And that's what DC was saying as well back. They were very impressed with the way that WRG came back. They picked their plays, they slowed down when they needed to at the critical time. And that was that changeover where they were able to do a bit of a comeback.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. In the South African scene in the past, generally we've seen the depth only reaches a certain level in terms of the players. You know, you've always had, in Dota and CS, you've always had sort of your top 3, top 4 sides, and then from then on in, it tends to get a little bit murky, I think would be the word that I've chosen to use. But it must be said, thanks to the ability to watch international replays, improving internet here in South Africa, that we're actually able to play overseas and watch and play against international people, that it's starting to show that the depth is definitely increasing. I mean, WRG, a new side, people would have probably, you know, washed them off without even thinking about it. And here they are almost taking a map against DC, a fresh side filled with players that we haven't really seen too much in the past, besides Kran, who's been around for a very long time. But I mean, a fresh side that showed that the talent and depth is there. It's just a little bit more hard work is needed.
Yeah, I think that there was like most teams will go back to the drawing board after this, and they will take it down to the situation of, is it necessary to do what we did in certain plays? Certain players, will come out with a little bit more aggravated, an online mentality of, this didn't go well, let's have a moan about it. And the key points there will be the coaches, the experienced players, and the staff behind it, as well as the captain, just to calm them down and realize it didn't really matter what happened at the end of the day, as long as we brought our best. And all these teams have brought everything. Scoreline is 16-0, 16-2. It doesn't show what happened in the rounds. I mean, that Bravado game yesterday, it went down to the wire in almost 10 of the rounds. So it really is an interesting play. And as you were saying, this Rage Arena is awesome. It's picking up all the time. We're looking at your famous book for the knowledge of 12,000. I think you might even be wrong there and get a few more numbers than that.
Oh, I mean, that 12,000 was just from the tickets booked for today. So that's not including people that have just decided to come and check things out here at the Rage Expo at the Grand West Entertainment World in Cape Town. Shameless plugging, but I'm going to keep on going at it. And I would just like to a big shout out to the crowd here in front of us and at home. Thank you guys for watching so much. Give yourself a round of applause, guys.
Let's get behind these guys. Let's go, crowd. Come on.
Thanks for coming to join us in some Counter-Strike action as we continue to fill up the arena. We're beginning to encroach on other people's space, but we don't care. We just want to watch some great Counter-Strike, and the game should be going fairly soon. We are just waiting. They're sorting out a couple of config issues with the APG players. So we should be getting there fairly soon for some great Counter-Strike. But what have you seen at the Expo that's really piqued your interest? Anything of worth?
Yeah, there actually has been something, and it's something different. I know it's happened a lot overseas. It's an oxygen bar. Something that you would never expect to see at a Gaming Rage Expo. But I guess they're feeling that people that are playing games indoors all day need extra oxygen. So the oxygen bar is something that I would say is a little bit of a different scenario. And Monster have come out in full force. They're absolutely everywhere here. And well, first of all, and most important from our perspective, is Telkom. They've come with this amazing setup. Everything is going and it's moving around. People are vibing, and when everybody is actually ready down to it, they're all having a great time. The players are jawling so hard, and I'm going to throw jawling in there because that's a proper South African version. So yeah,
parting for those non-South African viewers, jawling means parting.
Yeah, it is really, really great. So I'm glad to see, and I think that today is going to be the second day of a build-up. Tomorrow, a bigger final. It's going to be amazing.
I mean, absolutely. We know one semi-final already. It's going to be BBD taking on Carbon. And the second final is going to be the winner of the match coming up taking on DC. That'll happen tomorrow morning. The first semi-final will happen later on this afternoon.
Yes.
It's actually our third batch that we've got lined up for the day. Sure to be an absolute cracker. So if you are here at the Rage Expo, make sure to stick around for some great Counter-Strike. We've got 2 best of 3s coming for you for the rest of today. So make sure that you stay. And if you're on the stream, twitch.tv/DGL Live, make sure to use our hashtag Telkom DGL. Tell us how your experience has been so far. If you're at the expo, feel free to tweet us. Give us, how do you feel about our booths? How do you feel about the stage? Come and tell us if you're having a good time. That's hashtag Telkom DGL. You can find us at telkomgaming.co.za as well as the Digital Gaming League.co.za. If you want any more information about the information about our leagues, we are the largest South African league.
The lineups as well. A lot about the players.
The lineups, exactly. We've taken the trouble to write profiles for every players. Shout out to Sam, a fellow journalist who helped me and write these profiles once we got all the information for the players. So make sure to go onto Telkom Gaming. You can check out the history of the clans. You can check out the team rosters and a little bit about each player.
And their history.
And their history, of course. I mean, a lot of these players have been around for a long time. Yeah. It's quite an interesting factor actually in this. You have a mix in especially the Counter-Strike scene of these old players that have a lot of wealth and experience, combined with what I call the new generation, the generation that was born with internet, and born with this kind of thing, being able to, as a young child, watch esports and say, hey, that's something I want to get involved in, and then start from an early age to work out, And I feel like it's the combination of these two, the old and the young, that's really starting to bring the competitiveness of Counter-Strike to the fore.
Yeah. And if you had to look at it, the setup here is very similar to international scene already. I know it's taken time. South Africa has had to fill in the gaps in a delayed response. But if you look at it, you've got Copenhagen games that are happening, and at the same time we've got booths that are absolutely amazing. We've got an awesome camera crew, and then we've got players that are really showing their stuff. And like you said, they've been in and around. They've been dynamic players. The newer players have been able to learn a lot quicker because of the availability of the technology. And look at the Rage Expo. Look at the technology available just in general. This is in Cape Town. We're going to have another one later this year. It's really in Johannesburg. It's brilliant. It really is an entertainment and a new level, and taking it more than just gaming.
Absolutely. And don't forget that this is just Counter-Strike. We've also got the Dota 2 Masters, which I will be absolutely more comfortable with than Counter-Strike.
All about it.
I can talk about Dota for hours, but it looks like the game is actually getting ready to get underway as
we're just going to finalize a few
things,
probably.
The players are finally all in the match and getting themselves warmed up as we begin to get ready to cross our casters. So don't forget, this tournament is for 100,000 Rand as we watch the 4th and final quarterfinal match. And as soon as I get the thumbs up, we'll be able to cross to our casters.
Oh, it seems like we have some thumbs up.
And it looks like we are beginning to get underway. Crowd, are you ready to watch some great Counter-Strike?
Is anybody there behind us? Let's go.
Come on.
That could have been better.
Look, I'm looking behind me and I see a lot more people.
So let's hear it for the 2 teams that are coming up, XTC versus APG.
That's better. We're going to be crossing to our casters as we get ready to go with Barry and Lewis. Take it away.
All right, guys, welcome and thank you for waiting patiently. It's time, APG versus XTC.
It's going to be a stonker again.
Absolutely. This is Inferno, and APG have the pleasure of being on the side of CT.
And here we go. Let me get my map up so I can see what is going on. There's going to be a 3-2 split currently from Aperture Gaming, holding off the top of Banana. Wow. Hey, how do you do? Here's a 45 ACP round to your face.
Very, very aggressive push here at the moment from XTC. They're wanting this bomb site, this A bomb site, and they are moving in. Smoke's going down, and they got the bomb site.
And this is going to get run off the belt there by Vanda, and it's now a 4v5. Viking in the exchange as well, getting dropped all the way down to 70. But Zin's also in an engagement. It's crazy, 0 chance with them.
Light is getting a nice little headshot there on Dan, and unfortunately running into Boiler with his knife out and getting taken out by Convict. XTC taking the first round, and they have said, we are here to play.
We are here.
And we are here to win. So a good start from XTC, taking that pistol round. But we all know that pistol rounds mean nothing in this map, especially if it's a T-sided pistol round. So this is going to be interesting. Instantly, we've got a match pause here, and it looks like it might be some sort of sound issue that's happening for Cannibalistics. But, I mean, wow, XTC just straight off the bat there.
The hurry-up offense running into that A site, nothing to answer for. Players dropping like flies on a hot day. And it was a great exchange. Feeling better as XTC because they were the underdogs coming into this match.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you're coming into a map like Inferno and you are put on the side of T, you start to worry. I mean, we saw it happen with WRG against DC. DC taking CT 14-1.
Yeah, they took it all the way down to the nose.
Yeah, they did, and we're off again straight off the bat, and nothing from the CTs, just armor and pistols, and XTC rocking all the Galils and Utils. Just that Mach 10 on ballistics, and it's a little bit more of a slow and concise push here from XTC, still choosing to go to that preferred A bomb side at the moment. Convict and Domster pushing down that banana, trying to get those peaks and that intel to see if there's anything happening there. Zin will be there to hold them back with the smoke, and the push onto that A bomb side starts to happen now.
Wow, that molly perfectly placed and perfectly timed, picking up 3 kills right off the bat. It's a 2v4. Take a bow, Cannibalistic.
That man definitely knows what to do with a pistol, and as I say that, man, stepping out there and getting a second pick, and Cannibalistics onto the 4th. Can he get himself that little ace?
He's doing his level while he can't.
No, move out of my way, I need this.
It's mine. I licked it, it's mine. Panda's now going to square off. Where is he running to? He's gone the other side of A. He's going to try and get that bomb down.
Well, at the moment, Cannibalistic has eyes on that bomb, and that's going to force him around, and nothing's happening at the moment. They have that bomb, and this is all up to PND right now. He needs to do something. Splash in, and down he goes. Convict getting that and picking up the Galil for his efforts. APG taking that second round, and they are now kind of driving a little bit more.
2 perfect utilities. That Molly holding them off, and that flash blinding him as he traversed that rear movement.
Well, I mean, you've got Cannibalistics going in there with those 4 kills. I mean, that's exactly what you want. That's what you need. Pistol round, you've just lost it, and then you get Cannibalistics who says, it's okay, I only need a pistol for the rest of my life.
That's it, I got this. You 4 take a bow. I'm going to carry on.
And again, another very aggressive push here from XTC. And Lights is opening up the encounter, but taken out by Corrupt there. So
it's a 1-for-1 trade. Corrupt down to 55, and he's going to get taken off with a headshot from that A1S. Dan also nailed. It's a 3-on-1. Dan's last one standing, and that is all she wrote. Up, but you're going to mark another one up in the W column.
So it's APG running rings around XTC at the moment. XTC trying a very aggressive approach on A. That's the 3rd time in a row they've gone for A. They are leaving that B bomb site completely open. Domster and Convict Zero not really being questioned or tested there. So time to see, they're pushing up second mid now, and there's Zin holding that banana avenue, and again straight into Domster with the nade onto Zin. So no pressure coming onto that B bomb site yet, and XCC just aggressively moving in onto that A bomb site. Nothing happening. You know, APG will just continue to pick them off, and there it is. Lights with the first 1 second. Switching out to secondary, getting the flag, getting the 3rd, and that's it. Look at that teamwork. APG are looking absolutely unstoppable at this moment.
Wow, Aperture Gaming, just an absolute injection of confidence.
I mean, look at those flashes, though. I mean, the flashes are getting dropped perfectly for those peaks, and everything is just falling into place for them at this moment. It's very early in the game, but I mean, you start off how you want to finish, and that is the best way to start off.
That's it. Full bars coming in now as I peruse their inventory. Corrupt going to go try and push as close as he can. Wow, it's the hurry-up defense from Aperture Gaming all the way down Banana, and here comes a mad rush onto A side. It's a 5-man push. There's only 2 back there from Aperture Gaming. Intel's going to come in. They're going to sneak in through Archers. Corrupt going to tee off against Lighters. Viking's going to try and hold up as much as he can in that smoke. First one got to go down to Corrupt. Dobson's going to bite the bullet, and XTC are now 5v3. It looks like the shoe is on t'other foot. Here's a wide open B-side.
Getting picked off by Viking there up Banana, and now 2v1, and it's interesting to point out that Aperture decided to keep the MP7s and the FAMASs, keep saving on that money, using those weapons, and Convict here and Cannibalistics will just keep these two M4s that they've got, sit over here in apps and let XTC take this bomb site, pushing this into a 3-2. XTC just keeping a little Pikachu out there, seeing if they can see any of the APG guys trying to make a push onto the 3-bomb site, but they will keep that. And right now, APG sitting with some good cash in the bank, and this is what XTC would have wanted, to try and keep that momentum, keep pushing forward, and doing as much damage as they can. But you know, the team of them staying alive. Viking and D&D just losing a lot of health there, but still managing to keep those rifles and not having to lose out on any of that.
Great exchanges there as well. XTC winning out when they have the one-on-one exchanges, and putting them onto the back foot is APG. So it'll be interesting to see going forward whether or not that's a telling thing. See if the first pick goes against APG, whether or not that actually plays a part in how XTC unfurls that round.
And in come the smokes, and at the moment it's the first time spraying down through the fire, and Zero taking out P&D there. Very aggressive movement there from Zero Chance, and he will fall back to Cart there and just smoke his exit out there. Cannibalistics picking up the second one, and slowly but surely XTC are getting picked off here by APG. Really poorly timed peaks, and just, I mean, that great spray down through the smoke there from Zero Chance.
Corrupt Leopard crawling currently through apps. The calls come in, they're down to a minute. There's still loads of time. Corrupt causing as much hassles as he can through that smoke. He's got the line of sight onto, I think it's Cannibalistics up there, but not going to take the shot. They're going to hold off now. It's again a slowdown. They've breached the first part. Convict's going to try and cover that area.
Lining them up as they peek out, getting that flash, and we know how badly this... Catching them all off guard again, and Dan getting the flash kill there. Great work. Unfortunately, Convict rather, not actually able to capitalize on that perfect little flash he dropped down.
Domster's an engagement, but he's going to win it out. Zin's the last one left. Domster taken all the way down to 9. It's all happening.
It's happening at the moment. Domster really low on health at the moment, 9, and gets the pick on Zin, and at the moment it's just a back and forward. APG just picking off XTC there, and eventually XTC trying to work their way through APG, get a gap opening on the sides, and nothing happening for them at that point. And now we see Convict picking up that AWP.
And first the long-range engagement time. Wow, it's late in the game to see the first AWP make an appearance, but exciting. Wow, he's got them lined up. Let's wait and see whether or not he can pick any of them off.
Well, at this point, it's just a case of, like, you know, we've seen some really, really good AWP stuff from Matmo and Carbon, and you know that he basically dictated the play of the game. And here comes the push onto that A bomb site now. And it's quick, and they don't spot Cannibalistic up there. Getting the first and the second, but getting taken out by Corrupt there. And the push onto the A bomb site is now happening.
It's all of a sudden a 3v2. Corrupt only down to 1 HP. He picked up a few kills. This full health still. And it's a hold of Corrupt. Probably going to move in, try and pick up that bomb. It's out in the open. It's been planted. There's a 3-man push now as they're hold up. How's the utilities looking? None to speak of on the side of APG. There's the first engagement. They're going to get the kill. It's Domster.
And just leaving old Corrupt there on that one health. Very, very good approach there. Corrupt blocking off their push in from that boiler side with that smoke. So APG being forced to go around. Zin holding that angle really well, but I mean, he got picked off quite easily there. And even though he had the advantage from that angle. So, you know, here it is. XTC now being reduced down to pistols. Cash is looking a little bit worse for wear, and APG are starting to gain a little bit of momentum. If XTC can find themselves at least another 3 or 4 rounds, they can most definitely play with this. I mean, already rounds so early on is really good for them, but they will want to obviously get a couple more rounds to be able to work on this heavily CT side of map.
That's it. APG going to push all the way to the top of Banana. P&D holding them off as best he can currently with that. Oh, doesn't really matter. Dobson's going to collect his head with that AK-47. Convicts all lined up. There's going to be an exchange. Wow, he's going to get it through the doorway anyways. Push one out. The intel will come in. Corrupted gets the headshot. So
up Banana. He's happy to pick up those kills. Unfortunately, not able to finish off Dan, and Dan eventually being taken down by Zero Chance there. So Viking coming around, that bomb is stuck in Banana.
And they know it.
Well, I'm not sure if they do, because they haven't actually lined it up yet to see. But Viking most definitely does know that it's down there, and he needs to go and... Oh.
It's a wait and see game.
Between a rock and a hard place, and pushing himself up that Banana with Zero Chance and Convict getting some damage on him there. Very, very... Oh.
It's
very slow at the moment. Picking up the AK, getting the first, the second! And he manages to make his way up onto the B site with that bomb. And immediately APG will respond with a quick and very aggressive push. Lighters and Cannibalistics getting that bomb plant down for XCC. Exactly what they needed.
Little Ripper, they don't even know where he is. They're strafing the side. He puts it, they now know where he is. And they're going to collect him as well. That Molly pushing him out and waiting for him to emerge was Lighter. Wow, great play with that AK.
Viking absolutely playing out of his socks there, which is odd because Vikings don't wear socks. But the point is, I mean, getting that AK, picking up the bomb, getting the 2 kill there with the AWP and Zero Chance in that corner there, and managing to get that bomb plant down, getting a little bit of extra cash for his team. And look at that, now full buy coming in for XTC. And
Zin getting himself the finger of God. Let's see if he can work it out on Lighters.
This is going to be a close game. I can feel it. I can feel XCC are starting to open up and move moving this whole... Oh, Light is getting that cracking shot on Dan. Very aggressive push with that AWP in Banana and taking out Dan for his aggressive move down there.
Cheaply, they're going to hug up against A side, tuck up as close as they can to back of sight. There's now a 3-man rotation out there from APG, and it is all a wait and see game. PND again holding off on the bottom of Banana, trying to get as much intel and hold them off if he can, keep them occupied and try and sell that to them. So it's a stack now. It looks like they're going to push through the smoke.
Look at that rotation coming in there. Zero Chance falling back, trying, not sure whether he needs to push down or not, but XTC moving quietly onto this A bomb site through apps and into that site. In come the flashes and the smokes, and Cannibalistics is holding that pit area, and let's see if he's actually able to... In comes the molly, and down goes the molly, so molly's for everybody. And this push from the XCC being snuffed out by APG, holding them off with those utilities, and they haven't even rotated off of that B bomb site. Zero Chance and Domster just sitting right there, and here comes that push up Banana from XTC. So good, solid, patient play coming in from APG here.
22 seconds. We're about to see the hurry up and rush. Blinded by that flash. Here comes the movement from Ecstasy. They're going to get the first one taken out by Zen. Second one down. That's down 5v1. Corrupt's about to get taken off the map, and it's the teammates.
Zen unfortunately assisting APG there by killing his counterpart Viking. At least it was a headshot, and you know, he went out in style. But yeah, XTC being forced into a really quick rotation up that B site after APG were able to hold him off with those mollies and those smokes and those flashes, and just general like really good patient play from APG, holding and staying on that B site.
Dan getting nailed in the very beginning, and that's really what slowed them down initially into that push.
Lights is missing out on a shot there from Corrupt in that apps area, just narrowly getting under that balcony before Lights could actually get a peek on him.
So Dan's pushed all the way up to the mid-Banana area, and he's got the bomb with him in the form of Zen. They're going to kick that bomb out now, try and get as much intel as they can. It's a slowdown again. Viking and Corrupt are on site A. And here comes the rush. They've kicked the bomb out. Domster's going to get the first kill because he's got the angle through tree.
Lining up for Domster there, they did. And he will take those quite gladly, he will.
So it's, again, now Viking going to rotate out, pick up that bomb. Corrupt and him are the last two left against the 5. That is the angry APG clan. Missing the first pick. It's Tech 9s now. This is the last sort of stand. Viking going to rotate. Cannibalistic's got his number lined up from balcony.
Lighters shouldn't be missing that kind of shot. And I mean, at the end of the day, Corrupt now killing him and picking up an AWP, and this could end up being quite expensive for APG if they don't. But Domster decides to remedy that situation. But you know, yeah. I mean, really, you only have Tech 9s. There's not much you can do. APG are really firing on all cylinders at the moment. But now we've got another full buy here from XTC, and Lights is obviously feeling that he needs to hand that AWP over to Convict, and yeah, going over to that Archers area.
So it's a hurry-up defense from APG, pushing through and trying to gain as much intel. They've lined up on the wrong side as XTC on this engagement. They're going to try and boost. Whoa! Through the smoke and through the wall bang, as we like to know it. Zin picking him up. Is Zero Chance going to fall? Didn't even know what hit him in that specific juncture. They'll take heart in that. Lighters is all over. PND and Viking also going to come through now.
Domster's alone on that B bomb site, and only a matter of time before Corrupt and Zin actually push onto there, using his utilities just to slow them up. But it's just it's a 2v3 at the moment. Four. Well, Dan's on 5 health.
He's breathing heavy.
Yeah, so it's a 2v4 at the moment, and Domster holding tight on that site, but now all of a sudden the rotation coming in onto that A bomb site, and Convict with nothing but that AWP, hoping to get a quick pick here, probably fall back into Library or Archers.
That's it. They've stacked the 4 men on there, letting one go and missing. Finally going down with the nade of choice.
TK coming in there on Dan from PND, so XCC not doing themselves any favors at the moment with that being the second TK of the match.
So it's a slow down now again. Domster Convict in rotation. That bomb has gone down now, and they're going to have... Corrupt's got his number. Has he? Oh, Corrupt does have his number, and finally getting waxed off. Domster now the last man in rotation, and he's going to go down. XTC take one back.
And they will be happy with that. That's that third round, and now hopefully some momentum can build. They didn't lose a lot of weapons that previous round, and they managed to pick up that AWP, or at least keep it. So they're going to want to try, like I said, get another two or three rounds, and then build on that for that CT halftime swap out.
Domster and Cannibalistic, 14-5, 11-4 on their KD ratio, just absolutely playing out their skins.
Yeah, very aggressive push down here by Zero and Domster, while Zero moves back onto site. Deep smoke there onto that banana angle, and again XTC push out onto that favored bomb site. PND getting that first pick of Convict in that apps area, so already APG back foot.
4-on-4, Zin going down cheaply in the very beginning. They didn't see what hit him either. Great flash from there, and nothing to really show for it. They have taken him out. Lights is going to ring one out, and Corrupt and Viking taken down 46 and 42 respectively on their HP. Dan going to go down as well. Viking the last one standing. It's a 1v3. He is going to rotate out to that bomb, pick it up. No, he is not. Call me a liar. And there it is.
Well, that's a 9-3 for APG Aperture, and it's a simple case of, you know, they were on the back foot, first early kill, and then all of a sudden Aperture starts to use the utilities. They got that grenade kill. Lights is getting that grenade kill, using their flashes and smokes extremely efficiently, and moving onto those sites and basically picking off the XCC players as they moved on, using their utilities really well.
Do you think those team kills will start playing with their psyche as well?
If anything, it'll just be an annoyance. I don't think you can allow that, or it seemed like that. Straight through the molly, and he gets absolutely crisp, does PND. Domster placing that one right at his heels.
Zin's also damaged all the way down to 18. He is well done, literally.
You know, teams at this level shouldn't be allowing things like team kills to actually change the way that they play in that. And I don't think that a team like XTC would. But mollies are really doing most of the damage this round, as Domster manages to get his melted feet out of the way quickly. But XTC at the moment really looking a little bit worse for wear. Those, Zin with their Tech 9, but only on 18 health, and they're going to have to try and push the side quite aggressively at least. There's only two APG players on that site at the moment. It's Lysis and Convict, all of them waiting in the wings to rotate around.
Zero Chance has their number lined up. He's got spools for coverage, and they don't know he's there. Here comes the rush onto the B site. Working the angles, checking down Tree. There's the first one. Domster's going to take it to Ballistic. Second one, Domster as well. Corrupt's going to fall to him. It's down to a 2v4.
And it's only Domster left on that B bomb site, while Convict and Lighters move in through that CT spawn and are starting to help out, but Domster doesn't need it at the moment. He's already sitting on a 4K, and they're holding back to help him get his ace, and can he do it? Nope. Cannibal destroying hopes and dreams for days.
Shattered. 10 and 3. Wow. And that's going to wreck their economy as XTC.
Great work from Domster, though. I mean, 4K on that, and James trying to help, or Zero Chance trying to help out as much as he can, but unfortunately, Zero Chance, Domster rather, just doing what he needs to do.
Again, Convict holding the AWP, not much in the way of anything to speak of in the form of XTC except a Tech 9.
And an armor.
And an armor.
Just
hey, they
one.
got a bomb as well.
Yeah, they do have a bomb. But look at this. There's 3 guys on that B bomb site. They were expecting a quick push onto that B side. So APG reading the game well, knowing that XTC would be on a save round here, and trying to stack that B bomb site for a potential, because that B bomb site with the pistol rush can be absolutely devastating for two CT players trying to hold it like that. And they start to push onto this A bomb site now quite aggressively.
Laying down the spray, not getting it though. Finally getting Dan in mid-air is Cannibalistics. Picking up the second. Lice is coming to the party as well, and he is ringing true. It's all the way down to PND. Last man standing. He's got to pick up the kill with the pistol to the head.
One times peak shot, absolutely destroying lives there. And then the Kobe killed with the flash. That's gotta be sore.
Ego bruised.
One time Sunburn. So 11-3. One more round till halftime swap. XCC will want to try and take this one now.
That's it. They've spent every single farthing that they have in their bank and bought everything they could possibly use. Zen going to flank out to the top, throw out smoke, and see if they're going to hold off here.
Light is very aggressive in apps here, starting to try and get some picks off there, but unfortunately doing nothing but taking damage himself. Will drop that smoke to cover up his exit.
They've held out. Light is almost around there. Cannibalistic also moving out. Corrupt trying to keep Domster at bay at Zero Chance. They've pushed all the way to the front of Banana. PND going to rotate out, pick it up.
There is fire everywhere. Convict dropping that molly at their feet, and APG really using the utilities brilliantly there. They have been, and they take that 12-3 at halftime.
With the change-up. Let's see if this change-up does anything. There's going to be, I see a couple frustrated looks as I look over to the booth. So we'll see whether or not that the change-up now sings true.
Yeah, it's going to be an aggressive push here. I can only imagine from APG Aperture. They're going to move fast and quickly. They've got a couple of flashes, and it's all up to them now, wanting to finish this map off fast and lay their claim to their semi-final spot.
Authorities.
Absolutely. And as I say that, it's actually a very
slow push.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, good chat, guys.
APG slowing things right down, and Domster moving into that apps area, creating all kinds of absolute chaos there, getting that kill on PND, and all of a sudden that rotation, look at that. There's going to be a rotation. Only one player staying behind, and that's Viking. Still 3 guys, and there the move starts now, up from the T-spawn into that A bomb site. They've got the 2 picks they needed off of A, but they don't know that there's still 2 players, and in comes Viking now.
Then with the exchange, and he's going, wow. Convict going to get ringed out. It's now down to 1v5, 1v4 getting the headshot on him. He knows they're there, and they're now going to try and rotate out. The bomb's going to go down unattended. Viking not much to do or say currently.
That whole win there was crafted and manufactured by Domster. The guy's sitting on 4 health at the moment, getting those 2 crucial picks in apps there, getting that first kill and then turning around and doing that, opening up that A bomb site. And that is exactly what I told you. Those individual performances from players at specific times where they open up sites and all of a sudden where it looked like APG were going to try and create all kinds of chaos on that A bomb side. Eventually then, well, we've got the 2 picks on A. Let's rotate to A now because there is a gap, and they just walked onto that site and made it their own.
That's it. It looks like the force bars come in, the CZs and body armor, or armor for everyone. Watch Lights. He's got my favorite gun. He's going to do something spectacular.
Your favorite gun. So look at this, very aggressive from XTC, all up in apps, really close up in top mid there. No one in the back area in pits or anyone on that actual bomb site. So they're going to run into each other. P&D just three XTC guys pretty much in apps, and they are trying to catch them off guard with these CZs.
It's massive exchanges, but no one really getting hit at all in the exchanges. And although, as I say that, here it comes. The first is going to happen soon.
It's
5-man push onto A side.
58 seconds left, and here comes APG up that middle area, and there's no one there. They're all in apps. P&D holding that archers area, and he gets nothing. Zero chance taking him out with that MP7. And
the turn and burn, they're going to quietly wake their way through the smoke.
They run past each other almost in the smoke, and at this moment, those CZs are really paying off for XCC. It's a 2-on-2, and APG are controlling the sites at this moment.
And it's the ye old Galil versus the Big Mac, well, with the Big Mac, CZ versus MP7, and we're going to see if they're going to...
Just push in apps here onto balcony. Cannibalistics is not going to see it coming. It's Viking. If he gets out onto that balcony, he'll be able to get himself a quick kill. And as I say that, Viking taking out Convict, Dan finishing it off, and the defuse will come in. Great work there from XTC. That nice rotation there from Viking, and waiting and timing that perfectly so that as Dan stepped out, Viking would finish off the final APG player.
In goes the defuse. It's down but not out is Ecstasy. They're going to take one back, picking up the weapons too. Oh, it's going to be an exciting one. Let's see if they can shoe another foot. That's what we're saying going into this half. Let's see if the momentum now turns around. Whether or not they're going to now make the most of it, we'll soon see. Look at the pistol buy-in from APG. Not looking the greatest on the eco.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you know, they're going to try their luck with a Deagle and a Tech 9 there. And, you know, it's worked out for XTC, and we've seen other teams where that's worked out for, and ultimately it's about causing as much economical damage as possible here. You know, give around to just mess around with the economy, and then, you know, next round you're going to do a full buy and hopefully try and actually stem this momentum that XTC are slowly starting to build up here.
Yerichan took all the way up the top. He's now going to retreat out. Run away or tactical retreat, as we like to call it.
See XTC not doing that very aggressive hold in apps now, falling back onto the site, one on site, one on balcony, and then, you know, just holding that area with Ballista, Zin actually holding that archers area. No one checking that balcony, but as I say that, Cannibalistics comes out and puts P&D right to bed, tucks him in tight, and now all of a sudden APG holding the site and XTC needing to do the retake. And there it comes, Viking holding strong.
The exchange, and they're going to get run down 3v1. Domster, the last man left with the quiet M4.
More than capable, but unfortunately, Zin finishing off that round, and no bomb plants, nothing. So APG now coming in with the buys, the AKs.
That's it, and armor to burn. Zin picking up that AWP. Let's see if he can make any sort of dent with it this time around. He did the first time he got one. He picked up 2Ks in the first time he had that AWP. Let's see if he plays any sort of part in this one.
So APG also favoring that A bomb site. Zero chance, moving very quickly and aggressively up banana there, and just trying to get some peaks onto that area. And XCC more than happy to let them push all the way up to the top of banana at this point, while Cannibalistics and Domster triple around outside of apps there to see if they can get any openings. Right now, APG being subjected into very defensive play. I don't know if they've seen Zero Chance actually sneak in there behind card. Vikings questioning, he's not 100% sure, but at the same time also not really wanting to give his position away. And because at the moment, Zero Chance just waiting and playing that patient game. He's going to want to hold and wait for some kind of rotation to come in from XTC as soon as that his team starts to make a push. But that being said, that bomb is still sitting in T at the moment, and there's already only 45 seconds left on the clock.
That's it. Convict now going to cycle out, pick up that bomb. The movement's coming in. I don't know if the calls come out from Zero Chance because they are going to rotate back out to Banana by the looks of things. Corrupt and Viking, the only two holding back there. Zero Chance now looking to be making a move. He'll time that. Molly's going to slow him right down. Going to slow everyone right down. It's a stack up now. That Molly burning off. APG going to try and advance now.
Look at this crossfire here. Corrupt holding his line, getting taken out for his efforts, and it's a 3v3. Jumping through that Molly is cannibalistics, but the rotation's now coming in from XCC, and that AWP of Zin is going to be looking for any cross movements. He has spotted Domster there in his favorite little spot, trying to fire through that area. In comes the nade, and he'll do some huge damage onto Domster as XCC try to retake this site with PND rolling in. Lights is getting a double kill as they move in, and now Zin will need to either take this AWP or he is going for it. Takes out Lighters.
It's now 1v1. He's going to work the angle. He's got the one-shot kill. That is it. He's got to take it as Zin.
What a little beauty. Rolling in there. He will not hide with his AWP. He will roll onto that site with that FAMAS and finish it off.
Pick up a FAMAS, use the deagle, and insert it square in his beak.
That'll do, Pig.
That'll do.
XTC are playing strong here, and in-game leaders Zin just doing what needs to be done.
Sorry for the silence. I needed to have a sip of water just then.
Woo. And Zin now rolling with the AWP, picked it up at the end of the round. So that is beautiful play from him. Dropping the AWP, going in with the FAMAS, getting Lighters, then finishing it off with the deagle, and then going back and fetching his AWP, his friendly AWP.
Spectacular. It's just consummate professionalism again. So we've got Tech9s being currently sponsored by APG. And slow advance.
Yeah, it looks like there's a move up onto this A bomb side again. Seems to be favored between both of these. You know, B not the easiest of sites to penetrate.
Yeah, two bottlenecks to speak of. I like the way you used the word penetrate just then.
It's a movement onto that site there. And all of a sudden, that move through ballistic. Zin is going to move in around there, and are they going to try and go in through arches? Because they will literally run into Zin's snout. But no, they have decided to move onto that A-bomb site, and they managed to get XCC getting cleaned out of that site. But as they think they've cleaned it out, there is a quick movement up that mid area and through arches, and in go the mollies, and the execute of this retake is about to commence.
Corrupt and Viking rotating out. However, he's going to get a snot full of Tech9 currently. Viking's got the number, and he's going to get rung out. And that is it. XCC getting taken off that map, and APG mark another one up.
Great individual performance from Zin, being overshadowed there by the movement of XTC's clinical movement there. And now it's 14-6 and just two more rounds.
Cannibalistic picking up that AWP, kicking it out to Convict just then.
And XCC are looking pretty grim at the moment on the financial side of things. So they are down to pistols with just that deagle in the hands of Zin. But yeah, look at the spread from APG at the moment. They are looking. They are everywhere at the moment, and it's just a case of XCC trying their best. They have done it with pistols. They are no slouches with pistols, and it's all to be done now for XCC.
Wow, what is happening in this world? So it's a line of Convict with the man in motion. Cannibalistics got his back. Zero Chance and Lighters rotating out back down now as well. Zin holding off in just the top of arches. Dan getting the movements in. It looks like there's going to be an A-side push.
Well, Zero Chance is going to move up to that banana and just try and get any sort of info as to what's going on. But it is an A push. They flash out onto the sites, and Cannibalistic starts to move out onto Zin and takes him out in archers. And here comes Watch Lighters taking that movement down up banana. James, Zero Chance clearing up that top area of banana, and they APG are going to start to move. Cannibalistics would probably want to move in through that archers area and come through CT. And at the moment, Dan has been blocked off in that pit all alone by himself.
It is. They don't know that he's there yet. Cannibalistic's moving up through archers and challenge, and here comes the push onto B sites.
Haven't seen anybody yet.
No, Zero Chance's lineup. He hasn't watched the left flank and he hasn't cleared it out, and that's what's going to cause the Corrupt to take his head right off. It's 2 pistols, 1 CZs in the hand of Dan, and not much hope currently.
Using himself as bait to figure out. They couldn't find where the players were on the site. So Zero Chance moving out onto sites, opening that site up and getting the intel that he needed. There are 4 of them alive. There's no point. And they all have rifles. So look at Dan, managed to pick himself up a little rifle here.
Nice little skin on that too.
Nice little one. And yeah, he's going to need to make a swift action here, because he's either, keeping a rifle. He's going to keep a rifle for the final round and see what he can do with that damage. And
it's an APG going looking, but there's so many places to hide in this map.
Yeah, they're going to go 15-6 and make it map point.
It is, and yeah, it's Ecstasy had a quasi comeback just then, and losing the last 2 rounds. What would you be hoping for currently as Ecstasy consolidates aggression?
It's 15-6. It's not impossible. It's not unheard of, but it is flipping hard. They're going to have to play out of their skins, and right now APG are really clinical at the moment. They've got their utilities and the use of those utilities down to a fine art. They are using them perfectly.
Cannibalistic eating grenade.
Opening up, and look at that. The damage has already been done with those mollies, and XCC at the moment, it's a 3v2, and APG are aggressively pushing up on that banana area. Lighters and Zero Chance creating all kinds of chaos there, and they are making noises, and any moment now that they're going to want to push onto that site. As you can see, that bomb starting to rotate around the banana.
Yep, trying to find any intel they can. Viking all the way down to 29 HP. Corrupt. Dan still holding that A side. Dumpster and Cannibalistic also moving out. It looks like it's going to be a B side push though. Smoke's going out now.
And
wow.
Convict sidestepping out and absolutely blowing Corrupt off the map. So Viking being left solo on that B bomb site while Dan plays Ringa Rosies with Cannibalistics there, and eventually taking him out. So that M4 paying for itself at the end of the last round. Viking is about to line them up.
Not enough health did Viking have, down to 23. Did dent Convict all the way down to 22 though, in Lighter's similar fashion. This bomb is going down. The first kill is going to go the way of Dan, and he's going to now try and move in. Working from that tree area.
This is going to be hard work for Dan right now. He needs to do something. This is the map point, and it's all down to Dan, but that bomb is ticking away. He knows he's there. He's going to try and get through, but 11 health is going to be an absolute mountain to climb. And Domster finishes it off for APG. APG taking the first map, Inferno, 16-6. Next map being Cobble, and we're done here. We're going to hand over to our panel desk. After we
round on Inferno, though. APG managing to take the win quite convincingly, but Ecstasy definitely showing signs of strength, managing to get 3 rounds on Terrorists in the first half.
Yeah.
Although they counter-terrorists, they just didn't manage to get a groove going.
No, they unfortunately didn't, and they were stopped in their tracks when they were able to get a bit of an advantage. Going up a play or two, unfortunately, still coming back and losing the rounds. Domstone, top form, they were 21 for 8. So absolutely brilliant play, and clinical, as we expected. Though all these players are playing on a top level, and well, that's excellently done by them in taking the first map.
Yeah, I mean, APG definitely are going to have the momentum going into map 2, which I believe is Mirage, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it would be Cobble.
Cobble, sorry.
Mirage would be the
I
third
am-
one if it is does get out.
I'm mistaken,
But
yes.
yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. We haven't had a matchup with them in Cobble in a while.
Yeah.
And XTC as well as we've determined they have had their past, their history. They've had a lot of pressure built on them in the past, and now they're able to just play free playing. And as we see, I mean, 6 rounds could have easily turned into 12 or 14 at any given moment. And if it came down to it, I think that it would really be relevant for them to just make sure they take their picks at the right time, and they could change it up and make it 15-14 or 16-14 in the end at any given moment.
Yeah, I think XTC will be a little bit stronger on Cobble. I feel like that might be a map that they're a little bit more comfortable in. The rotation seemed a little bit lackluster.
Unfortunately.
But I feel if they just could tighten their ship just a little bit, we might see a very exciting game 2.
No, I agree. And at any given time, XTC can show up on land very often, and they are doing it today. And not unfortunately be able to turn it around in this map. But as we say, Inferno is also a very strong map with regards to tools and to zero chance. Domster as well showing his skill. So it really wasn't anything that they could have done anything more, at least. Watching those B entries, the re-rotations, forcing them to over-rotate and leaving a man on A at any given moment, forced them not to be able to shut down the site, putting 3 extra players.
Yeah, and looking forward now to Cobble, I mean, XTC are going to be having a bit of a pep talk now, just to go back and say, listen, guys, we didn't do too bad. We got a couple of rounds in Terrorist, which is always what you're looking for on any Inferno. I mean, even 3 or 4 rounds, you could be feeling good going on to counter Terrorists.
No, for sure.
Although, even though they didn't manage to get the momentum going, I'm sure that going into map 2, Cobble, they're going to say, listen, if we manage to get a few more rounds while playing on tees, perhaps once we hit counters, we should be able to do a lot better this time.
No, definitely. I think it comes down to the sides of the map.
Yeah.
Exactly the same as what I was saying earlier. Look what happened here. Not starting off on CT, maybe starting off a little bit of the back foot, not getting the rounds they needed to. And XTC now would really, really thrive off of getting the side that they choose or they prefer. And with Cobble being the change-ups that it's had in the past few months, it really does help. On the terrorist side, however, they still considered it in many ways a CT-sided map.
Yeah.
Again, this map itself, maybe instead of focusing on anything what the opposition are doing, focus on their own players, and we can see where it goes from there.
Yeah, and it must be said that the crowd here at the arena is doing
Amazing.
fantastically. Thank you for coming out, to everyone here in the arena, coming to support our teams, the 8 Masters teams involved here, fighting out for 100,000 Rand in prizes. That's not... That's completely separate from the million Rand prize pool for the actual Masters event, which is going to be later this year.
What would you do
teams
with a
this
million?
weekend. What would I do with a million?
No, what would you do with this?
Not play Counter-Strike, I think would be the
We'll
answer.
go straight going to Dodo.
I would probably go on a holiday, have nothing to do
Maybe
with
watch the
gaming.
international?
Go watch the international in Seattle
one of the
or
majors?
IEM in Katowice.
Yeah, even better.
I would love to
You
go.
like the Polish reference, don't you?
I do, obviously. Well, you are Polish, so
Yes.
I'm cheating a little bit, but
But that's fair.
It is. APG are looking great. XTC definitely have some work to do. The potential is there, though. If we manage to get it into a map 3, I mean, it's going to be hard work for XTC, but I feel if they manage to get the second map now, I feel the momentum going into the third map, we might even be able to see an XTC win. I'm not sure how well APG are going to be able to deal if they put on the back foot. At the moment, we've seen them just sort of dominate and be in a very comfortable position. I'd like to see APG get into an uncomfortable position and see how they respond.
No, fair enough. In my opinion, personally, I think that APG will be just as comfortable on Cobblestone, but I feel that if they go down to Mirage, I think that they will definitely have a higher up advantage. Cobblestone is a very big map, so the rotations come key into play, and forcing the A to B rotations, not having the triple stack could be potentially in a first round can change everything. But when it comes down to it, I think that Mirage is definitely a stronger APG-sided map. And with Tulani and with Zero Chance's experience and the way that they've gone through the rounds and the pre-plays with regards to obviously the seeding and just in the past, they really are a strong team to be reckoned with. So, yeah, seeing them out of their comfort zone can change a lot, but I also feel that there's a lot of experience in there. And Domster coming out on top here, I don't feel like that's going to be slowed by any means.
Oh, yeah. Either way, things are beginning to shape up here over the course of the weekend. This is the final quarterfinal map. We've got a semi-final coming up after this, which is going to be BVD taking on Carbon. Sure to be an amazing matchup happening a little bit later this afternoon. And then tomorrow, the winner of the current match being played is going to be taking on DC in the first semi-final.
Yep.
Also, going to be a crack of a match. So if you're at Rage here this weekend, make sure to stick around the Telkom DGL booth. Check us out. Don't forget to check us out on Twitter and Facebook as well with the hashtag Telkom DGL. If you want anything to do with the Telkom DGL, it's hashtag Telkom DGL. And if you want to know a little bit more about the players or the teams, make sure to go to digitalgamingleague.co.za or telkomgaming.co.za. You can check us out. We've got links to all the teams, the player profiles, and if you want to have a look, see what's happening in the South African scene, that's the place to do it. We've got all sorts of games happening, and the Masters is just one part of a multifaceted league that we run online throughout the year. So if you are in South Africa, interested in getting esports, make sure to check out digitalgamingleague.co.za and make sure to tweet at us. I am at DwadikZA. Adam, you're at Wampy, right?
Yep. At Wampy, at Pepsi Cola. There's a couple of them, but yeah, at Wham CSGO actually it is now, so that's how it is. But like you were saying, if you are down at Rage, enjoy. I hope you're having a great time. If you're not, you should get down here. The vibe is absolutely electric. There are people going everywhere. There's an oxygen bar, as I mentioned earlier, something out of a different world, and something as well, a Lego tent, really pumping up there. And yeah, well, the crowd is building. We've got excess people sitting everywhere, and yeah, it's something to be seen for the first time in Cape Town.
And it looks like we are getting ready to get into the game, so it should be just a few minutes until we're underway. But for the rest of you,
we're going to go to Costas.
It looks like we are ready to get underway. So are you ready for Map 2 with XTC versus APG? Barry and Lewis, take it away.
All right, guys, welcome. And if you've just joined us, APG taking the first map, Inferno, quite convincingly 16-8, if I'm not mistaken. And this moving into cobblestone now, and this is always a very enjoyable map. I like to think that it's quite evenly matched. XTC on the side of CT. Some people say it is a CT map, but it's a great competitive map. There's just great angles to be held here. Lots of action all the time. Brings in the AWP a lot. You normally get a lot of solo holding on this B bomb site, and we should A bomb site rather. And it's yeah. I mean that previous round, XCC started to show signs of like and fighting back there, and then APG just went absolutely overdrive. And again, like I said, their smokes and their executes were perfect. You can see they have been putting in the time that they need to get to the point where they are top class in this competition.
And again, when XTC was getting their first points of engagement and winning it out, they were toppling their sort of APG's confidence a little bit. And then again, it's just consummate professionalism, slowing it down, working the rotation. Don't just breach a side on your own. There goes the chicken with some ears. Don't breach a side on your own. Wait for backup, wait for the rotation, and just great patience as well. Patience playing out.
Well, XCC also having some great individual performances. Their in-game leaders, and with that 2-1 clutch on that B-bomb site on Inferno. I mean, he just rolled in there with the AWP, had the thought of mind or the presence of mind to change out to the FAMAS, kill out Lighters as he's escaped, moving down the construction side there, and then switch to his Deagle and finish off the job. And it's like moments like that win your team rounds and swing the momentum into your favor, which is what you want to be able to move on to and like get your economy back on path,
Yeah, and it's a case of there was no tactical timeouts other than I think it was the sound dropping. Was it in that match or the previous match? But when you're that far down, do you take a knee, have a chat?
Well, again, like I say, it's a CT-sided map, so you start, it's like, it's okay, guys, we just need to get 2 or 3 rounds. Let's stick to the plan. Let's keep doing what we're doing, and you then say, okay, let's get 5 or 6 rounds. But they found themselves, I think, with 3 or 4 rounds at the end of the half, if I'm not mistaken, or 3 rounds, 12-3. But the point is like hoping that their CT side is good enough to take them into overtime, or at least win them 12, 15, 14, or whatever but we're about to start up now, getting into the action here. We've got XTC lining up on the side of CT. APG taking the terrorists. I see Convicts dropping, buying a Tech 9 there and dropping it out. So somebody's going to pick that up. This is exciting. I really enjoy this map.
Yeah, so do I. There's so many places. If you're not checking your quarters and checking your angles when you're advancing, you're going to get your head collected.
So this is a push. Light is spreading out down here, but it looks like that B long is where they want to be right now, APG, and it's straight out. But the smokes are there, and they are making a noise in that drop down area at the moment, and APG just playing for time here just to see where they can get these picks. And straight off, P&D and Lighters have found each other. Cannibalists taking out Viking and finishing off P&D. Those two picks on that A bomb side, and quickly look at that rotation. APG and XCC are going to come into one another here, and it's absolutely crazy at this point.
So it's a 3v5. There comes the exchange finally down to 1v5. Dan in a fight for his life. Not much to do. Never mind. He's down to 11, and that's it. They're finally going to take it as APG.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly how they want to start the round off. It's a team ace, and APG are off the mark.
Yeah. So picking up the ump is P&D.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a force in here from XTC at the moment, picking up that UMP, but something's happening.
Yeah, something's not right.
And they have called in for a bit of a pause. Are you hearing that? And
so yeah, the pause has come in. I don't know did you see who called the pause? I saw someone was dropping sound again. I don't know who it was. Was it APG?
Yeah.
So yeah, they've dropped the sound again whilst we sort it out. Again, maybe now is the time that XCC regroups. Now is the time. They've gone one down on this map. Not exactly how they wanted to start, but having said all that, it is a fairly even map. So now it's about skills.
I'm interested to see what Viking's going to do with that UMP. No money to be had here, and I want to see where he's going to hold.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting clash in it. There's someone dropped now. On APG side, obviously just a restart.
Yeah, exiting the game, and XCC will obviously take this opportunity to chat. You know, it's only one round at the moment, so there's nothing really much to chat about. But you know, APG really were clinical on that move and that push into that bomb side. As soon as those two opening picks happened, the rotation was quick and clinical, and they just absolutely rolled onto that A site and just ran into the leftovers of XCC and a 5v3 and managing to take all three of them out without any loss.
That's it. Dan really left with nothing much in his hand as far as pistol goes and 11 health. They were flanking him from both sides. There's not much he could have done really just then. Matches now. Pause has been cancelled.
And we're about to get this game underway. Look at that, an AK in the hands of Cannibalistics, getting those two frags in the earlier round, enabling him to have the cash to do that. Obviously, trading that AK in for a couple of utils, leaving that up to Domster and Zero Chance.
And we are off. There is a 2-3 split on the side of XTC, favouring the B side on that specific turnaround. They're going to push all the way up to the top of Hay.
Viking, though, sitting in that drop-down area, I'm pretty sure of it. Where is he sitting at the moment? He's got that UMP. Yeah, he's holding that drop-down from window, and he's going to try and use that to his advantage. He is the only guy really with any sort of rifle or SMG at the moment. And look at this. APG have pushed right out onto plateau there, dropping that smoke, but they know that Dan is sitting behind that statue, not picking up PND there, and he will get that pick onto Convict. And all of a sudden, APG are, where did he go?
Exactly, they've dropped two already, so they're down to 3 lights. It's the only one now involved in an engagement. Looking at drop down here, Zero Chance going to move out. Zin knows he's there, and Zero Chance is waiting for it. Here comes the engage. Oh, it's so close. He's seen his head. So it's a wait and see game. He knows he's up there, and they're going to hang back as APG. Looks like they're waiting to see if their rotation is real onto the A side or the B side.
So the side Zin in drop down, and APG are looking to push into drop down. That CZ will go off, and nothing happens. No one dies, so everyone's okay, and they're going to push straight up through that connector and into that A bomb site, and firing madly was Zin, but unfortunately not able to do anything. Dan left all alone now, and that bomb will go down. Dan falling back.
Yeah, try and salvage a bit of dignity and some cash. So it's, wow, APG moving on. Dan's going to pick up a Galil for his troubles. Merry Christmas. And
he's going to hide off with that Galil. So it's at the moment very, very slow movements from Aperture, and you know, nothing in the way of anything that XCC can actually counter. Like I say, APG just using that time all the way down, you know, using everything that they need to, and just slowing this right down.
Okay, it's like they did with the first map, Inferno. It was a game of patience. It was pinpoint utilities and patience. That's really what won it out. So it'd be interesting to see the bar now.
Yeah. So at the moment, XCC not really with any money, you know, being left after that Galil UMP purchase from Viking. So obviously evening out some cash there, and here they sit with nothing really other than the Galil that Dan picked up, and APG are pretty much in the pound seats at the moment.
So wow, looking at the chat, the first exchange is going to come in. He's going to dent Zin all the way down to 4 HP, and not really taking much damage in his way. And then finally Zin knocked off. Oh, first and second engagements. It's 3v4. Lighters all the way down to 25. APG still in the game here. They're moving on slow as they can. That Galil ringing out, not really touching anyone. Finally getting Boondocks through the cover. Second one goes down. It's a 3v2. APG looking like they're languishing currently. Both taking cover. They know he's there. The second one, that's now down to 1-on-2. Going out, it's a 1-on-1. It's pistol versus Galil. Zero chance, now moving in down to 73. Viking got 100%, but...
Dude, that Galil ended up costing APG 3 players there. Dan picking that up at the end of the round and absolutely wiping 3 of those APG players out, and now bringing it down to a 1-on-1. Viking is standing there waiting for that bomb to be picked up, and he's going to try and see if he can hear that bomb going down. James, zero chance, looking everywhere for that lonesome XTC player, and in goes the plant, waiting for it. Viking has heard it, and he will flash and move up into that tower area here, and down goes the bomb.
Well played, zero chance for that fake plant, finding out where it is, watching the flash come in, so now he knows.
He's onto balcony. They've seen each other.
He's going to drop down engagement. He's going to flank left. He doesn't work the angles. He's going to get the exchange. That Galil down all the way to 35. Finally winning with that Viking. Taking the nod, and they get 1 on the board. Does Ecstasy.
Viking absolutely playing that like a boss. I mean, he knew the Galil was on the floor, didn't want to go. It forced Zero chance to move around to the other side, giving him time to pick that Galil up, and then getting the kill and the defuse. I mean, it's those high pressure situations that you want your players to just finish off, and Viking showing just what he can do there for XTC. Great stuff for Viking, and great stuff for XTC. There comes in the full buy now for XTC, and they are going to start coming back into this, or they're most definitely going to want to.
That's it, Dan getting the AWP. Convict and Dumpster rocking the Tech 9s. So it's, I didn't see their eco before then, their economy before then. Zero chance to anyone down there. There's a hurry up rush now from Zero chance onto that B side, trying to gain as much intel as he can. And they're going to, APG are going to sort of hang back. Zin in a fierce engagement. They've left the left flank open, so they can push all the way through to long A.
That intel's going to come through to them, and they will push all that way up. And Ballistics, Corrupt and Zin moving up around that to actually cut off that movement there. And now all of a sudden APG have stagnated in their movement. Domster's quite aggressive in his positioning, but he's now moving into that lowers area. They're trying to find some sort of peak as they decide to make more of a rotation round to that B side, and
they've got it on lockdown. So great spread on this defense side for XTC.
At the moment, XTC only having flashes and a molly to actually hold with, and XTC APG with nothing but smokes and molotovs. So they've still got those the utilities they'll need to breach onto the site. But whether they can or not at the moment, that rotation has happened, and Lighters are still holding 3 of those players up onto that A site. And as soon as that call comes in, there goes the push from APG.
And here comes the rotation. Panda getting in that boondocks. The second one's going to get changed out. It's a 4v4. Stomps are getting taken all the way down to 7, but winning it, actually getting up the 2 kill. It's now a 4v3. Johnson not much to speak of in the way of health, though. And there goes Zero Chance with absolute excruciating kill from it. Dropped down, and now it's a 1v3. Zin's the only man standing with the Galil. Dumpster searching desperately for it. Cannibalistics, and that's AK-47. Zin running out with that with a pistol.
Okay, Zin managing to pick himself up a Galil there, and Convict obviously going to start looking around probably for one of the rifles that landed on the ground there. But yeah, I mean, that execution, Lighters moving in onto that A site, and as soon as they got that pick, well, XCC got that pick on Lighters, that movement from APG was just point perfect. They moved onto that site. Domster, with those 2 opening frags, with the Tech 9, opening up that site. I mean, the guy's a beast with that Tech 9.
He is. Why even bother with a long-range engagement weapon? Save the money, buy a Tech 9.
At the moment, Zin unable to get onto the board with any kills, and really not assisting XCC at this point. You know, you want to lead from the front. You want to, you know, there's something going on there with Zin at the moment. I don't know if he's got any was it him who had sound issues? I don't think.
Could have well been.
But yeah, XTC are getting picked apart here at the moment by APG.
So Zero Chance lining up, just pulling out of that engagement as Viking engaged through that smoke, so dodging a bullet. Zero Chance, however, is going to get Zen. Poor guy can't win for losing. This is going to go down again. It's now pistols versus rifles. This should be a slaughter on the side of XTC. Dan getting taken all the way down to 47 HP, and things are not looking good. That bomb is kicked out though, and it's a wait and see game again. We see APG slowing it right down. Game of patience. Wow.
Very slow. Up until now, we've seen, like, I mean, we've just come out of a really high-paced WRG, White Rabbit Gaming, really high-paced, high-energy team, pushing, making pushes onto sites very aggressively, and like a team like APG, really slow, really concise, really calculated. It'd be interesting to see them go up against DC tomorrow if they make it through.
It would. And Corrupt getting cooked alive just then with a molly. So here comes the rotation. Wow, the jump and shoot. They're down to 2 now as XTC. eNCA was 100 even, and the fierce engagement's going to lose that one as well because the points of elevation went the way of APG, and Zero Chance. Corrupt with an AK. He's now going to try and haul ass out to the back of sight, try and save it as much as he can, and it's going to be a 1-4 in the favor of APG.
APG moving in on that plateau area, and Viking almost catching them off guard, but Cannibalistics not having any of it, turning around and finishing him off there. And yeah, Corrupt is unfortunately going to be hunted at the moment. They haven't seemed to have spotted him in that lowers area. But yeah, he's going to want to keep that AK for himself. Just try and salvage as much cash as he can at this point, because XTC are looking really low here.
Oh, he pulled out of cover and just missed
here
engagement.
It comes,
There's
thank you. Oh, he's decided not to take that engagement on there. No, he's there. He's going to get...
Oh, getting rung just at the end of that engagement.
Convict getting taken down to extremely low health there, and Corrupt almost doing more damage than anybody could have expected there. Picking up the AK and getting 2 final kills towards the end there. And now all of a sudden, XTC find themselves forcing up for FAMASs and an AWP there.
Interesting enough, they're kicking that AWP out to Zen, who hasn't had the most stellar of games.
Things will change. He'll get there, and that's what it's all about. You know, it's just a matter of those positionings, and sometimes you can just be unlucky with that kind of thing. It's a push down this long B area here for APG, but it's more of a noisemaker than anything else. As Domster, Zero, and Convict still holding down in that lowest section, just trying to get any sort of idea as to where XTC have positioned themselves.
Panda got that cover. Lighters doesn't know he's there. He's going to kick out the smoke. He now will know that Panda now will know that there's a first engagement. He's just caught a glimpse of him.
Corrupt getting that first opening kill.
So it's 4v4. Dumpster's taken all the way down to 15 HP. They're looking through that smoke. If P&D opened up fire right now, he would have collected someone's victim. But it's again a wait-and-see game. APGing what they do best, a game of patience.
They do. They play that clock down really, really late. They hold, and then all of a sudden the impatience of their opposition starts to shine through. They start to move around, start to look, and that's where those integral and peaks start to happen, and those kills happen. And as I say that, Zin looking through connected just to check, is anybody coming through there? And Cannibalistics gets that kill. Domster rolling onto the side, and all of a sudden APG just pick open XCC's defense here, and they get that bomb down on that A bomb side. And Viking and P&D fall back to try and keep the rifles that they have in hand.
So the first time engagements, it's almost like they're using different weapons, is APG. They're dropping them in 3 or 4 round bursts. It's patience, it's accuracy, it's utilities. They're looking like they look like the team to beat in this competition.
Well, at the moment, it's just a very, very disciplined style of play at this point. It's basically, like I say, they're winding that clock down. They're running it down. And again, XCC are feeling the need to go and look for them. Just check. I checked connector. Are they still there? Check. It's really quiet. Should I move out? Should I? You know, it's really difficult to play against that kind of gameplay when you're defending and you're thinking, well, someone's supposed to be coming to plant a bomb. Where are you?
Yeah, and it's 1 in 5. It's not looking good in the way of XTC supporters. Not much to scream or shout about, other than the first one that they took in and never again.
Yeah.
The first round that they won and never again. So it's 2 FAMASs, P250 and a Deagle.
Yeah, well, economy for XTC in tatters at the moment. APG have everything they need, and they will just keep pushing on. Look at this B site, completely open, very, very quick push. No smokes have been dropped into, so APG are going to know that something's happening, and all of a sudden, huge rotations in, and APG moving onto that side. E&D's going to be picked up by Lighters, and Domster finishing off Viking. But there's only 3 XCC guys, and they need to move in onto the side very quickly.
The rotation now going to come in. The change out, it's 2v4, and Zen has got to be wondering what he did wrong to have only a sidearm in this engagement. So, and he's now stuck in the crossfire. Zen getting the 80. Wow, it's so difficult to defend against this Corrupt. He's the only one with any sort of rifle to speak of, and he's now going to go down. Zin's the last one left with a pistol, and they're going to go hunting. He's going to walk into his bullets right now. Light's getting nailed for his troubles with the jump and shoot. Light is going to take Zin out, not much to defend against, and picking up the 3.
6-1 to APG at this point, and XTC are going to start asking questions. They've now got the full buy. They're going to be able to put on a proper defense here. The last time they got a full buy, they picked up a round as well. So it's all about, you know, that positioning, and like I said, that slow, patient game that APG are waiting for. Maybe XCC need to start being a little bit more aggressive in their approach and start pushing out as opposed to trying to peek and look for players. Maybe they need to mix it up a bit. I mean, they did try that previous round. They basically tried to stack A, thinking that APG would go there, and it went the other way. But
play a more proactive versus reactive game.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to be reactive as the counter-terrorists too. But you know, it's almost like, you know, let's try and throw a spanner in their works here. Let's try and mix it up a bit, because right now they're playing into APG's hands by letting them slow the game down to their own pace. We saw White Rabbit Gaming completely mess with DC in the previous game on Cash, where they just changed the entire tempo of that game, and you saw them bring DC almost to an overtime match. But skill and experience prevailing there in the favor of DC. But here it is again, really, really slow game, down to 45 seconds, and in come the smokes. And still that bomb site is only being breached now, and all of a sudden Domster falling back for that bomb, waiting for those rotations of Cannibalistics and Zero Chance. But look at that. Everything's going on A, and the road, they're unsure. XCC at the moment are unsure where to go. P&D sticking around, getting that pick, but now they know it's A.
That's it, Viking getting the second one. So they've taken them all the way down to a 3v4. Viking down at 26. Domster's also now going to fall. So they've got the conga line. Corrupt moving all the way around. Lighters is going to have an engagement with Zin, and it's looking stronger for XCC. Like you called it, the first full buy, and they took the last time they did this.
No time to get that bomb down, so Lights is going to fall back. He couldn't get get Zin in there. There's too many doors and angles for him to get through. But yeah, you're leaving. You know, that's the problem with leaving it really late, though, is like you don't leave yourself any room for error.
Yeah.
So it works really well, you know, in that sense, where XCC playing them out, holding. So you either going to push them and look for where they are, or you're going to wait them out, and that's exactly what XCC did. But then when APG pushed in that instance, not leaving themselves any room for error.
Yeah, it was, like you said, wow, picking it up through XCC, Cannibalistic getting the pick onto PND. And it was just a lucky pick because he stuck his beak out too far and got it collected. It's, they're favoring the B side for defense is XCC. And getting finally Dan getting the AWP action on Zin's not going to be. Oh, how did I miss that? It's 2 fingers of God on the side of XDC. They're rocking 2 AWPs, Dan and Zin. Let's see if that has any impact. It really kind of has. Dan's picking up the first kill.
So it's a 4v4 at this stage, and again, APG moving in onto this B bomb site here, creating all kinds of distractions, and there goes the push onto that B side. But listen, Zin getting the first kill with that AWP, but Zero Chance rolling down onto Viking. Dan getting another kill, but Convict finishing off Zin. APG just dissecting this B bomb site, and now just Corrupt left against Convict and Zero Chance.
Zin having very little effect with that AWP. Does pick up the kill though, just before he gets rung out. It's now 2-on-1. Here comes the engagement. He doesn't know he's there. Not checking the angles, and Zero Chance is going to pick up Corrupt for cheap.
Zin being that first kill of the map this so far, so unable to use that AWP to his advantage. And again, APG just back into the driver's seat, resetting that lose bonus for XTC, and it's back to square one for XTC. Pistols and rifles for APG.
Viking getting the CD, making a loud rackets from someone from APG.
I think their move here is for that A bomb sites again now, and unsure of where to go is XTC, Dan and PND just looking up on that plateau area, trying to figure out what's happening. And now the movement happens from APG onto that site. Convict dropping that bomb down, and Domster's pushing up on that A long area, trying to see if he can get any intel. And in come the utilities, and Cannibalistics opening up XTC with those 2 frags.
So the intel coming in, there's the third dropping down. That's now a 2v5, and it's going to be hell to pay right now. Viking's going to come out with the engagement, switching out, running dry on his weapon, trying to look for cover, getting wrung out from the side. Zero Chance getting that call in, rotating out and nailing from his flank. Dan about to get how's your father getting taken out by Cannibalistics cheaply as well.
Cannibalistics finishing that round off with the 3K, and APG are in the driver's seat at this moment. A tactical pause being called in here, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if something's happening. It seems it will be a tactical pause for XTC, and maybe it's time for them to start saying, what are we doing wrong? Like I said to you, you know, APG playing that game where, like I said, it's like a double-edged sword where you run that timer down all the way down to like 40-45 seconds. Your push onto that site needs to be perfect, and up until that previous round, their pushes onto those sites have been clinical. The smokes and the nades that they're using are hitting their targets, and you now have that case where XTC feel they need to kind of like look and check what's going on, and APG are just waiting in the wings, ready to pick them off as they look out. So it's just a case of what they need to do, whether they need to up that tempo, change the tempo of the game, and not make it so comfortable for APG at this stage.
That's it, get up in their faces and try and rattle them. Again, the first time pick's not really going the way of XTC, and when they do, it does unsettle them. But APG slowing it right down. The second they lose 1 or 2 players, they slow it right down. So You know, you're looking at 16-4, 10-5 in the KD ratios for Cannibalistics and Zero Chance respectively. The guys are on fire. Convict with 13.5. So it's madness on the side of APG as far as the domination part goes. It's all to play for currently for XTC.
You know, it's kind of like you've got Lighters and Convict, and it's their role in they've got a specific role in the team at this point. But they're sitting there with 4-2, and you start to think to yourself, they're on 4-2. They're not killing. They're not doing the killing here. I mean, that's being left up to Domster and the likes of Cannibalistics and Zero Chance. And you kind of start to wonder, if they're 8-2, can you imagine what's going to happen if those two guys start to also kill, start to bring their own stuff? And you know, as we're speaking, somebody's left.
I think it was a bathroom break. Yet to dodge out. Nature called, and he
love
answered.
a bathroom break. So yeah, it's just a case of, you know, you've now got the opportunity to get a full buy-in here for your team. It'll be a bit of a force up here from some of the guys. No, not really. Full buy for everybody. They might struggle with some utilities if not. But it's always interesting to see, like, you know, why teams seem to be at this point, at this moment, doing the same thing and nothing's changing.
Yeah, you're losing. Do something different.
Yeah, it's like, let's push the same area over and over again, or hold the same, mix it up a bit. I mean, I know you know, but you've got to try something different. You've got to do something different so that you can, you know, you're banging your head against the wall here and expecting a different result.
Yeah, Zin, 1-8 in the KD ratio. That's not good by anyone's standard, and I know he'd be wanting to change that.
And you know, he has been the MVP for their team. He's really a good, solid player.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's uncharacteristic of him. Just as you'd expect a Detrony or a, you know, or a Styles not to be rocking whatever it is, you know, on the orb.
So loud noises being made. Someone's trying to sell a dummy, I'm guessing, by Cannibalistic up top there in the courtyard.
Viking still holding that drop-down angle though, waiting for anybody to just peek out there. And at this point, it's all over the place for APG. Again, back to that really slow movements from APG, and nothing that I can tell other than, yeah, there's two guys holding quite defensively on that A bomb side, so not really picking up the line sort of peaks. But a lot of noise being made. Domster hasn't been spotted here by PND behind those boxes. He's now, can he not see that rifle there?
I think he can. He's just lined up on it.
Can he see that rifle?
There it is. Yeah. You heard him
Domster
coming.
getting picked out there. His rifle just sticking a little bit outside the box, and PND managed to pick up on that. So it's a 5v4, and hopefully, you know, it's that first time pick, you know, that works for you. PND getting some damage in there. Blighters and everybody coming to the party there for APG, and this bomb is going to go down. Look at those smokes onto that B bomb site though. Everything is closed. A wall of nothingness.
They cleared them off like champions. It's a down to it. They're not performing again. Got one kill and that's got wrapped up. It's a 2v1 now. Lighters in rotation. We're here with Corrupt. Working the angles. He's trying to. There's not much he can do. It's 2v1. He's going to go for the fake defuse. See if anyone was buying it. No one was. He doesn't know from the left-hand side. He's going to use that wall as coverage.
Trying to tempt them out, but they're not.
Oh, he's going to get the first kill.
Lights is absolutely peeking into that one.
Fake defuse again. He's going to get the kill. And finally, Corrupt comes through for the party. See if he can get out of here before that bomb goes off.
Oh
and
my
save that
word.
AK.
Saving that AK will be done. And wow, I mean, just APG playing way too defensive there. Just holding back way too long, and Light is getting destroyed there, and Corrupt doing some great work there. Unfortunately, not able to get the bomb defused, so APG will take that round win, and the only thing that Corrupt will walk away from there intact is the AK and his dignity.
That's right, but full utilities coming in from him as well.
So it looks like APG might want to do some A, but.
Yeah, here comes the hurry up.
Very aggressive push through that low section. No one to be seen. As Zin is going to be caught off guard here. They have absolutely been left wanting at this moment. XCC coming out straight from behind. They know what's happened, and Dan getting that first pick. and all of a sudden there's action aplenty on that A site.
That's it, there's a 3 exchange. Convict down to 22. It's a 2v3. The AWP is going to, never mind, I was going to say some action, but the AK-47 is going to win it out to 4. Lights is finishing it off now. Lights is finishing off with the double, and Convict with the double.
That'll do.
That'll do.
He was mad. He was angry. I saw him punch the front screen there when he got
He
taken
punched
out
a
there.
small child running past the door.
That was an ankle tap.
until the court case is heard, that's what we're going to call it.
So full buy here for XCC now, and they're gonna look at that. There's a split everywhere. One little lonesome ballistics. Zin being left on that side. Full push onto that B side from XCC, and now Cannibalistics will start to look. Domster's already pushed out quite far on that plateau area, and there's a little boost coming in here, and he's not going to spot him out. He gets taken out by Corrupt, and didn't expect that to happen, eh?
No, it was a sneaky push as well. But now they're doing something different. Look at that Corrupt taken all the way down to 19 HP. Full health still for the last 4 remaining members, and there's going to be an exchange between Cannibalistic and Zin.
Zin holding up into that hut area, and all of a sudden, Cannibalistics waiting, getting the first pick, getting the second pick is Cannibal, and opening up that site on A. And now the rotation coming in with that bomb, Zero Chance bringing it up through lowers, and Viking and PND are going to start looking. That Molly swinging right down.
Which is APG's favorite flavor of recipe. Wow, through the smoke. PND getting run by Ballistics.
As he's going to step out, and no scope not working out for Convict there, but
Viking
can count himself lucky there. He's just going to, I'm staying in this hut. The last time that happened, Light is finishing it off for APG, and they go 11-2 up in this round. They are really, really dominating this map at the moment, are APG. And again,
Then didn't perform again that round.
are they going to start finding themselves force buying, or are they going to play this cool and collected? No, it's not enough time, not enough rounds. Last round of the map, and they do buy up.
Yeah,
no, it's not second last, rather. My
yeah,
bad.
that's 13. So and here's the hurry up offense again. Look for that B-side push onto Plateau. Light is the first one to emerge, getting the first kill is Dan, then trading it out with Dumpster. Picked up the second one is PND. Third one, so it's now a 4v2, Convict and Zero Chance, last men standing, and now it's a 4v1, and a long-range weapon engagement, the no-scope is going to pick it up. It's a 3. Zin all the way down to 7, finally getting a kill on the board. Convict facing what looks to be the narrowest of margins, working out that bomb is in the open, and they know it.
That uphill battle is on its way, and have they spotted him out there? Ballistics on really low health at the moment, and he is up there in that drop-down area, and Convict making his way back onto this B bomb site. The bomb is on the site, and Viking is guarding it like a Yorkshire Terrier possessed.
Looking for a squirrel. And they know it's there. He's not going to advance at all. Viking is in. Whoa! Through the smoke, Viking, and through the wall bang. Zin, the last one on that side.
So he's brought this down to a 2-on-1. If he manages to get that final... Oh, he's spotted out old Corrupt there. So it's all down to 34 seconds. So he's got the time. He's still missing that. And unfortunate for Convict after doing some great work there.
Not going down quietly into that good night.
XCC bringing back around 11-3. And I don't think APG were expecting them to force buy there. And XCC catching them off guard there, because they rushed really quickly, thinking maybe that XCC had pistols, and they could just roll onto the sides, and that working out for XCC, which is great to see. You know, mixing it up a bit, throwing things off that missed time grenade, doing just a little bit of damage on Domster there. But
also that sneaky boost up, getting the first kill from XTC, and all of a sudden when that first kill came in, he knew that he wasn't being killed by sidearm.
Yeah, Zero Chance just sitting on that B bomb site there, creating a nuisance of himself, while APG slowly move up this A long area, up through tunnels as well, to see if they can breach onto this A site.
So it's a static hold now from Ecstasy. Rotation going out, Transition Lights are moving out. Blinded and getting killed. Cannibalistic on Corrupted there. So it's a 4v5, the first kill going in the way. Let's see if Zin with the AWP can do anything. Hurling out, I think it was a molly. what looks what could have been a smoke. Yeah, it was a smoke. Another rotation comes back into B. So Lysis is the only one holding back. Let's see if he makes some noise.
So it's interesting to see here. Very, very patient hold here from XTC, but Lights is creating enough action on that A bomb site to sell that push onto that A site, and they move APG onto that B bomb site, taking out PNG and opening up that B bomb site, and now just Zin to do what Zin does best.
Oh, Zin die. That's what he did. Thanks for putting that one on me. Zin gonna go down.
I was setting you up there. He's good.
So they're gonna take that round, and now comes the change up in the half.
And APG taking that to 12-3. If you have just joined us, the first map was
Inferno
16-8 in the favor of APG. So APG looking really strong here, really disciplined and committed and dedicated to getting their executes and their pushes onto those sites really, really well executed in time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm here for you.
Save me from myself.
I can't help you, no one can. Here comes the hurry-up rush on B side. Look for the fierceness that is Ecstasy. Finally, they're going to do something different.
Yeah.
Here comes the first 60 takes. First one going down, Dumpster collecting it. It's going to be the trade out. Viking taking all the way down to 15. Convict now falling though. It's a 3v3. It's a setup, this massive rotation. You've got the angle on him. Wow! But point blank is going to be a 1 and 2 PNG.
All three of them charged to Chicken Coop to get that kill and ended up backfiring. Oh, PND with that one tap onto Lighters. Can he finish it off? No, he can't. Zero chance finishing it off for APG. And wow, that three-man push onto Chicken Coop. There was a lot of screaming going on there. We muted you. There was a point where that actually backfired on them because Lighters just rolled out and took two of them out in quick succession. In quick succession. Yes, he is a big guy. So APG getting those submachine guns out, and P90 in the hands of Zero Chance there. Nothing wrong with that. So 13-3 and an aggressive push here from XTC and drop down. And opening that up, it looks cannibalistic. Hi, yeah.
And he knows two of them are there. XC, two players are going to go down now. It's now a 2v3. Dan and Zim all the way down. A-site's quasi-open, and that bomb is going to go down. Convict going to get the better of him and kill him. Zim's the last man standing with nothing but a sidearm, and Convict working the angles.
Getting that bomb plant down, so there's just a catch there.
Oh.
But Cannibal finishing that off, and the defuse will come in here from Cannibalistics.
Honorable note, finish him off with the UMP.
No
don't
one
hate
cares.
me. No, everyone cares. Heckler and Koch care. I love the UMP.
Cannibalistics, 24-9. Step aside. The guy is absolutely dominating. Respect, and I'm sure he's going to get a couple of orange juices later.
No one's in negative figures though. You take a look at those KD ratios. No one on that side is on negative figures. The closest one being Convict, 7 and 6 in the KD ratio. Then take a squiz down south at Ecstasy. You want to take that one? 9 Dunker.
So here, Galil's AK's real force buys coming here. Very aggressive from XTC now. Those smokes straight through them. Thank you very much. We will move out onto Plateau. PND getting that first kill. The Cannibalistics taking out Zin. And yeah, APG have been pushed off that side.
XTC with the hurry-up offense and working in their favor. Finally, they tried something different, but could have been too little too late. Waiting for the change in round and now doing something different in their tactics. Convict all the way down to 56 and Lighters 74. It's a 4v3, and we're going to have the boost up through drop down. Lighters going to run out. They're going to hold off. Are they going to try and push?
Yes, he's going to try and make a nice little push down long here. I don't think they've seen him yet. They've spotted him out there. That was here it comes. Look at this open up here. Great work. Lights is moving around, and now it's a 2v2 rather. Thank you for that, Lighters. 2v1, and you're
now 1-on-1.
Not really going to get anything out of there. Dan dying, and
no, Dan's the last one there. Now he is dying. Yes, everyone listens to you. It's like you're a fortune teller. Nicely done.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's just APG are going to have to come in here with a bit of a save, trading out that M4 to Convict at the moment. But Eagles and 5-7s going around, And look at that. AKs and XCC can now finally feel like they've got something to work with.
Will they be making that call? Will they think that there's just pistols? Let's see if there's a hurry-up offense again. It's worked so far. Corrupt hanging back down on mid. And the slow working of the angles. He picked up the elbow, throws down Dent's lighters, or killed lighters, and Convicts. Coming in with the assist there is Zin. Now it's looking like a different XCC. That Eagle getting nothing in the form of Viking. Viking getting his life. So
That Eagle doing absolutely nothing.
making a loud noise and collecting no reward for it. Picking it up, 5. It's the ace. The team ace from XCC.
Well, that'll do.
That'll do.
That'll
Big.
save them some cash and do some damage to APG.
Could it be the pendulum now swinging the other way?
It's not a case of, I mean, there's two maps. APG just need to slow things down like they were in the previous round, and take it back a notch. But this is exactly it. It's a very aggressive approach from APG at XCC rather. Oh, zero chance, missing out on those shots. But as I see, APG are just getting torn open until Convict
is going to take it out. The AK and Galil is the last one to speak of. Dom's rocking the old Mag 7 and trying to pick up obviously as much cash as they can. The Eagle ringing true but missing again. I don't know who is he laying fire down. I think it was Zin and running. The rotation coming in. Zero chance. The only one on that A side. Letting it rip down range and hitting nothing. Finally getting Zin, but Dan, returning the favor with the AK-47. Domster in an engagement. It's down to a 2v2.
and
the rotation coming
they
in.
managed to pick up some rifles here, so moving in onto the side, it's going to be easy. Well, as I said, them taking out one of them.
And it's a 1v1. Zin not very powerful. And getting it with only 8 HP. Zin, you absolute ripper.
Domson not absolutely completely unaware of where Zin was, and Zin's like, oh hey, you're in front of me, I will kill you.
I see nothing but Domson's ankles and then his head.
14-6, XCC are starting to fight back. They are starting to believe.
Anyone sitting in this audience, if you need to pee, wait. There could be the comeback of comebacks in this one.
And full buy-in now coming for APG, so they're going to make you look wrong again.
Oh, don't do that to me.
But let's see.
Hurry up, offense.
XCC still rocking a full, and there is Zin doing it again. Doing what Zin does.
Kill people, finally.
Yeah.
It's a 5-on-3. Zin and, oh wow, Dogs are getting taken out. Corrupted now. Nearly collecting his own man, running through the crossfire. Lighters and Convict coming in through the rotation. They're going to back out now, try and save the weapons that they've got. So they're going to go run and hide, if lest I'm mistaken.
APG are not enjoying this aggressive stance from XCC at the moment. That's the second time not one single XCC player has died.
And like I said, the change-up, could the pendulum be swinging the other way?
It could be.
Don't go anywhere, people.
7-14 in the way of APG rather, thank you. And Convict and Lighters holding on to their weapons to take into the next round. That's Lighters. Getting the first one. Lighters getting not the second even. I know it's very the second one's gonna go down. Wow, so some serious damage being done there, and XCC not holding on to that team ace there, unfortunately.
No, Lighters had him all lined up.
And APG have managed to throw together something here with an M4 and the
Nova. Cobble together a little bit of weaponry. Cobble. See what I did? Cobblestone? No? Okay, so Cobblestone, they cobbled together better weapons. You're killing me. That Molly's slowing everyone down on that push. Wow, Dan getting the first kill. And Nova getting two!
Getting the double kill is Domster cleaning out drop down. No, you shall not. And all of a sudden, APG have opened this game up, and Viking and Zin left a 1-2.
Wow, that spam going down. Viking getting taken all the way to 40. APG doing what they do best now, slowing it down. With the jumps and throw on that Molly. Zin getting a kill, so it's a 2v3. Viking all the way down to 40.
Cannibalistics almost giving Domster a little bit of a haircut there in drop down as he peeked out there, but Viking and Ballistics.
Ooh, not checking his angles. Viking with aggressive push, and XCC are going to get wrung out on that one. Finally a win breaking the loose barrier.
Match point.
Match point. Don't be that guy.
Match point.
No, there will be a comeback.
And you know, XCC have played out of their skins. They've really not given up here against APG. They're not giving up still. And at this moment, they've managed to squeeze together a bit of a buy here. They've got plenty of utilities to get themselves onto that site. APG have all the weapons and utilities. But you know, look at this little boost drop down here. But Light is getting that first opening frag on Light and making a lot of noise in this tunnels area, lower section there.
Corrupt getting taken all the way down to 31 HP as well. In that exchange, it's a 5v4. No one has been touched on the APG side. Drop down. They've got it all on lockdown. PND standing at the top. He has the points of elevation going to drop down. You better check his angle. You better check his angle.
Well, PND is going to step out. And as Zero Chance moves for that smoke grenade, PND times it perfectly, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v1.
Then going to try and put that bomb down. Taken all the way to 31 as you traverse that molly. And the rotation coming in. And
2v3. Someone's still alive, is it?
No, 2. Whoa! Point blank.
No 1v2.
It doesn't really matter. APG, ladies and gentlemen, are going to take this one and advance to the semi-finals.
And face up against DC. Guys, later will be Carbon versus Bravado. Thanks for staying and watching that cracker of a game. We're handing over to the panel desk, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Later, guys.
Okay, desk, you're up.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We have just finished up XTC versus APG. APG taking it 2-0, but, I mean, they showed that they were really strong. However, XTC taking a few rounds there, looking pretty good. I don't think they should be too upset with themselves, to be honest.
No, it was a good show of skill in many facets. They came back from a couple of rounds when they were 2 versus 4. They did a couple of clutches and they held their own. I mean, it was nothing to take away from them at all. Unfortunately, just not enough. APG showing up with much better finishing off plan. The entry frags were great. It was brilliantly played. Very shared kill frags as well all the way through. I felt that between I think it was Domster, Tools, and Cannibalistic. Aside from Cannibalistic top scoring there, it really was an even match play from APG, which helped. The gameplay then was more strategic, more team-based, and also, which we were mentioning, Cobblestone being much larger map, having a much larger area for rotations. They forced over rotations, and as soon as that happened, well, they took over the sites.
Yeah, I mean, APG showed that all of their members have talent. I feel that each one in different situations was actually able to carry their own in the small engagement, the 1v1s, the 2v1s, really just showing the strength and depth of the side. And obviously they now advanced themselves through to the semi-final where DC awaits them, but unfortunately they're going to have to wait until tomorrow to play that match. But we have an interview ready with Gareth, I believe. So
we're going to cross
over to Gareth now. Gareth, take it away.
Congratulations to APG securing the last spot there in the semi-finals. And do you feel richer? You've just doubled your money already securing 10,000 Rand.
Getting closer to the end goal, hey, that's what we're all working towards.
And that end goal, of course, is that first prize. Going against Damage Control tomorrow, is that who you'd want to go against out of the top 4?
Well, they're a very strong team, and we are kind of scared of them, but when we play our game, we don't fear anyone. So as long as we play our game, we have nothing to lose.
I have to ask, you guys were looking pretty secure in that second game, taking quite a sizable lead. Particularly when you guys were on the terrorist side, you seem to take your time with the map, almost running down that first minute and leaving the guys very little time to react to your plays. Is that something you planned specifically against this team, or is it something you do in general?
Well, we always wanted to be a very methodical team, you know. We don't want to rely on individuals playing really well to win. We want to rely on a team so we can win as a team. So we've been working on this way of just using all our time, using all our resources, make sure we're very consistent in our breaches, and that shows on our play.
Great, because the interesting thing was that almost the other side of the coin, when it was the switch of the roles, the guys from XTC, they kind of bum rushed you every single time. 5-man straight down to B side every single time. And it seemed like that kind of got under your collars a little bit. I think it was almost 4 or 5 straight points that they won.
Yeah. No, it definitely did. Like, they took B-plats on Cobble like 5 rounds in a row with nades, and like every round I go, I'm okay, they're not going to take it this round, so I can get up there, and I try to get up there and they kill me. So yeah, I was getting kind of frustrating, but then we just said, okay, let's just reset, play our default, and yeah. And
it also seemed that you guys like to back yourselves in the 1v1 situations. It often felt like you kind of send lighters out there to go 3v1, and let's see if you can at least pick a 1, if not 2 kills, then we can back our numbers after that.
Yeah, well, we always expect a lot from our teammates. So when they're in a 1vx situation, we're always like, come on, you got this. You've done this before, you know, or I've seen you do this before. So we definitely give them a lot of confidence in those situations.
And of course, on to potentially the final. Who do you think you're going to meet there if you make it through?
Well, it's Bravado, obviously, but I don't think Carbon are out yet, though. They've got some really skilled players. I've played with some of those players myself, so I can tell if they play on the day, they play well, they can definitely take Bravado. But Bravado, obviously, always the favorites.
And you're up against Damage Control tomorrow morning. You obviously saw them play earlier against White Rabbit, and White Rabbit gave them quite a scare. I mean, most people thought Damage Control were pretty much going to walk that, and despite getting to, I think, a 13-6 lead, it eventually ended up only winning by a single point. Was there anything that you took out of watching that match that perhaps you can use against them?
Well, not really, actually, because we've played DC a lot online and on LAN, and they always kind of use the same play style. It's a very methodical play style like ours as well, but they don't take a lot of risks, and we know that against DC, so which actually makes us very comfortable, because if they don't take risks, we don't have to make our own risks, so we can just play our game, let them come to us, and yeah, it has worked against them in the past very well, so we are pretty confident.
Awesome. Thanks very much, and best of luck for tomorrow. Back to panel.
Thanks, man.
Richard's microphone is on as well.
It's mine
There we
on.
go. Everything's okay? Am I live? Welcome back. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a small microphone glitch, but we are back. I'm sitting with Tools of APG and Zin
What's up?
from XDC. Welcome, guys. Let's start with you, Zin. I'm sure, even though that you guys didn't manage to get past APG, you can't be feeling too bad about that performance. I know that you're quite a new side.
Yeah, look, obviously we had better expectations, especially considering the map pool. It's exactly what we thought it would be. But we are using a stand-in for the land, so obviously we knew it was going to be hard. We know APG is an upcoming side that's obviously been dominating the scene recently. But I would definitely not say we're happy with our performance. Yeah, definitely not.
Okay. And Tools, I mean, just from your perspective, I mean, XDC definitely gave you guys a couple of upsets there.
Yeah, a few rounds.
Especially in map 2, things started to go a little bit awry.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit shaky for you guys, but otherwise you guys seem to be playing well. How are you feeling going into the semi-final?
I'm feeling pretty confident going into the semi-final, but we felt shaky in Cobblestone because we were trying new things, we're trying different things that we've been working on. We knew the map pool was going to be as expected. We just sort of thought to ourselves, we struggled to win early games in terms of the trading frags quite early. So we did practice that, didn't work out for us. Like 3 rounds we did it. So we reverted back to our old style where we just stressed them out. We let them use their resources quite early, and we just hit the sides quite late, and it did work, I mean, numerous times. So that was our game plan going into Cobblestone and practically Inferno as well, and it paid off.
And then looking forward to the rest of the year, obviously this is the first Masters competition, but there are still plenty more to go. Do you feel like the next time XTC comes back, you're going to be a much stronger side?
100%. I mean, if you look at the main reason we did well last year was just because we really put in the time and we really understood what parts of the game we're strong at and what parts we need to work on. And now it's still a bit of a, I don't know, like we don't exactly know where we stand as a team, like if we're more of a tactical team or if we should go more based on aim. So we're kind of struggling to find a balance, and using a sub, obviously our gameplay style was much more lenient towards the free play and not really using smokes, etc. So we're just kind of trying to find a balance, and I think once we find a balance and once we play with our core 5 and we practice and we put in the time, we'll do much better.
And on that same note, Tulani, you guys haven't been together for that long. You guys,
Yeah.
the APG side has come in from various other squads and roster changes that happened. You sort of formed. How have you found that transition into your new lineup? Has it gone well?
It's gone well. I mean, when I first joined APG, where we've been trying different styles, as in me and James calling at the same time, him doing early game, me doing mid round, vice versa, and we've gotten to a point where we understand which strengths in terms of who calls better on which map, who understands the map better, how to use the players better. So we've got that dual in-game leader in our squad, and it's working pretty well.
I mean, the dual in-game leader is we've seen quite a few different styles of in-game leadership here. What do you think the advantages of having two in-game callers compared to, say, Carbon, who has Daniel on the coach calling shots?
The advantages for me, I lead from the front, and him, he leads from the back. So we've got a perspective of an overview. If I can't sort of gauge where my teammates are, where they need to be at the right point at the right time, he knows exactly what's going on. So he just takes over if we're doing a quick strat. So it's an advantage just because he knows some teams better than I do. He understands some maps better than I do. And I just understand when we're in the midst of chaos, I know how to coordinate that in a favorable outcome. So that's my sort of strength. And he just understands the broad perspective of everything better than I do. So that's.
And now you guys obviously have to take a break, get a little bit of a rest.
Get some water.
Tough match tomorrow in the semi-final. You're going to be taking on DC, who definitely showed that they are not a team to be laughed at by taking down WRG earlier today. How is APG feeling going to that matchup tomorrow?
We're feeling pretty confident, to be brutally honest. We played them in the online seedings, and it's quite a good game for us. We've played the best we've ever played, and we just want to get to that point again. And I think DC will be sort of a good challenge for us. Yeah.
And Zin, I mean, you've just speaking on XDC. I'm sure that you guys over time will practice and come together. What are your long-term goals as a team at the moment? Obviously, you're still trying to find each other's play style. I mean, having chatted to some of your players, you're still not quite comfortable as a team. Do you feel that that's definitely going to improve over the next few months?
Yeah, look, like I said, we're still trying to figure out where we stand as a team. We're still trying to get our chemistry working. So we'll definitely step it up as a team. And like you mentioned, our long-term goal is obviously to be a top team in South Africa. We want to play and be able to beat the best. Like that, if you're not playing to become the best, then there's no reason you should play. Like you need to strive to being the best, and you need to give it your all, and always have like being number one in your mind, because otherwise you just won't be able to get there. So I know it's a long shot, but we want to be a top 2 team in this country, and we're going to work towards that and put in the time to maybe one day make that a reality.
And I mean, Tools, you know the definition of hard work yourself. You've said in multiple interviews on our website at Telkom Gaming that you practice hard and you work hard. Do you feel that the competitive Counter-Strike scene as a whole is beginning to take on that same mentality?
It's gotten to the point where the top 5 we're just full of hard workers. Every team has that one person who's just going to give it his all in terms of the theoretical point of view of Counter-Strike. And as soon as you get that going, every team just are on the same sort of page in terms of the meta. And it takes hard work to figure out what works best. You're watching demos, watching your demos, going through a lot of VODs with your teammates. I've put a lot of time in Counter-Strike, and it's going to a point where my whole team's doing the same. So for me, hard work does pay off, and it will reflect in results.
Cool. I'd like to thank Tulani and Zin for coming to have a chat, and we'll be crossing over to our MC to wrap things up for now.
All right, we're done now with our quarterfinals and getting ready for our final 4 to go head-to-head. They've already secured themselves each 10,000 Rand, and looking, of course, with their eyes on the prize of that 40,000 Rand at the end of the weekend. We're going to go to our next semi-final, which will be starting at about 2:30. We'll be stopping the stream now, so take a break, grab some refreshments, and we'll be back at 2:30. Cheers for now.
Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I won't be there soon to wake you so discreet. Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. will wait for you. There's nothing left for me to do than run and act myself a fool. No point in trusting anyone. Your eyes of diamonds keep me up. Never thought that it could be this way. Trust in anyone. There's nothing left for me to do than run and act myself a fool. No point in trusting anyone. Your eyes of diamonds keep me up. Never thought that it could be this rough. No point in trusting anyone. carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Show you all the way. Let me show you all the ways. Oh, let me show you all the ways. Yeah, let me show you all the ways. That carries them has kept me astray. Too soon to act on it, can we ever be? That all depends on what you're feeling from me. Show you all the way. Let me show you all the ways. Oh, let me show you all the ways.
reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current.
No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen.
show you how. I could show you how to fight I could show you how to
And we're live for semi-final time. Our first matchup is going to be BVD versus Carbon Esports. I just forgot there for a second. They've obviously walked their way through their first rounds. BVD going pretty much unbeaten the whole way through since the preliminary rounds, not dropping a single match. Carbon managed to get 5 out of 7 matches during the preliminary stages and then pretty much walked through their quarterfinal matchup yesterday. They've obviously rested up a little bit and are ready to go. And so we're just going to pass over through to our panel, who are ready with a couple of interviews with lighters from APG.
And
You're a first seed
back.
then,
We are
probably.
here, the panel joined with Tools from APG and Apocalypse from DC, two of the winning teams in the semi-finals tomorrow. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, good. I'm excited. What a great day of CS. I can't wait for this game. It's going to be
Yeah,
sick.
likewise. I'm quite excited for tomorrow, and today's game went well, so yeah.
And up first now, the first semi-final of these, Bravado versus Carbon. Tools, how do you see this one going?
I'm going to see Bravado taking this map to the series 2-1 to BVD. Not too sure which maps or who's in favor, but I feel confident in them finishing off quite well.
Should we take us through the eliminations? How did it go? What happened in there?
So what happened was we went off with Bravado winning the coin toss and selecting sides, and Carbon eliminating Train first up, Bravado eliminating Cobble, and then Carbon picking Mirage. Now that's a little bit of a different scenario. I mean, we haven't seen that happen. Mirage hasn't been played up first. So talk us through, what do you rate? What do you think the thought pattern was with that, especially that elimination of Bravado and Cobble? I mean, it's one of their strongest maps. What do you think?
Absolutely. I think the reason why Bravado would do that is they're going with the strategy of take out other team's best map, and then we'll play you on anything else. So it's quite a nice first map to come in on Mirage. Both teams obviously very slow, strategic and tactical. So it's quite a good matchup. I expect a very slow game, first game.
Well, from my experience on Mirage, I know Carbon, I think theoretically and just in terms of strategically, they are a better team on Mirage. But Bravado just have that raw skill, that raw out-aim, outplay mentality. And I think, if anything, if they're going to win that map, it's just how they're going to win that map, because Carbon play very, very slow. And BB are conditioned to that slow, fast play.
Absolutely. And what we're going to see on Mirage is, of course, a big factor will be Sonic and his defense at the middle.
Yeah.
Because if BVD battle for mid control could cause them some headaches at the beginning of the game, which will be quite interesting to see how he does individually. Obviously, BVD, 5 excellent players. You can't say there's a weak link. Guys are, excellent all round, but it's really pivotal, the man who's going to play the middle, and I believe it's going to be Sonic today. So we'll see if he steps up to defend that mid.
Yeah, I just think if CT was for BVD, if they really want to contain Carbon, they literally have to just prioritize their resources. Because Carbon play very, very slow. They just wait for that impatient CT play. They wait for that CT information play in the middle of the map. They spread themselves out thin, and they come together and they hit one side and they fake and hit the other. Otherwise, just get together, they straight execute. And from my experience in the past, I've played with them, they know how to control an A exec. But it's going to come down to the B side. If they can control that B side, they're going to do quite well for themselves.
And obviously, I mean, BVD, well-rehearsed team, you know, obviously their executes are always on point.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen them play that much Mirage lately.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if they've got that same execution. I'm really surprised that Cobble's gone out, because their executions on Cobble are excellent and well-versed and well-practiced. So
that was a surprise to me as well.
We'll see how it goes on Mirage. But, you know, it is BVD. They put in the hours, they put in the time. I believe they are going to come with solid executions. But, you know, I really think if Carbon's going to take a map, they're going to take it right off the bat on this one.
Yeah.
Here's the opportunity. They couldn't have asked for a better toss.
And something actually we were discussing earlier, I think it's a very key moment. Carbon need to take the first map to get that advantage.
They need to take the first map,
yeah, they need to put Bravado on the back foot.
Absolutely.
And as you were mentioning, Carbon, very slow playing team, receiving the information and then moving out. I mean, from your own experience as well with DC doing that, without giving too much away for tomorrow. But
we just rush every round. That's what we do. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah,
I got your number, fam.
Yeah, plant the bomb.
Yeah.
And what would you say would be the key moments for Carbon to be able to make sure that they don't break that, or Bravado aren't able to break? Because we often see them in Inferno. Bravado come down the middle to create a complete upset, create a distraction and break their mentality. Do you think you will see something like that in the fact that they're playing terrorists first up? Or do you see them holding back?
If they are playing terrorists, what they need to do, they can't forfeit too much information in terms of banana control, mid control, maps control. Because they know what they're going to do is they're going to go hit banana, the deep smoke and banana, and they're going to take control of banana. If they can just immediately take apps control and mid control, throughout the round will turn out much better for them.
Absolutely.
But if they sit back, it's going to be hard.
Because what you see as well with Bravado is they'll peek for information. If you're not there, they're going to use the space, and they use it really well. So what I'm anticipating is Detrony doing his run underground and taking his shots, you know, really pushing forward. If Carbon can start off by pushing them back and saying, we're going to actually punish you when you push, then we'll see a different game, and then they'll have an opportunity to clock some rounds on the board, get that economy going. You know, and I really think if they're going to do it, they're going to do it in the first half of this terrorist round. They're going to have to.
Yeah. And I know of late, Carbon have been playing a very, very disciplined T-side, because the spoof is calling in the background, and he knows how to control his players. So they play a very disciplined game, but it's going to come down to just communication during their chaotic situations, how they compose themselves within the situations, because BVD thrive in chaos. And if you let them just go loose, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose.
Absolutely. I mean, you got Goals, who's just exactly that. You know, thrive in chaos. If there's smokes and flashes and craziness going around, he's gonna go and find a gap or find an entry or jump through the smoke with a knife and stab someone. Goals really. Absolutely. He just goes out gun swinging, and you need a player like that to create something. So that's going to be a big factor of Carbon to reel Goals in and don't let him push and punish all his little mistakes. Because when you're playing that loosely, there are mistakes, you know.
No, hands down. And moving on to the second map, even with Bravado's pick of Overpass. Now, that's a completely different map play and a completely different style of play I think is required for that. Do we see anything different? Do we see Bravado keeping to their same chaotic creating of chaos, creating an instability in Carbon?
I don't know. Overpass is a little bit more tricky because, you know, it's very separate. You're playing a lot of long-distance aim battles. So it's a different
key AWP moments.
Absolutely. And with BVD's ability to double AWP, you know, that could be a massive factor on Overpass.
Yeah, I think it's just to come down to who makes less mistakes. Because I don't think BVD have played a lot of Overpass. I mean, Carbon, I haven't seen them play Overpass yet.
Generally in our scene, you don't see a lot of Overpass.
You don't see a lot of Overpass. So I know BVD are more sort of conditioned to Overpass, they play it more, but we haven't seen what Carbon have prepared. And if they're keeping stress on the wraps, then it's going to be quite a surprise. But I do see BVD taking Overpass, without a doubt.
It comes down to the third one, really.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the
I
third
would give Overpass to BVD, purely because we played them on it once or twice in practice, and excellent strategies, nice build-up.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it's going to move from there, obviously, as a third map potential is Inferno, as we were saying. And in that regard, I mean, do we see Carbon in there and picked up Inferno? So the ban came from Bravado eliminating Dust before the Inferno choice.
Yeah.
Now, do you feel that the third map going in, if they go into a one-on-one situation, is that third map almost a write-off? Like Bravado going to take that?
No, not necessarily.
Not at all.
Carbon, I think, have a good T side, and BVD CT side has been a bit shaky lately. I mean, DC beat them online, sort of drew to them in a scrum, but so they have a very shaky CT side.
Okay.
I think, like you were saying, though, that's also
where, like you're saying, if you lose a map, you come into the next one. I think that's where a coach comes into handy, and both teams have excellent coaches that can help them out in that situation. Whereas if you don't have a coach and you're in the zone and you're losing, you can get a bit thrown off. I think these teams are beyond that. I think they've got that under control. They can come off a 16-0 loss, go into the next map, reset mentally, and start again. Especially, I mean, they both have really excellent coaches, and I think that's important.
And I know BVD have better BMT players than Carbon do, so I think if anything, Spoof is going to have to play a big role from that coaching side. He's going to have to sort of refocus them, just tell them it's going to be okay, just stick to what you know and just don't deviate from what you guys have to do.
And the nice thing with him as a coach is that he's an excellent player himself, and he's very strategic. So not only have you got a guy boosting the morale of your team, which is important, he's also able to call for them or take the pressure off the in-game leader, which is a massive factor, you know.
Yeah, no, hands down. And another situation that we take into account is obviously this whole situation with the coaches being a new level in South African gaming, and having the players, certain players. I mean, Sentinel, brilliant player in Bravado. Spoof being a player as he has been up until even this year, substituting for Carbon within the prelim game.
For sure.
Do you feel that that can actually sometimes become detrimental, where the player almost wants to take over even though he's coaching?
I think yes, to a certain extent, because remember, like 5 players, there's a lot of comms running around. You're talking to your teammate who's playing in your side, you're talking to them and the callers, so there's a lot of voice talk.
Yes.
And now the coaches, and it's a 6th person that you've got to listen to and be aware of and try. So I think that's where experience as a coach comes in. You know, you've also got to learn to be a good coach and learn when to say, okay, I don't have to speak now. Let the guys play it out. It was a good call. I'm saying nothing. You know, if you have a coach who's constantly talking and stuff, it can be very distracting for the players.
Which is exactly what happens, because we've got Spoof that talks a lot.
Absolutely.
We've got Sent that kind of just
let them
play.
Well, I know sort of from experience, I think Carbon, what they do is their coach does the in-game leading. Bravado, the coach isn't doing the in-game leading. And for us, our coach isn't doing the in-game leading. So it's different from each team. It's just how the coach needs to sort of be a part of the team, where he needs to help, where it's important. So I know Bravado, mentally, that's what Andreas does for them. Keeps them motivated, keeps them communicating well, keeps less tension between players if there's a scuffle. And, you know, Carbon for Spoof, he's going to be a big impact player in terms of how he approaches that situation, how he calls, how he composes his teammates.
Yeah, no, okay. Also, another aspect that comes into obviously LAN events and now semi-finals. Another pressure's on. I mean, yes, it's been a single elimination the whole time, jumping up 10,000 rand each single bracket, pretty much every time you're getting up in the effects. And do you feel that the difference between these two sides, would you have called it slightly different on LAN versus this LAN event?
So the results coming out of this game, definitely.
So that there is quite a large influence on the LAN side. Who would it more favour?
Well, on LAN, I'm going to go very bold. I'm going to go at Carbon, just because, like, Flexi is very, very, very comfortable on LAN. Fadi's very, very, very comfortable on LAN.
Comfortable,
like, they play well on LAN.
He's very comfortable looking through smoke grenades.
And the fact that this is his first LAN, this is a big moment for him. So how he deals with it is going to be very important. Fadi, he's played a few LANs. I'm okay with him. He's very consistent. Makmo is a very big impact player. You mustn't look over him. That AWP is going to become very important. If he can use, like, I know at Arena Line, he was getting a lot of picks off Demi. He was winning those duels with Destiny, actually.
Absolutely.
So if he can carry on doing that, if Fadi can open up those rounds for them, it's going to be a good game.
You raised a good point. I mean, these are young guys. These are young players coming up in the scene. They've got raw talent, but can they reel it in on the big stage under pressure and keep their discipline and structure, not get carried away? You know, it'll be really interesting to see. I mean, you've got excellent players coming up. Look at Fadi and Flexi together. Power fraggers. You know, the guys can literally one-on-one anyone in the country right now. Makmu with his AWP is going to be a big factor. Because, I mean, now he's playing against the big boys. He's playing against Sonic and Detrini dual AWPing. And for him to carry on getting his picks like he has, I mean, he's had an excellent tournament so far. He's had an excellent leg online. You know, Makmu is a new person in the scene. Now let's see if he can do it online against Bravado where it counts. This is where we're going to see what they're made of, for the young guys.
So in general, we're looking at a combination of between Sonic and Detrini to watch out for Bravado versus a Fadi and Flexi combination in the Carbon team.
That'll be quite a good matchup to see.
And let's not forget Hackam.
No, of course.
He is for me one of the biggest sort of putting numbers on the board. He's really good at that. He knows how to get his kills.
And recently it seems he's sorted out his issues with his form where he was going up and down. Now he's been relatively solid throughout the whole online league. So, you know, it's another great... On paper, these are really, really good individual players in both teams.
Definitely.
No, for sure. And if we're coming down to as well a combination between where you've got players that've got the aim and the raw talent, like we were saying, and the young coming up, that's going to play off a lot against the experience of Destiny. Sonic's still as well new to the division, but I feel like his exposure and experience all the way from VNR through to BVD has been, I mean, it's been monumental. It hasn't been really seen so often, and I think that playoff between the two of them, as well, obviously, who's going to be taking on the AWP, who's going to be changing over, who's going to be holding back, is going to be key. Do you think that Bravado are going to focus on specific movements to target maybe weaker spots in Carbon? Because we know we've got Flexi combo with.
I wouldn't say so. I don't think Bravado has specifically gone out of their way to break down Carbon. I think they're just going to try and play their own style. I think if there was any of that analysis, it would have been done on Carbon's side to try and isolate things BVD do and anti-stratting. If there was any BVD won't anti-strat because, you know, where they are, they think, oh, okay, no, we don't have to look at them. We're going to play our game and win it. Whereas Carbon could say, okay, they do this in this particular scenario. Let's anti-strat. Let's try certain things to pick out Destiny because he sits there. You know, so
they want to be doing that.
And they do. You know, both teams do a lot of homework, but I think Spoof would have done more homework looking into BVD strategy in specific plays than the other way around.
I mean, he's got his notebook there. I don't see why not.
He's got to take it care and writing as he
definitely.
goes.
And the one thing I know about what Carbon have to do, they have to be able to open up the rounds and create that unfavorable situation for BVD. BVD have historically better clutch players. I mean, they have Deviant, they have Elusive. He's a god at clutching. They have Sonic and they have Destiny. So they can't let it to be a 3v3. That can't happen.
It'll be interesting to see who actually goes into the main entry fragger role, who actually steps up this game for Carbon, because you have got so many guys that can do it. Let's see, and I'm thinking it probably will be Fady.
It's going to be Fady, obviously up front. He's good at that, so I don't see why they shouldn't.
I'm really actually excited to see what Fady can do on the front lines this game. If he can pick them open, it could be astonishing to see him, you know, getting in there, up into Sonic, up into Destiny.
And you know, Mirage and Overpass, it is a sort of broad map. It's open spaces. So if you just link him up with a support player, Fady will thrive. But he has to be smart about his approach into entry fragging, obviously.
Absolutely, and in the previous LAN in Cape Town, we saw on Mirage, Mahmoud did not miss an AWP shot. He's astonishing. He had he didn't miss the easy ones at all, and he's a couple really good flicks, one or two, but his simple shots, he got them, all of them.
He
got
some points, his reflex, basically.
Absolutely, you know, but not missing the easy ones. You know, when a guy's talking about that is so important, especially in a game like this. You're not going to get really wide open opportunities. If you see him, you got to take him out. And
he makes his shots.
Yeah, he does, and that's again with all the nerves and stuff. It's a big game.
Key moments.
Let's see, you know, the guys have just got to keep it down, keep their game playing, and it's spray control, under control, not potato sprays like me.
Trying to practice that. That's copying old Richard, who's left us on the panel. He's headed out to the front to try and market himself to buy his bottles of whiskey for his bets that he's lost. But
I mean, you got 30 bullets, you might as well use them.
If you get the spray pattern right, all right, it's going to make it a little bit of a pattern behind it. But do you think that the preparation towards this tournament has been slightly different for all the teams? So I know Bravado have gone in with this idea, and I was talking to Sent yesterday actually, and he was mentioning that they were also not focusing directly on boot camping. They were focusing on individual players and focusing on individual movements. And having 3 or 4 weeks just to focus on how those players will fit as a team because they know their teamwork synergy.
In terms of the online schedule as well, all the teams just preparing for this are quite busy. I mean, you guys had plenty of games we played against each other. So I think you know, a lot of the teams had a lot of practice on the online league, just getting there. So everyone's schedule's been quite busy. I don't know if guys have had actually time to step outside and redo strats and things. You're basically prepared for the online league, and the competition has started. We've already been in this competition for a couple of weeks now.
Perfect. Well, on that note, we're going to head out to the intro video for Bravado.
Through the ranks they've climbed, dominating and decimating everything in their way. As a team in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, they claimed their first Telkom Digital Gaming Championship in 2013, their second in 2014, and held the title for their third consecutive year in 2015, a record 5th time in their history. The success of their Counter-Strike division is unparalleled locally, and with leading teams in Call of Duty, Battlefield, and
now we're going in for the Carbon introduction.
with a lethal combo of dexterity and determination, this newly formed clan is on a mission to ascend the ranks and do damage along the way. Formed in late 2015 by the former owner of Eternal Conflict, they arrived on the scene fully equipped with teams in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Dota 2, and Call of Duty on Xbox. Their aim, however, goes beyond victory, beyond reward. They are here to fortify their place in history. Clan leader is Daniel Spoof van Beek, and they are Carbon Esports.
All right, guys, the semi-final of the Telkom Digital Gaming Masters Championships.
Say that 3 times fast.
Never.
It cannot be done.
It is Carbon versus Bravado, and I am excited.
Who could not possibly? Monster Energy Drink going to count us down. How well timed is that?
Thank you, Monster Energy Drink stand. And you're just a couple seconds off. Guys, can we have a little support for these guys out there? Here we go!
So Bravado on the side of terrorists, Carbon on the side of counter-terrorists. We're going to look for that push. It's a slow move on here. Elusive going to hang back on T-Roof. Detrony going to stop up in top mid. And here comes the first sort of sneak-at-you engagement.
They're going straight into lowers here, and they're going to move in quietly. Macmo is sitting in that favorite position of his in snipers, while KGS covering in cat. And immediately, straight off the bat, Sonic getting one, and Goals following up with another. Bravado going in with great fury and vengeance.
Fady, however, going to operate on Goals, take him out. It's just Hakim and Macmo. Macmo, the invitational MVP. A word of advice: don't stick your head out when he has an AWP in his hands. It ends poorly.
Is he going to spot Macmo here?
Yes, he is. And Macmo's going to get run out by Sonic. Hakim's the last one left, and it's a 1v4. Deviant all the way down to 12. There gets the first kill. It's 1 and 3. Wait for it. He's working the angle.
Sonic, has he seen him? Is he waiting for him to get out there? Sonic finishing that off, taking for himself 3 kills at the moment. Sonic looks to be on fire for Bravado.
Fire! Oh, look what it is.
No.
Say it. Say
No.
it. There's three UMPs.
Bravado have guns.
4 UMPs.
And yeah, that's the kind of start Bravado would have wanted to have had on this map. Straight off the bat, getting a great pistol round. Sonic operating for them perfectly there. And off we go. UMPs all around, AK in the hands of Sonic. You can see we know what he can do with that.
Macmo back up in snipers. Oh, and now it's going to rotate out. It's a slow move. Fady going to try and push up on the head of Truck there. Flexi also holding off on the B side. So they've got a 2-1-2 split, B side and A side even. Macmo, the man in rotation, going to go back to Sniper's Nest, see if he can sniff out anything.
Starting to see if they can get that nade absolutely taking Fady all the way down to 33 health. And look at this, Detrony's still sitting in that T ramp area there, just trying to see if he can get any kind of peek up onto that A bomb site. Well, Sonic and Elusive dinking, getting dinked there. Sonic was actually by Flexi, and here comes the push from Bravado. Another dink coming in from Flexi onto Elusive, and there's some huge damage going down at the moment. But it's all a hurry up and wait game at this point.
They're jumping intel. Oh, Fady going to get rinsed out by Sonic with that UMP to the pip. Good night, sweet Prince Flex. Flexi down to 24, and there's a slow rotation out. Carbon working the angles. It's a 5v. Oh, never mind. It's a 5v3. Macmo, Hakim, the last two with the 100% health.
All of them moving off of that B bomb site, and they have brought it. In moves Bravado to a completely empty B bomb site, while Carbon are left wondering what is going on that A bomb site. Well, guess what? Nothing.
So here comes the hurry up and rush. Macmo, Fady, the engagement coming in through kitchen.
Goals and Destiny holding down that kitchen area, and there is no way this is going to be anything but poor. Because Carbon right now are Bravado have a lot of damage done to them. Detrony getting himself 2 kills there.
And look for the teammates. Untouched. Hakim nowhere close out their teammates. Finally getting a kill as Hakim. It finishes out with a 4 left on Bravado's side. Slight density economy, but nothing really to speak of.
Bravado have so much cash at the moment, and now it's all up to Carbon. They're gonna probably go into a bit of a save here again for this round, trying to save up and get themselves a full buy the next round. But Bravado are looking good. They are on fire at this point.
So it's situation normal. Hakim and Macmo, 2 MVPs from yesterday, doing what they do best. Oh, here comes a quick engagement.
Not seeing KGS in Palace, and all of a sudden, KGS just weaving between these pillars, not able. Sonic just toying with him at the moment and finishing him off. Elusive coming up in the back end of Palace and finishing that job for Sonic.
And in the interim, 4 have dropped. Fate's the last man standing, and ignore my last one because he's no longer standing. It's a 4 and zilch.
3 very quick rounds there from Bravado, just absolutely rolling in onto the side, taking out Carbon. Now we'll see a proper buy here. Macmoor with that AWP yesterday, almost getting to 30 kills with that on this exact map. So he loves this map with this weapon of his. And I'd love to see what he can do with this now.
Just a quick one. 6-1, 4-0 in the KD ratios for Sonic and Deviant respectively. That's 10 players. They've played 3 rounds, 15 people they could have picked up. So 2/3 have gone to 2 players. And the first one's going to drop to Detrony in the form of Hackham. Oh, Macmo has an AWP in his hand.
Yes, he does. And he is in that sniper's area, just having a look down in that lower section there. But Sonic and Elusive moving slowly up onto that B apps. Nobody there except Flexi and Fady holding from the kitchen area. But in come the smoke to slow them down, while Goals and Detrony make their move onto that A bomb site. Bravado at the moment just trying to open up a gap onto the bomb site, even though there's only 4 players in the on the Carbon side. They're still giving them the respect they deserve. And as I say that, Goals taking out KGS, and a rotation happening now. Round to A. Oh, Macmoor with that beautiful AWP shot onto Goals. And now, all of a sudden, Bravado slow down. Unsure of where Macmoor is at the moment. The intel would have been that he is in jungle, so it's now just a wait and see game at the moment for Bravado to see if they can get Macmoor out of his little perch.
They are going to stack up through connector. Here comes a slow push. They've consolidated again, Detrony with the bomb in hand, and they're going to rotate out. Even with Macmoor
missing that shot, and eventually Deviant managing to take out Macmoor.
That bomb's going to go down. Fady's the only one that can do anything about it. And he's not going to, because Sonic's going to do something about his face. And ring it through with the AWP. Flexi's the last one now in. M4A4. He's probably going to run out and just hold that off if he's a smart man, and he is.
I'm pretty sure Bravado are going to want to go and have a look for him, finish this out good and proper. Elusive pushing down there into kitchen there, wanting to have a look. Flexi got the angle, Flexi got the angle on Elusive and taking him down. So some damage being done there from Flexi on part of Bravado. Another one going down. This is great work from Flexi. He is really putting some damage in there. And Detrony knows exactly where he is, and Sonic finishes that off.
The intel coming
side
through.
Of the head.
Sonic running around, picking it up, the kill. Great communication, great run through. It's now 0-4 to Bravado.
Well, Flexi will be happy with that, even though he didn't manage to keep the rifle. He's still got two kills off of Bravado, costing them a fair amount of money. But that being said, Bravado is still looking pretty strong on the economy front.
And just relegated to pistols now is Carbon. CZ's all to speak of.
Sonic trying to get himself a quick peek here through T, and are they going to step out in front? Sonic getting the first shot. Finishing him off.
Oh, they're lining up nicely now. It's the three dropping quickly. The rotation coming back in, and he's going to pick up another. Good night, Sweet Prince. The team ace and Bravado stamping their authority early on in this match.
Sonic really doing some great things with that AWP. 11 for 1. He is on fire, and there is no pun intended. 5-0, and Bravado are looking strong at this point.
Yeah, it's 11-1. That is a KD ratio. They use
11 to none.
11 to none. It's a KD ratio that we could only ever hope for as shoutcasters. Wow, here comes a hurry up offense. They're going to kick that bomb out. We've got 3 killing at the top there. So good spread on here. We've got a 3-2 split, holding down the A, Macmoor. So how are we going here? 5 and 5. If it's just a slow down game, there seems to be the rotation going back now into A.
So Macmoor, who was really doing well yesterday for his team, 1 for 5 at the moment. Sonic is saying to him, listen, pal, you were good with the AWP yesterday. Let's see what you're doing now. At the moment, 11-0, and Macmoor with the Negev. He's going to absolutely saw people in half with that. He is mad. Angry Badger over there.
Angry Honey Badger. So he's waiting for the drop down. Fady and Goal's doing the waltz up top there between low. He's heard him. Literally trying to line up all that he can here.
Clearing out sandwich. Waiting,
Wow.
Deviant getting that first pick for Bravado. Goals finishing it up. That B-bomb side is open. And all of a sudden, definitely not seeing that Makmur through the wood. They're taking out Makmur and nothing happening. Hakim on that little perch that he likes to find himself. Sonic and Deviant really low. Hakim could do something really good here for his team if he manages to clutch this.
I will go horse.
I'm sure you will. Moment, just Bravado just toying with him. That bomb is still down at the moment, and there goes Sonic to get that plant down. Getting one.
Rotating out, working the angle. Oh, the exchange. It came down to the wire. Just 10 HP in Deviant's hand.
Deviant absolutely pulled that one out of the bag. Beauty he is. And unfortunately, Hakim unable to finish it off for Carbon, and he will be absolutely livid with himself with that one.
My eyes are like the Sahara Desert. I didn't blink once through the engagement. Famous is in an M4 that they managed to rescue.
Force buying up here.
Yep.
And here it looks like Bravado is splitting up. They're going onto this T-ramp side. Only KGS sitting on that A-bomb side. Detrony's going to have a little peek out there onto the A-bomb side and get himself a KGS, opening up that A-bomb side. And now the rotation's coming in from Carbon.
Hakim and Nakma are both getting blinded out by that perfectly placed flash. Now seeing it there, Molly slowing them right down. Hakim getting Detrony. All of a sudden it's a 2v4. Here comes the first exchange. He's going to take one back and it's a 2-on-3. Sonic down to 94, but that's not really going to play too much of a part with an AWP in his hand. Slow advance up to the top here. Is Magma going to see it? Wait for the exchange. He hasn't. Wait. Oh, there's the first. There's the second. It's now down to
Sonic
one-on-one.
getting the kill there. Oh, little beauty. He needs to.
The defuse.
He's going in for the defuse.
He faked him out.
He faked him out, and Fady with the beauty didn't have the defuse kit. Knew he didn't have the time to try and go for it with Sonic still alive. Did the defuse fake and popped out and absolutely destroyed Sonic. He'll go and fetch that AWP for Carbon. And what a cracking round for Carbon. Good work.
Wow, it's a masterclass in CSGO. Bravado and Carbon. We knew it was going to be a good game. We didn't know it was going to be this great.
Well, you know, you see Carbon. Well, I think it was Flexi that was held back. Bravado not dropping the smoke onto that CT to actually cover it up. Saving the smoke, was using the molly to actually just keep Flexi back so they could get that movement onto the sites and get that bomb plant down.
Try and slow it down. Sonic and Elusive are doing the hurry up and rush. Flexi's going to push out, try and see if he can get any info through apps. That perfectly placed smoke going to slow Sonic right down on his heels. A good split, mainly based at the top. They are favouring Hakim down the bottom there, trying to hold it off through CT stairs.
Bravado's still having plenty of cash to spend at the moment, you know, so they just need to ensure. I mean, if they go ahead now and beat Carbon after 6 rounds, they're going to destroy Carbon's economy, and they are going to be starting from the beginning again. So it's important. It's an important round. Makmur just missing Deviant there, just Deviant having a little Pikachu and getting nothing for his efforts.
He will be scathing right now. Bravado, Elusive picking up the first on Fady. That's a telling kill. That Molly going to slow everyone right down from the advancement. See if there's going to be a jump in C. As far as Intel, Elusive cooking himself nicely. He's now well done.
And yeah, I mean, at the moment, Bravado really slowing this down and just waiting. They've got the one-man advantage at the moment, although Elusive sitting really low on health, so it's just a little bit of a waiting game here. Bravado setting up for their push out onto this B side. Makmur in that kitchen area waiting for the crossfire, missing that whole situation, and
all of a sudden it's 4-on-2. Makmur getting everybody
wow,
with extreme prejudice.
Absolutely amazing.
Flex, we're getting Detrony now. It's Deviant's the last man standing. He's coming to push up quietly in here through jungle. Hold off, and
Deviant's going to keep hold of this AK and just hold back. He's the only one that actually he'll have to pass something out onto Sonic there, because Sonic not really having a lot of cash at the moment, and yeah, Bravado's starting to look a little bit worse for wear. Like I said, Carbon needed to win that game, or else their economy would have been absolutely shattered. But Maximo and Fady now rocking 2 AWPs, and this is going to be interesting.
We saw what they did yesterday with it, and it was a slaughter. Eventually, Macmo turning out to an auto sniper and just making a wee mockery of the opposing team.
Look at that angle that's being held by Macmo on Palace there. It's between him and Detrony, and someone's gonna step out on Palace there. Jumping across there with the smoke, and Sonic goes unseen. So now Bravado just slowing things up, looking for a pick, looking for something at this point. Carbon not willing to give them anything.
So there goes the smokes. Looks like the push is now going to come. Slowing it right down. They're going to go for the push here on A side. KDS with his back to the action, and smoke covering it off. The flashes go in, and here comes the move onto the A side. Deviant clearing the angles. Someone's in the smoke, which he hasn't picked up just yet. Blinded out of it, and here comes the kills. The Elusive going to take one down. Macmo going to revenge it with goals falling to his AWP. It's a 4-on-4, 4-on-3. Fady getting it in there with Sonic ringing Macmo's bell. AWP versus AWP, and Fady's now going to pull out there. It's no longer in stage. It's 1v2. Good Lord, Detrony and Hackham's now the last man standing. He's got 2 kills to his name. Sonic's got 2 kills to his name.
That bomb is still out there in the open. Detrony managing to pick it up. Hackham picking off Sonic, and now it's down to Detrony and Hackham. 2 past. Look at that, the fake. He's trying to do exactly what Fady did earlier on in the game, and he's actually going to go for it now. Hackham spraying through those crates there and not getting anything off of Detrony.
Waiting for the peak. There it is.
Hackham taking out Detrony, and he will get the defuse. Carbon now taking this to a 6-3 game, wanting that AWP on the stairs before he gets the defuse. So that's more important.
It's all about priorities. His are in the right place.
So Carbon now going up 6-3, going up another round to 6-3. That is great play by Carbon. They are really taking Bravado to task at the moment, and now the money for Bravado starts to come into question.
Into doubt. We do have a couple AKs, a CZ. Well, we're waiting for Sonic to buy that. There it is. Waiting for Sonic to change that block out. Finally doing it. AWP M4 A4s and an M4 A1S. So the quiet M4.
Yeah, at the moment, Bravado moving quite slowly there. Just trying to get Hackham, lining them up. So if they do come charging out of that smoke, that nade
like that
should do some damage, and does on Sonic. It collects him a bit.
These were sides back to jungle. Sonic's going to hold up here. Here comes the rush to the side. First one going to the way of Macmo through that smoke. Then Molly going to push him right back. Second one going the way of Macmo, jumping into his line of sight to Detrony. Flexi getting another kill. It's a 5 down to 2 goals. He's going to drop. Goals is the last man standing, and he's only got a CZ to speak of. All to play for, nothing to do. He's going to finally pick up 1 kill, taking it down to the 4th, and that's going to be all she wrote. 4 and 6 now in the way of Bravado.
Nice little spray down there from Flexi through the boxes, taking out goals, and all of a sudden Bravado are now right to the beginning. Incoming a tactical pause here from Bravado, so they've seen what's going on here, and they want to try and stem the flow of loss here.
Yeah, oh, man, we're in for a treat. That again, using the tacticals correctly there. How many times have we watched teams get down to like a 15-1, a 15-2, and then calling the tactical pause?
Well, that's exactly it. So Detrony's in there talking to his guys. I'm sure Saints is chiming in with a few choice words as well, because they were steamrolling at one stage, and all of a sudden Carbon really coming back to this. Daniel spoof for Carbon is probably doing exactly the same thing with his team. You know, there's some good things happening for Carbon. They're getting those frags now. Macmo up there with 10 for 8, and Sonic 15 for 6. It's good.
It is good indeed. So, what does one say about Macmo and his AWP work? That kid has never let anything down as far as his crosshairs go. You can't cross it. Can't even put out a toenail. He'll take it straight off.
Absolutely, and you know, it's all about that economy now. You know, Bravado need to do something. Carbon have capitalized on that, and they've taken the last, 4 rounds now. I mean, 4 rounds straight wins, and so Bravado was 6-0 up, and now all of a sudden it's like almost an even footing. you've got Carbon, we've got the momentum, and Bravado taking this tactical timeout. They've forced up there. Detrony, the only one with a Tech 9. I'm sure there we go. We go live now, back into the game. So Bravado needing to do something with this. They've got some utilities to work with, but at the moment, Carbon firing on all cylinders.
It is. It's obviously a fullback coming in for Carbon, 4 and 6, taking the last 3. It's Macmo going to go straight for his favorite position of choice. He has Voyager miles here.
He most definitely does. There's a good split here for Carbon at the moment. Almost, as you'd like to call it, the Congo line. Look at them smoking out Macmo out of that position. Flexi moving back into ladder room just so that he can get an idea as to where Bravado are moving. And Bravado now taking control of that mid area.
Let's see how far Detrony advances up the apps here. He's laid down some fire, making a loud noise. Flexi's now going to rotate out, see if he can get a pick on that angle. Detrony is going to swap positions with him.
Still making that noise. Detrony is coming in through that lows area, trying to push into that mid so he can get into connector and maybe try and get a peek on Macmo here.
KGS is the man that's going to run into his face. Currently, Detrony is lining him up.
Unaware, and as he gets
the wrong weapon in hand,
getting caught so many times with the nade or the incendiary in the hand, and Detrony getting an easy pick and did he manage to pick up that rifle?
No, still rocking the Tech 9. So here comes the rotation now. It looks like it's going to be a B-side push. Elusive carrying that bomb. Call me a liar. So it's going to be the gentle stroll down Palace Alley. Meeting up with goals. They're going to flick out left. Even going to take left flank down all the way to Palace. They're going to set up for the push. First round's going in. Macmo is pushed down with the first bullet right past the front of his nose.
Nothing but a flash in their hands, so moving onto the side is going to be really difficult. Fady coming in through that connector, Macmo getting taken out, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2, but trust Flexi and Fady are the guys who want to do this, and they're able to do it. Detrony taking out Fady there with the AWP, and absolutely decimating Carbon there. Nice, slow movement there from Bravado. That tactical pull was really working in their favor. They got themselves an AWP and an AK for their efforts, and that worked out in their favor. I mean, oh
Lord, let's have a moment's silence.
Macmo has a big gun with lots of zooming potential.
Someone made him angry because he's bought the auto sniper. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to focus a little bit on Macmo because the last time he bought this thing, it ended tragically for the other side. Now pushing on to B side. Macmo going to set up, trying to look through apps. By the looks of things, only man that's going to be there is Deviant. Hackham's going to push to the back of the sites, A.
And Detrony just having a look out of Palace here. And, luckily enough for Flexi there, just jumping across, and now they smoke out Detrony on that Palace area, so he has absolutely no visual of jungle at the moment. Hackham is in his customary CT spawn point, and Fady finding out Deviant there, getting the free kill there, and now Goals just going back to see what's going on, or at least maybe collect Deviant's rifle. Not too sure what's.
Fady's the only one taking any damage, down to 78 HP. Sonic also rocking the 47 HP. Detrony is trying to line things up on this side, looking through that smoke, trying to get any angle he possibly can.
So here we sit with a 5v4, Sonic not looking really good, looking a little bit more worse for wear, and Bravado just trying to open up a gap on this A-bomb site.
Goals flanking out back here, going to the almost the top of mid. It's the working the angles again. Looks like Elusive and Sonic are setting up. Detrony trying to clear out, gain any intel he possibly can. Hackham's the only man that's going to see it, and Detrony's going to ring his bell with that AWP. The auto sniper is effective. The rotation should come out soon. Here it comes. Macmo are going to make haste. Fady and KGS also moving in. Flexi's obviously given that call that it's going to be an A-side push.
At the moment, Bravado, Detrony, the only one on full health here with that AWP, and it's him versus 3. Getting himself one. He spotted him on stairs, going to try and get himself that plant. He is getting peppered through those boxes there, and he's waiting for that little pick.
It's the first.
Gets the second. Detrony clutching it for Bravado, going 7-5 up. Wow. Woo. And that is how you do it. He's like, just turn to his teammates. That's how you do it. Guys.
Hey, wait.
I can't. So that's exactly what they needed, Bravado, and Carbon are going to be a little bit sad there. Makmur losing a lot of money in the form of that auto sniper, and Bravado are looking good at the moment.
Makmur's going to be seething. That kid set standards higher than Switzerland does for ecology.
Like you're on your own there.
Thanks. Hackham going to fall quickly to Detrony. Sonic going to take one too. Fady, all of a sudden, it's 3v5. It's the hurry-up defense that's going to kill them. Makmur and Flexi KGS as well, all hanging on the A side. B side is unattended right now. So it's another, they're going to go static right now. It's Bravado holding off.
And at the moment, Detrony going down to 40, but it's almost like, you know, look at this. They've stacked up on that A site, and they're waiting. They're just waiting for Bravado. Sonic and Elusive have moved up onto that B site, and they're just waiting to see if they can get anything. Bravado dead still. They've got 50 odd seconds now, and sooner or later they're going to have to push. And at the moment, they've got the intel. If I'm, you know, Elusive, they're actually going to the site that's loaded with Carbon players. Goal's about to push out, finishing off. Oh, that crossfire absolutely breaking Bravado down, and it's a 2v1 at the moment. KGS 3v1, and this should be all but set for Bravado.
It was an absolute trouncing by Bravado, working the angles perfectly, and we're not long now. What are we?
8-5, 2 rounds from halftime, and Bravado are wanting to. They're doing what they need to do. They're just grinding Carbon out at the moment, and you know, Carbon are now starting to force fire up here. MP7 in the hands of Makmur. You know, you ask if it was necessary to buy the auto sniper 2 rounds ago. That's a lot of cash to invest, you know. And Flexi just opened up Bravado there. Devenson Goals going down, spotting Detrony there, and all of a sudden the duo that is Flexi and Fady are cleaning out with Bravado.
Cleaning house. Elusive going to pick up an AK now. It's a 4-on-1, and we've seen Elusive operate before. It's a 2-on-1 and 3-on-1 situation coming out good. There goes the first one. It's a 3-on-1 now. Elusive going to pick the back of Fady's skull open.
Molotov coming in, doing huge damage there to Elusive on Makmur, but he doesn't know they're all on Cats. One coming in to rotate through apps there, that's in the form of KGS.
Elusive going to get the bomb down to 41 HP. Max is going to speak of done. Hackham versus Hackham and KGS versus Elusive. Elusive all the way down to 14 HP. The rotation coming out. Look at apps. Someone focus on apps. Never mind, doesn't matter. Not going to get a chance. Hackham's going to take him out. And Carbon makes the comeback.
Absolutely. Elusive doing some great work there, getting the bomb plant, but unable to take out the 4 Carbon players that were left on the map.
He did well, though.
He did do well. So here we go again. Bravado sitting with some cash in the bag, so they'll be able to buy up. The Carbon also pretty happy at the moment with that round win, just keeping them Bravado in sight, not allowing them to get too far ahead here. So this is the final round before the
switch up.
The switch up, and yeah.
Slim pickings, goals.
Goals with a P250.
And the Deagle for Sonic.
Well, we've seen what he can do.
Yeah, the one Deagle.
So.
Wow, they've slowed it right down. Have Bravado.
This is an important round. You carry that momentum into the half round change up, and you know every round at this stage when you're in a semi-final counts.
So we're going to do just the same. Intel hasn't come in just yet, blinded out by that flash momentarily. Bravado stacking up. It's definitely, obviously, going to KGS is not going to know what hit him if these 2 players breach at the same time. Oh, everyone is blinded. First one goes out to KGS, second one to KGS. Ladies and gentlemen, don't blink, because there's the third one to KGS, picking up the trade gate. And that is it.
7-8 Carbon will be happy with that performance.
Adam. Roll, Bedzer. So So we've got a tactical pause coming in here, a little Mother Nature calling, and just as well because my co-caster, Barry Anthrax Luzada, also needing the bathroom. Looking over at the booze, there is some fierce talking going on the side of Bravado, stretching like nobody's business. And in drums Adam. Good day, do you have your mic on you? Oh, you're just gonna wait. Okay, I'm joined in the booth by someone gorgeous and micless. So an absolute killer first round.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good.
It was spectacular. Bravado leading 6-1 going in. All of a sudden, change of half, 7 and 8. Carbon destroying Bravado in those last 5 encounters.
It was actually a really good play, and I must admit, Carbon holding their own, making sure that they don't allow the Bravado players to overrun them. 6-1 down, coming back to 7-8. It's almost like the momentum's in their way.
Quick look at Macma.
Absolutely brilliant. His plays, though, his initial plays, also his trade-offs, the crosses that were holding side to side once the bomb retake was needed. It was unparalleled.
Quick choice on weapon purchases. The Negev, the auto sniper, both not really panning out for him, and huge cash spent.
Yeah, I think
the Negev was a mistake. It has to be.
So yeah, the Negev was probably more than likely an accident.
A little bit of a mismark, but in the end, it didn't take everything away from them. And now they've got a lot to work with. And if we have a look at the scorelines, I mean, we've got Sonic on the top there, 20 for 9, absolutely tearing the apart. His all shots and his calmness and the nature that they're pushing has been brilliant.
It has been. I see Carbon's dropped someone.
Yes.
So that's probably why we've got the tactical time. Someone needs to restart. We've been having that problem all day. And there he is joined again. I think it was KGS. So Sonic bringing the AWP engagements out. Macma having not as good a game as he had yesterday. 11 and 12, so not in the positive KD ratio. And he's been up against Sonic and Destiny with that AWP and losing most of those engagements.
That is true. And when it comes down to it, the key trade-offs as we were talking about, the pattern which is going to be that off shot. And Sonic has that. Once again, that dominance in the off is brilliant.
A change up. Destiny used to be the go-to guy for the AWP. Now Sonic taking up those reins. Thank you kindly for your assistance. So folks, if you're in attendance and if you're watching online, you have been treated to an absolute masterclass by both Bravado in the initial and Carbon in the latter parts of this game. We've got the trade up and they're going to go live. We had a quick restart from one of the Carbon players, which is KGS. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, if you're enjoying it, give us a scream, folks.
There, but Fady bringing it back for Carbon, and at the moment Bravado getting torn apart. Sonic not enough there for him.
No, it was a fierce engagement, and ladies and gentlemen, we're 8 and 8 drawing neck.
There we go. That's exactly how Carbon wanted this to play out, and I'm pretty sure all the neutral supporters as well want to see a game like this in a semi-final where it's neck and neck. And Bravado getting a nice little force up on those pistols there.
Macmo again with the odd purchase, the Bison. Got the Gev and the auto sniper. Let's see if this roll of the dice pays off for him.
Yeah, that submachine gun has more bullets than the US Army.
Wow! From the back, KGS picking up the 2 straight off the bat. Fady then joining the army. It's now 2v5, Detuni and Elusive. Just pistols in hand and 2 FNs and nothing really to do with it. There's a rotation going to go out onto A side. That bomb, obviously, they're not just going to try and run and hide.
Yeah, keeping the armor and the pistols is what Bravado need to do. And Macmo going on the hunt there with that little Bison of his. I'm sure. Look at the aggression coming in from Carbon at the moment. They are just rolling onto sites. KGS with those 2 entry frags and just cleaning out that B bomb site for.
Oh, Macmo got it. Never having fired that Bison.
Thank you. I'll collect that shortly, I'm sure. But the intel is there. Flexi's coming in, and Elusive rather falling back with that 5.7 and armor. Detrini has lined up and Flexi has decided not to try and enter that little situation.
So again, it was a roll of the dice by Macmo and not paying off.
Not at all. So at the moment, Bravado still, that bar is fine, you know, for them in the sense that their last bonus will kick in. They got the 1,900 odd, so they're going to obviously do a full save here, keeping the 5-7s from Elusive and Destiny, and try and hold the sights off as much as possible. Carbon picking up the 3 AKs, but full utilities for them, and Hackham just holding on to that Tech 9.
There's a heavy bias stack of a 4-man push on A, with the Bravado thinking they're going to favor it because it obviously is the harder one. Detrony trying to hold off an Apps. The slow rotation out, Hackham and KKS with their bomb at the back. Fady going to pick up the first kill onto Sonic. Intel will now come in.
It's that smoke being used really well there by Goals, just holding back that push from Carbon, firing through that smoke, trying to get some kind of damage onto the Carbon players. Detrony still holding off that on that B site there, trying to figure out and make sure there's no rotations. He could come up behind them and start to do a bit of damage on them through that connector area. Goals getting that pick on Fady, and a dink coming in onto KTS. So a lot of damage being done to the Carbon players at the moment.
Detrony and Goals both pointing. Hacker trying to get the take off the 1B. Never mind, it's a 3 and Carbon take the next one. Obviously a save.
10-8. So here comes a full buy now from Bravado, and this is where it gets to the crunch numbers. They need to hold off a win here.
Again, Macmer, let's have a squiz at his stats there. Macmer 14-3, Flexi 16-13, the ones to look out for. Sonic with the 20 bomb.
Yeah, Sonic's doing really well for Bravado at the moment, but there's an even spread of those kills in the Carbon camp at the moment. So only one not coming to the party at the moment is KGS. So here's the hold now, and Carbon are fully aware as to what's going on here. They know that Bravado will have all those rifles, and they're now starting to just work a little bit slower with that movement in onto that bomb site.
That's it. Sonic sitting on the outside there in cat corner. Just Goals lined up for Apps, going to push in his utility there. Nade collecting no one because no one was there.
And now it's, again, very, very slow rotation here from Carbon, just trying to figure out what's going on. Hackham rolling in Palace there. Could get a peek on Detrony, who's on the bottom of the stairs there. But 3 of them sitting on that A bomb site at the moment, and it looks like they're going to get Hackham to make some kind of noise out onto that site.
Yeah, look for the calls. Flexi not joining him, and so and now again it's a static hold. Detrony looking down mid. Hackham going to throw some utilities, blind everyone. The push, semi-push is going to
look at that rotation. Sonic all completely buying into that, moving down, and here comes the Carbon contingency onto that B site. Bravado getting caught out of position, but Sonic getting the first frag, second frag as they move in onto the sides, and Fady eventually sorting out Goals. That bomb has been dropped, and Fady does not know, but Bravado are there, and Deviant's still hanging around on that A bomb site.
Sonic, Detrony, and Illusion. That's up, finally getting the headshots on Fady and Sonic. So it's a 2v3. Someone's going to go down. Flex is going to collect. It's 2-on-2 now. Coming down to the wire. Sonic's going to get that kill, and that is it. Bravado going to make the comeback and take one.
Sonic getting those 4 kills, and Elusive stealing the last one from him. But what a cracking game from Sonic at the moment. As you said earlier, you raised up. He's now up to 26 kills. So he is absolutely doing the heavy lifting for Bravado at the moment. So it's... I mean, he got those 4 kills as they moved off of site. Carbon almost selling that fake on that B bomb site, on that A bomb site. Hackham doing his job, and Bravado Carbon decided to step straight into this, and the action is off as they go. They know he's a sandwich there. Detrony getting taken out, and all of a sudden, Carbon now control this A bomb site. But there's still Goals and Sonic waiting in the wings.
Macmer letting it rain down through that smoke, still trying to get a pick on. Getting the next kill is Goals. Goals getting another. It's now a 2v2. KK is taken all the way down to 36, firing hopeful shots, and Macmer picking up Sonic through the smoke as well. That kid is on fire. Goals down to literally. Macmer is now on fire.
Goals is going for the defuse, getting the ninja defuse, and thank you for coming. I will take this home with me.
And it's a 10-10 neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get... Wow. Here comes the replay with that molly. Whew.
That was incredible. Goals deciding to go straight for the bomb defuse. None of them, Makmo and I can't remember, I didn't see who was there, but like not even bothering to keep an eye on that bomb at all.
Because no one would be crazy enough to go for a defuse in the middle of a firefight, would they?
Except Goals.
No one. And Goals is. Now we know his state of mind. There comes the first kill. Fady going to take Sonic out, and that was their MVP for the last few rounds. It's going to be a telling one. Let's see if Bravado's mental state changed now, if they slow it down.
Yeah, I mean, Carbon will be happy to have got that first pick there, and all of a sudden, look at that apps area, just loaded.
Whistling past his head, literally just dodging that FAMAS bullets. It's a 4-on-5. The movement's coming into a top B-side bias. They're going to be stacking up. Quietly sneaking through is Flexi and Fady. Down connector. KG's going to kick it out. Now Hackam going to stack up. It looks like there's going to be a second rotation out, maybe to A site. Deviant holding the angle off in jungle.
And
here it is.
Here it is. No smokes onto that site. Just a flashbang. Deviant waiting in snipers. They're getting the first pick. Detrony with the second. Hackam taking out Deviant, and now it's just Detrony left in that T ramp area alone.
Rotation coming in. Goals trying to do his level best to get there as quick as he can. Elusive following suit, blinded partially by that flash.
Using that smoke to block Detrony's view on there, and now Goals and Elusive sitting in that connector area, and Carbon sitting as still as a church mouse.
It's all about the retake, because that is real. Going to move up to the top. Is Goals trying to get a point of elevation. Drop down and gets the kill. It's a 1v1, and that is it. Bravado going to take the kill. Goals.
Second round in a row. Goals coming to the rescue.
The clutch.
Little beauty.
Unbelievable. So, is he going to
watch this time. No defuse. Plenty of time. Thank you very much.
All in a day's work for Goals.
He doesn't need a defuse kit.
He doesn't even need a gun. Give him a slingshot.
He has small little fingers, like nimble fingers.
He's not Chinese.
Not really.
We could be with those fingers. They're disproportionate. Let's be honest.
And 11-10. Bravado finally taking one up ahead. Carbon. It's been a while since they've been in the lead of this game. And it is really going down to the wire at the moment. Bravado eventually, after a couple like really close rounds, have started to peak here and getting three rounds in a row. So that's working out well for them, and they're starting to get a bit more momentum for themselves.
Literally take it all the way down to 12 HP. Gonna pick that fat mouse up again. And not do any Magma with that P90. It's an exchange for exchange. It's 2-on-4.
Sonic and Goals will have none of it, and they will just stay on that B-bomb side. Great execution there from Carbon, just moving in onto that site and taking control. Those smokes just blocking, forcing Detrony back into connector, making, putting him in a defensive position. Hackam will come in from behind and just finish him off. And all of a sudden, that entire site has just opened up, and now you've got Sonic and Goals. Oh, Hackam is going to come into this little situation here.
Let's see how he works the angle. Wow, poorly. Sonic going to take his head clean off.
Goals will probably want to trade. No, you won't want that AK. He will hold that lowest section like a good little soldier.
Look at KGS. He is hauling Rectum as quick as he can onto Sonic's position, working the angles. He knows he's there. He's going to throw the nade out.
And do nothing.
And not pick up anything. Sonic behind good cover just then. So, look at it. 11.
11. Legs 11.
Legs 11.
And at the moment, I don't think there's a person in this room that could tell us who is going to win.
I can, but I won't.
You don't know.
I do.
You don't.
I don't like talking about it in public.
Okay, so Bravado now wanting to go into a bit more of a default situation. Yeah, 3-2, and Carbon straight out onto the side. Elusive says, nay, friends. And now all of a sudden, look at this.
It's a 4-on-1. Goals is the only one with a pistol. Good Lord, what did we miss? There it is.
I'm pretty sure Elusive has called him over and said, here, pick a rifle. Because there are many. And wow, that happened quickly. 12-11. It is neck and neck. It's so quiet in here.
Ooh, look at that Tech 9 armor going in for Carbon.
This is gonna be quick. This is gonna be a quick little round here, and that Apps is going to hear the stampeding of buffalo feet.
And look at it, Carbon running, snorting down through Apps.
Slowly snorting.
Quiet snorting. They're going to hold off with that smoke. They're going to line up. Goals looking for any intel he can. Sonic's got the angle on him.
And those smokes holding them back just a little bit. Sonic with his back up against the entire contingency of Carbon. And in goes that Molly. Just Bravado, just using all those utilities. Look at how much damage has been done with those utilities on Carbon before they've even fired around.
It's spectacular.
There's another Molotov for you, and you're all going to die.
There's 2 left, 1 left. Flexi, the last one standing with the Tech 9. He's about to join his maker, 37.
He can't finish him off, and Flexi eventually getting it revenge on Goals, who did huge amounts of damage there. Earlier on in the round, Goals was sitting at the bottom with nothing but 9 kills, and now he's second on the log with 18.
Sonic 1 away from the 30 bomb, and it's 6 MVPs. That kid is on fire, and there's no stopping him. Finally, a buy coming in on Carbon's side, so we're going to see what will happen. The last 2 times this happened, Carbon came out victors. Macmo making a logical choice and buying an AK, nothing like the launch codes to nuclear weapon.
Detrony holding that little pointy cannon.
Yes, the finger of God.
And yeah, it looks like Bravado getting a little bit more confident, pushing into a few more into a few more aggressive positioning on the map. And they are looking for Carbon. They're unsure of what's happening. They know that Carbon have guns, have rifles, and they're giving them the respect they deserve at this point. And they are antsy.
A-side push coming in now. They're going to move slowly on position, getting all the intel he can. Is Deviant.
Elusive holding up under Palace there. That Molotov pushing them back off of Tetris there, and Elusive getting that kill on KGS.
All of a sudden it's a 3v5. Wait for it. There comes the exchange. It's a 1v4. The crossfire working in their favor. 37 there. Marty's going to ring him out. He has to go to a point of elevation to get away and putting his head out.
As Elusive was about to step out, that flash being dropped and blinding Flexi completely.
Irrespective of who takes this map, both teams are going to go into thinking, I can win.
Absolutely. Because I can tell you right now, Bravado's sitting pretty, and this pistol round, this save that Carbon are on is important because they've made the decision to make that save so the next round they can buy, meaning they will want to win the next round if they were to lose this.
Goals moving in quick.
Very, very quick push in that lower section.
He's going to work around, come up the rear. Are they going to hear him?
That little peek, he got a peek, so the intel is going to come in for that lowers, and they immediately push into connector. So Elusive and Deviant will be waiting, and there they come, lining up for Bravado. At the moment, it is looking pretty much like Bravado's round.
Map point.
Map point. And now comes in the buy from Carbon.
Let's see if that roll of dice pays off for them.
They need to make this work for them. Makmo should be able to get himself an AWP, and does. So, this is exciting.
Detrony has the AWP, not Sonic, for Bravado. Interesting call on that one. Macmo, however, his weapon of choice.
And there is a spread at the moment. Macmo just holding up in that T-spawn area at the moment. Obviously waiting, wondering if there's going to be any push from Bravado down that area, but nothing. And
they're going to play this clock down, I think.
Nah, Carbon is spreading out. They just want that first pick. That is what's important right now. Get that advantage, that psychological advantage. And at the moment, Bravado are not going to give them anything.
Goal's just spamming through that smoke, trying to pick up any intel he can, see if there's any picks that he could possibly get. It's a static hold. They're running down the clock as Carbon, trying to, again, Macmo with that AWP. Let's see if he's going to set up. He's holding out, seeing if he can stop the rotation from Bravado. Goals now moves into apartment. Flexi's going to meet up with him.
It's a very, very aggressive hold there from Goals, just sitting in that smoke, waiting for someone, right next to it, and waiting for someone to come through there, but nothing from the Carbon yet. 49 seconds, and there's the call. Rotations are coming in, and it looks like they want to go into that B area. And, it's going to be interesting. Hakim getting that first kill, that first pick on that A-bomb side. Will that change the way they move?
Goals in the second, and the third. So it's 4-on-3. They're in. Oh, picking up in mid-airs. KGS on Bravado. Now down into 4-on-2. 4-on-1. Detrony's the last man standing. Hakim all the way down to 16. Detrony trying to work the angles, get a pick if he can.
And that has paid off for Carbon.
There's the first.
That pistol round was so important for Carbon to get that save, enough to get those rifles and those utilities, and look at how well they used that. And now all of a sudden, what are we sitting with? Bravado still have the cash, but this is going to start to get close now. This is going to get to the point where we're looking at overtime if Bravado don't win this next round.
Oh, Detrony lighting up Fady, trying to work the angles. Fady knew who was there, trying to encroach slow and steady and getting his head taken straight off.
These are a lot of unnecessary deaths here as well. I mean, they had rifles in their hands, and now they're going to be short on cash here, and not going to be able to buy the weapons they'd like to, because Bravado still have a fat stack of cash, and they're going to be able to buy full utilities and everything. So there it is, Flexi with the AK. So someone buying out for him, and this is interesting now. You know, Carbon need to make this work for them.
Flexi, Hackham, and Macmo. Well, Flexi's the only one in the 20 bomb. 19 and 18 for Hackham and Macmo respectively. So finally coming to the party, KJ saving it for them in the last round. Finally, no better time for him to come to the party than just then.
Absolutely. And Bravado will be very aware of Carbon's capabilities now. And, you know, it's not in the bag because you have five or six map points.
It really isn't. It really isn't. Carbon slowing it down again, going to take it to the wire as far as the clock's concerned. Goals firing and spamming as best he can up the top there.
Playing a very patient game in T-Spawn there are Hackham, KGS, and Fady. Just the smoke holding them up a bit. Macmo and Flexi, the guys that have been tasked to find out or get a pick or something like that. Like I said, it was important the previous round for them to get that first pick so that they could push onto the site and just create a bit of discomfort for Bravado. And at this point, Bravado just bleeding through their utilities, preventing those pushes onto the site. And Carbon haven't used not one single flash or smoke.
That's it. And look for the dummy cell. Flexi at the back there, trying to make as much noise as possible. Got his heavy boots, doing the Macarena, singing out loud like a drunk Irishman. They're going to buy it as well. That Molly's going to go in. Here comes the push. They're going to rush A side. Deviant lining him up. Detry with a crossfire. Detry getting the first pick onto Fady.
Look at that push from Sonic down Cat. Elusive making his way back. Detrony and Sonic holding that site. And Bravado just opening up Carbon, taking the first map, 16-12. Right. Well played, Bravado. Carbon have nothing to fear. They have played out of their boots, and they will be going into that second map with nothing but confidence on their plate. Over to the panel desk, guys. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We said the semi-finals were going to be where it heats up, but no one expected the game to be this exciting, I think.
Absolutely brilliant. Every single round down to the wire and all down to the final plays. The 4 versus 1, the 5 versus 1, still picking up individual kills, playing for the team. And the way that Detrony was pulling up that AWP right there in there, brilliant, brilliant stuff.
I mean, it must be said that the atmosphere in the arena at the moment is absolutely electric. Yeah. We are absolutely packed here in the DGL stand. We've got plenty of people coming to watch some great Counter-Strike action at the moment. But of course, we're moving forward to map 2 with Bravado 1-0 ahead.
Yep, but before we go there, for those of you that are in the crowd, I'd like to hear a shout out for the players for that brilliant first go map.
Anyone?
Is that not there? A little bit louder maybe? Come on, anyone there?
No.
It seems like it's break.
Back just in time. It looks like they're all going to get a couple of Monster energy drinks just to pump themselves up before game 2. Talking about maps, I do believe our second map is going to be
Overpass, that's it. A very unexpected map from a choice perspective, especially from Bravado's side. I feel that if it comes down to it, that Bravado are a much better team with regards to control of their AWPs. They've got a double AWP play. So it is going to be very difficult for Carbon to come back from this. But in the end of the day, all you need to do is shut down the right areas and they could get really, really, really far.
Well, I mean, Bravado have definitely shown their strength. The Detrony in that final round getting 4 kills with some just disgusting AWP play, to be honest. I mean, but to be fair, Fady as well on Carbon, showing that he has a couple of moves up his sleeve as well. Personally, I can't choose between who's gonna take map 2. Map 1 was so close.
No, that's true. I think that's I feel that Bravado are going to take it in the end, just based on their consistency and their ability to finish off and take those clutch plays. And even a 5-5 situation, Dechany going in, making a 4-man kill, 4K in every single attempt with an AWP. Sonic as well holding his own every single time they're pushing through there. He's holding them back. He's making sure they aren't able to get through. Initial player comes down, entry frag drops, and Carbon have been on the back foot and having to almost retake ground after losing that player. But it's actually really interesting. It's down to the wire, and it could go either way. And to be honest, I'm sure pretty much for the crowd that they would be definitely cheering for the perspective of Carbon to take it to get to that third map, and then we're going to see an Inferno, and then again everything's out in the open. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tight.
Personally, I am hoping that if we go to map 3, I would love to see that Inferno matchup with Carbon against Bravado. But obviously, we've still got map 2 to go. And you made a valid point that Bravado playing absolutely so well. But as you said in the pre-panel, if Carbon want to be competitive, their nades have to be spot on.
And they were.
And that's the thing. I mean, the nades in game 1 were absolutely outstanding from Carbon.
No, I agree completely. And if it keeps going like this, we're going to have Anthrax Costa having to run to the bathroom quite a few times because it's going to keep going to overtime and potential overtime. We're getting a little bit of a shout out from that side. But the crowd are loving it. And that's the best part because in the end of the day, the live event, the booths, the making the use of all the grounds that possibly can be played, showing all the shots. I mean, the guys are really coming out. Fady's using great game sense, making sure he's getting those sprays down through smoke, through boxes, pre-firing. The pre-fire is actually the changing game plays, and being able to prevent that initial frag for the entering terrorists has been everything.
I mean, it's something that is quite easy to see in Counter-Strike compared to other games, is what I call the player's sixth sense.
Yes.
You know, yesterday we saw a crosshair circling a box. I believe it was at the Carbon versus Carbon Flipside match, where they knew exactly where a player was, and then he sort of second-guessed himself, and it turned out there actually was a player behind that box. So he actually second-guessed his sixth sense that it didn't pay off for him. But these players have amazing prediction skills. They know where the players are going to be, especially in these top teams like Carbon, Bravado. When they're rounding a corner, they already know where that player is going to be, and their aim is already set.
Yeah, no, definitely. The prediction players, and from the experience of playing against each other, they are definitely in a level of being able to determine where they are. What we see in the international scene all the time, 50% of the kills from the round, or at least the damage caused, is not actually seen, but more pre-fired or predicted. Player runs into it. There's not really much they can do when you're entering a site. One player jumps in, gives a bit of a flash, sprays it down. The other player's coming in to cover him. It doesn't really matter what you do. If you don't peek, you're going to lose the site. So it is going to come down to the wire, as we've said, and I feel like it's not going to change. All it's going to do is get more and more intense. And well, we've got another semi-final as well on the line tomorrow. And if this is an indication of what's to come, we really are in for a show.
I mean, that other semi-final being APG taking
DC
on DC, which is going to be an absolute cracker of a match tomorrow morning. But we still have to get one team into the final first. Heading into second map, if you were Carbon, I'm sure you won't be feeling too bad. Where would you like to tighten your ship moving forward into the second map?
I think it's very key that they focus on the things they did wrong in this map. And I would normally not say that. I would normally say, leave it alone and forget about it. But because their play and their nature of their game style is very slow and collected, a DC kind of format, and they're slightly less experienced in the DC format to be able to just move on from it. Focus on what maybe went wrong, because it was so close as well. If they focus on what went wrong, then get over it and just keep moving forward. It's going to be important that they don't change their style of play. They've practiced it, they've rehearsed it, they put the team together, they were able to move into different directions, different positions, and catch Bravado off guard when needed. So I would say something that's very key is to keep that hold and prevent Bravado from causing that chaos that Tools and Apocalypse were talking about in that pre-game, is that the key thing that Bravado can ride off of is making sure that there's a complete chaos inside the camp. And if they can prevent what's happening there, and they can prevent those rushes and prevent those shots that are coming that are unexpected, I think they've got a good chance. And although I'm swinging towards the way of Bravado, I still think Carbon have a great shot in this.
I feel like it's actually going to come down to an economy game. There were a couple of really integral times in the last map where if Bravado didn't manage to win the round, they were actually going to be out of buys. They would have to at least pistol round for 1 or 2. But they actually managed to take the round and sort of keep their momentum at least going in the right direction. I think if Carbon managed to get bravado to the point that they have to eke around for at least 1 or 2 rounds to get themselves back on the feet. I think that's where they're going to really start to gain momentum.
No, definitely. And in the end, it's almost up to a coin toss if you want to think about it, because the plays are so close. And it really is a 1 versus 2 or 2 versus 1 scenario that's changing. I mean, we saw Dechny taking the I think it was probably the 26th round. It was really close. It was 2 versus 1. He gets the AWP shot, gets the CZ, and it's brilliant. The crowd went mad, and it's just an indication of how brilliantly they're performing.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd is pumping here. It looks like map 2, we are getting ready to get underway here. The players are busy joining the map, so we should be underway very soon. But just, as bravado, you've got to be feeling pretty comfortable now. It wasn't the best map 1, obviously. There was definitely room for improvement. There were a couple of sloppy plays. The economy was in threat a couple of times. So I think in terms of their sitting in the booth, talking to each other, they're going to say to each other, okay, guys, things didn't quite go according to plan, but we ended up pulling it off. Going to map 2, let's slow it down. Use Sonic, use Dechny to our advantage, because they are currently on fire on those orbs.
No, they really are. And as you were saying, the key plays are the important parts, and key play movements. The support that's coming from all round in bravado has been brilliant. So when it comes down to it, I mean, elusive as well, completely avoiding people on the B bomb side in Mirage there. So I don't see a reason why they can't do the same. But I also feel that bravado might not be as impressed with themselves for the number of rounds that they lost after the start that they had with the 6-1 up as terrorists. So in the end, I think that they're going to be really excited to just get this underway and be able to prove exactly what they were here to do.
Well, on that note, we are heading into map 2, which is Overpass. Take it away, casters Barry and Lewis.
Enjoy.
No.
There we go.
Go for it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've just joined us, you've missed an absolute stonker from a first round. Bravado versus Carbon. Bravado taking it 16-12 with the ding-dong comeback from Carbon. We're now going to get set and ready into what is Overpass, my second favorite map to shoutcast.
What's your first?
Cobblestone.
All right, well, that is it. Bravado on the side of CTs. They are going to be defending the bomb sites. Carbon will be charging, and they are going straight off the bat. It is crazy here at the moment, and they want that B bomb site.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, you're being outdone by Monster, and that just won't do. Let's hear it for the guys playing now. No one can hear me.
Yeah. So I've kept quiet because I've assumed that Lewis's mic is working, and it actually isn't. So here we go, guys. We've been spoken about Monster out-noising the amount of people we have, and that just won't do for us. Fady taking the first kill, and look at that rotation round to B now. Sonic there all by his lonesome, and straight down onto that site. That incendiary will collect them, and a lot of damage being done onto KGS.
Sonic going to fall right back, get all the intel he can. They've taken the site. The retake is now real. Deviant going to get the headshot on to KGS. The exchange is going out. There's one man left, and that man is Goals. We saw what he did with the pistol the last round. Oh, he's running dry on his primary weapon at the wrong time there. Get the pre-fire going in. It's not over yet.
They are just going to wait for him to push out, because he absolutely has to here at the moment. Cannot see them all behind. They're getting the one tap, and he is going to fall down behind Monster there. No one there. They are just going to try and burn this clock down here at the moment, and he knows they're both there. And it's like, let's party.
Goals at the run, jump, and die.
Carbon take that first map off the bat, and that is an absolute... Dude, you can only feel sorry for Goals getting the 2 kills there, but look at that. Who's that there? It is Fady with the 3 kills for Carbon. Really doing a great job for them on that pistol round.
Mac were not to be outdone, finally getting a kill. Not having his best game as in comparison to yesterday, though, but definitely still the man to watch.
Bravado would be most grateful for that.
Yeah.
So, Dechny opening up with the kill on that 5-7, and...
oh, look, Hackham getting a kill on Dechny with it.
That P90 is going to do all kinds of damage. 9,000 bullets, and...
oh, and again, the P90 comes to task, and again, Macmer listening to me Deviant doing what he does best, killing people, getting the tactical rechange out Carbon. Wow.
And that is, your Bravado got torn apart there by that P90 and lowers. It was so...
It hurt to watch. Bravado obviously waiting for the tactical reload, never having to come with that P90.
And yeah, again, one more round before Bravado can actually do any sort of full buy here. 2 AKs on KGS and Fady. It's a complete and utter save here. Only Detrony and Elusive buying themselves P250s. And a lot of damage being dealt onto Deviant and Elusive there straight off the bat. So at the moment, it's the Carbon show on this map. And they are prepping to push onto that B side where Lonesome Detrony will be waiting. And look at this.
The rotation coming in from Bravado, they must have intel from Detrony. Because it is real and fast.
In come the flashes, blocking off the three rotators from Bravado. And while that happened, Detrony being taken out. But look at this. They are actually rotating round to A is Carbon, and they will find themselves unattested.
Goals in the middle of no man's land trying to bring up the rear. Sonic and Elusive are going to fall back and try and hold it on. The call is now going to come in. Too little too late, she cried. Because Macmer with that P90 is going to ring Sonic's bell. Elusive going to get taken out as well by Macmer. And it's now a 5v2. Goals all the way down to 4 HP. Deviant with 53 HP.
And they're just going to try and do as much damage as they can, which is not going to be much because that is a complete and utter team ace. Carbon not losing a single player that round, but now Bravado, time to buy some guns.
Big guns.
Some big guns. And I wonder, Macmo going to hold on to that P90, really working well. No, he's handed that off to Hackham, and he's going to take himself an AWP. So
a lot of long engagements to be had on this particular map as well. So that AWP is going to play a huge role, me thinking.
Yeah, he's going to look at that A-long area there as Macmo, I'm sure, and try and get a couple of picks off for himself. But right now, it's just holding that playground area with that AWP. We've got a lot of free stuff being given away at the moment. And here it is. Just Carbon slowing it down. They now know that those weapons are in the hand of Bravado. They know what they can do with them. Macmo are going to move into that long area. And it's important to hold this bathroom section. You know, it would be better for the, you know, if Carbon had moved up a little bit, gotten into that bathroom area where they can rotate between A and B quite easily, going in that lower section. But
Flexi and Elusive dancing around that smoke, perfectly placed as well. It's all you on one side, me on the other. No one's actually going to reach now. Flexi moving as far forward as he can. That smoke's no longer going to give cover to him. Elusive going to rotate out, back facing it.
Look at this. They're using the utilities of Bravado, and Goals getting the first pick on Flexi, just playing that patient game, pulling into that bathroom there, and Fady coming around. If he keeps this angle, Fady should be able to finish it, but he actually falls back, and now they're back to back at this moment. Detrony stepping out and taking out Fady, and now all of a sudden, Carbon 3-5.
And Goals picking up both those kills. Detrony not to be outdone. He's going to try and operate on that position. Macmo, here comes the rotation into the side. First one going to go down to Hackham to the hands of Deviant. KGS going to try and poke out and kick that bomb out. Macmo going to be the discretion being the better part of valor. Turn and run, or tactical retreat, as we like to call it.
Detrony getting that kill through the smoke there on...
wait for it. There's the one. There's the other.
Doing all kinds of damage to Bravado. And is he going to get the third? No, he doesn't. Luckily for Bravado, because at that point, they were just dropping like flies, even after they won that round. Wow. Macmo losing out on any sort of money there by staying alive after, you know, and it's after the timer ran out. So, you know, this is again important for Carbon to keep, you know, they've got some cash. Bravado actually looking more worse for wear than Carbon at this point.
Here's the hurry up offense.
But as long as they keep winning, they'll be happy with that. Look at those smokes. Flexi almost wanting to push straight on through those smokes. Deviant was waiting on the other side though, and all of those utilities. Look at Bravado just dropping them, trying to delay Carbon as much as possible, and all of a sudden Hackham's getting the message to the guys that it's open this side.
Fady was pushing through that smoke. Elusive turned at just the wrong second, and then Fady giving up the ghost and returning back. the call coming in. So Hackham's now leading the charge. KGS and Fady going to go out and try and find anything they can.
Look at Sonic and Elusive starting to try and get a little boost on there, see what they can see, trying to get any sort of intel that they can.
It's a hold on here. There's a way slow down on Carbon. Here comes the push into Upper Park. They're going to come through. Fady going to go and run the interference for them.
And all of a sudden, it is crazy here. Carbon starting to make their move, that smoke into bathroom, and they are starting to drop.
They're trading kills. Fady getting the first pick on them and then getting taken out for his troubles. It's a 3v4. KGS all the way down to 3 HP. Right now, if he stubs his toe, he'd be dead. Flexfile also going to fall. And Flexi's now out of it. It's a 3v3. KGS can't really be counted or factored into. A flashbang would kill him at this juncture. Macmo still operating at AWP. Trying to get the pick, and there it is. Macmo going to get provided. 2 fall down now. And Elusive, the last one there.
Elusive is doing some great work, but that bomb is down, and Macmo is just going to go back, retreat, and hold it from a more defensive angle. Elusive needing to do something here. No players, all of Carbon just falling off of that site, and Elusive now needs to go hunt and either hunt or fall back off of that site and keep that rifle.
Elusive doesn't realize no one else is holding that bomb. He's not going to go back. They just wanted the $800 by the looks of things, and then to hold off.
Macmo is waiting for him to cross, and there it is. Finishing off the job for Carbon is Macmo, and they now go 4-1 up over Bravado.
Posting off long, painting that site like a mofo. It's a mofo. I didn't say the other one.
Okay, so Bravado now down on money and out of luck. They need to regroup. They've gone straight into a save here and no armor for them, so this is going to be a doozy for Carbon, should be. The idea here for Carbon, Bravado rather, would be to get as much damage done to Carbon as possible, and right now that's not happening. Skull's getting a kill, long range kill on KGS, but Elusive getting the second, so nothing to be said here. Picking himself up a rifle and
is Elusive. Goals getting one. You've seen him operate before, opening up a can of whoop on Elusive, down to 14.
Yeah, eating that grenade all the way. So look at that rotation on long. Elusive, the only one on 14 health, trying to hold that angle there. Detrony still sitting on that B site, waiting for someone. And
here comes a slow push in from Upper Park. They're going to stick as close to Picnic as they can to try and use that cover. Elusive with the eye on, if he can see eyes on. Detrony going to go with a long rotate out through tracks and coming up through pipe now.
He's been told that there's some weapons somewhere around that he can pick up. So if Detrony can get up through this lower section, or he's going to sit here and hold and wait and see if he can maybe get a flank. There's the rotation, and look at this, the experience of Detrony. Getting one, getting two. Oh my word, Detrony almost managing to snuff out Carbon's push here, and look at the damage that's been done with 5 pistols. Nothing but an AWP left over for Carbon. And that is all that needs to be done. Elusive wants to finish this off for Bravado, and in comes the molly. Has he seen him? Yes, unlucky for Elusive, almost getting that final one and winning it for Bravado, but Hackham finishing it off and keeping that AWP for Carbon.
Detrony single-handedly stuffing that take, slowing it right down.
I mean, there comes the pause now, and that is from Bravado. So we saw the last time Bravado had a tactical pause. They absolutely
came out swinging like a barn door in a storm.
Oh, it was so. Again, they've paused just before the buy. You can see they're going to start looking at deciding how they want to spend their money. They don't quite have enough for everything they need, and. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Carbon are already loaded, as you can see. They picked up that AWP, so that's some big money saving there.
Macmo doing some soul searching, coming back from the first map, 9-1 on the KD. The kid is playing out of his socks again, and it's bad news for Bravado, because when that boy is firing on all cylinders, he's firing at your head with an AWP.
Well, what's important to notice is that Sonic, the MVP for that first map for Bravado, has yet to get a kill.
Ooh, well noted. I didn't see that at all. Hint, could that possibly be the tactical timeout, trying to coalesce? Playing 4 against 5 when the 5 is Carbon is never going to be a good good day for you at the office.
No, so the unpause being called in and Bravado ready to roll this out. They are doing a little force bite here, getting some FAMASs in Elusive and Goals' hands. And again, this is important for Bravado to actually start to not let Carbon pull too far away from them.
Try and keep as close to their heels as possible. It's a hurry-up offense. Look at this. One's going to push out in the form of KGS, trying to make as much noise as he can. Macmo's now going to hold up position. They're going to keep his default down the bottom. Then Flexi's going to get completely and utterly blinded, but Dechny has his number.
They haven't even spotted Dechny behind the smoke, and he's going to peek through here, and Hackam is going to see him and shoot him in the back. Unlucky there, and Hackam getting himself the first scalp from Bravado.
And quite an important scalp too. It's Dechny. So it's now going to be slowed right down again. Carbon going to...
This little peek over here, this little cheeky peek from Sonic, just trying to have a look into that bomb site and see nothing happening in the way of Carbon moving in onto that site just yet. Coming in up from lowers and in that bathroom section now, ready to take on Deviants, who's sitting on that A bomb site. Look at Macmo and Fady moving in that A long area up in uppers there, upper park.
So here comes a slow and steady push by Carbon. Flexi and Hackam trying to go up there. Goals is now in rotation. KGS holding off the angle as best he can down through construction.
Making some noises, Flexi. Deviant waiting there, and
KGS taking out Goals. A good scalp to have if you're a Carbon supporter. It's now a 3v5. Everyone on full health. Utility, only one to speak of in Sonic.
Smoking off that truck area, so Deviant's vision absolutely getting taken away. Fady finishing it off, but Elusive is still there, but Hackam will sort that out quickly.
Sonic, the last man standing now.
Sonic being left, and he is going to keep his rifle and retreat hastily as Carbon get that bomb down and just wait for it now. Now the hunt will be on.
No one's really in the same neck of the woods. As I say, that Sonic going to rotate all the way out to T-spawn. Or not, he's going to hold up an alley, back of alley there. Fady, however, going the wrong way, taking the peek. Yeah, he's chosen the wrong way, but KGS might still have the engagement.
And KGS being the lowest one on the Carbon side at this moment, but they're standing basically back to back. If he comes out down those stairs, which he is doing, Sonic will be able to pick himself up a free kill here, and does. And now is Carbon Fady going down. And Sonic doing some damage for Bravado there, but again, money's a problem for Bravado at this point.
It really is. I mean, 1 in 6. What does one say about that? They chose to do the buy, didn't really pay off the force up.
It's gonna, back to a pistol. Sonic with some utils and that rifle. So it's the Carbon game at the Carbon show rather at this point, but. Here we go with the spread at the moment. Flexi's still sitting down looking at that B site, and look at that angle that Macmo's holding onto Fountain. It's the minutest of angles, but no one there. Goals sitting behind the rock here on uppers with that Deagle.
Oh, we've got a Mexican standoff here, folks. We've got Bravado and Carbon not wanting to move an inch. All angles have been held off, so that bomb's been kicked out. They're going to try and find as much intel as they can. Hackam moving up. Macmo going to pick up that bomb. The MVP is now holding it.
It is crazy at the moment. Bravado just trying to search. Goals getting a little antsy there, not managing to pick anything up. But Macmo now looking onto that rock, but Goals rotating off there. Otherwise, look at this little peek into bathrooms. Sonic with the only one with that rifle. He can do some damage here if they manage to run in, blocking off their push. Sonic just missing out on that vision of Fady, and that could end badly for them, and Hackam taking out Destiny and Sonic, so that does end badly. It's always that missed time with those utilities, unfortunately. We've seen it happen for all the teams today, and right now Goals only able to get a little shot on Fady, and Bravado getting picked off here systematically at this point, 6-1. And they're on their way to 7, but Elusive, before going down, managing to take out KGS. But Bravado need to win something.
It was a tough round. We're going to see a bye now, so we'll probably have a better representation. It should be now Bravado bringing in their A game. They pushed up very, very shallow on that particular...
it's important to point out that, you know, Bravado won that one single round in the middle of the 7. So 6, they lost 3 when they had just got almost to the maximum amount of lost bonus that they would get. They won after that, resetting that lose bonus, and then losing directly after that, which completely destroyed their economy. And now Bravado finally actually having some money to buy rifles and utilities need to take this forward. I mean, at the moment it's not looking good, but there is a lot of damage that's been done on Carbon at the moment, only for the loss of goals. But look at how Detrony sprang through that smoke there and
taking Hackham all the way down to 7 HP.
Only player without any sort of damage loss being Flexi,
who's now down to 13 HP.
Yeah. There we go.
So it's the narrowest of margins. 3, 13, and 7 are the Carbon players as far as HP go. KGS down to the wire as far as that goes. It's the slow rotation now. Fady going to try and gain. Oh, Fady's going to get taken out completely by Deviant there with the assist coming in from goals. And another exchange and
Detrony taking out Flexi there, but not for the lack of Flexi actually trying, getting a dink on Detrony down to 8. And look at this push onto this B side. As they go on, Elusive is going to control the side. He says, nay, friends. He is still trying to pepper down onto Macmo there. He eventually gets taken down by Sonic, and only Lonesome Hackham there with that AWP, getting a shot on Deviant.
Putting one down range and rotating out. The bomb is out in the open. He can't get to it. Obviously, they're going to give up this round, so it's going to go 2 and 7. Oh, missing it with the first one, just catching the ankles, exiting that the pipe.
And yeah, Bravado finally getting a bit of a win here, which is exactly what they needed, just to maintain that. Now they can't afford to lose again. You know, so they need to get these buys. They walked away with some AKs there, so they've got the cash for a FAMAS for goals, if I'm not mistaken. I saw them drop something there. Yeah, and look at Carbon though. I mean, they've still got plenty of cash. I mean, they have plenty of cash.
They really do, yeah.
So they're gonna hold this, and they're gonna push this more aggressively now as those smokes drop in. They're already ready at that B bomb site, and those smokes have come in to slow them down. Deviant keeping them out of that bomb site. Sonic just sitting there, waiting for them to push.
Goals trying to advance in the position. Macmo facing the wrong way down the bottom there of Party. Here comes the engagement, and Goals is going to get the better of him. Macmo going to fall.
Trading that for an AWP. He's going to get that to Detrony as quickly as possible. And they will go back to that A bomb site. They're completely opening up that B bomb site is Carbon. And while that whole little engagement went down, they took out Elusive and Deviant off that bomb site and getting the plant down. Now Sonic in the smoke there, waiting for a gap as Detrony rotates into that heaven area.
Molly slowing down Fady as much as possible there. Waiting in. That bomb is going to go down now. Detrony and Fady, they couldn't be closer if they were Foxburg cousins. Oh, and with the exchange goals, Detrony, it's now a 2v2. Goals and Sonic's going to go down now. Goals is all to speak of.
And if there's anyone that can do it, look at this ninja defuse, and they will not be fooled twice.
No,
they will not be fooled twice. Both of them just managing to survive there just before that bomb went off. Goals thinking he could get himself that little quick ninja defuse there. And look at this.
Relegated to pistols.
Three losses a win, 4 losses a win, and then another loss. And that is why Bravado are struggling at the moment. They have no money, and they're going to keep on struggling if Carbon keep managing to do this to them.
Here's the hurry up defense from Bravado. Goals letting it rip down range. He's up against Macmo. Macmo deciding wisely to throw out that molly.
And yeah, Goals just trying to fire down range as much as possible. Flexi did take a lot of damage from Goals there, but it's going to be an absolute uphill climb here for Bravado at the moment. No armor and pistols, and look at Sonic getting one. Come on, nothing for him. And Carbon just starts to dissect Bravado at this point, and they need to do something at the moment. It's they're not gaining any momentum here. They're getting that win and they're not managing to hold on to it. Carbon are just slowing it down again and really just at the moment outplaying them on a tactical level.
That's a decision he caught with his knife out just then. Didn't think he'd run into 3 Carbon players at the top of that stairs.
Oh, yeah, well, here's another force buy coming in from Bravado. Some Famus's only rifles and goals in Sonic's hands. So, look, it's a spread up again from Carbon, just looking out there. Flexi going into Fountain area there. And he's not going to run into goals, or is he? He's going to come around the corner here and he's going to get introduced to a whole bunch of fun if he does.
Detry with a crossfire as well. Oh, he's going to take goals. Flexi getting rung.
And exactly what happened, as I said. Now, that was just the flash that went off didn't get picked. Fady taking out Deviant. Deviant seems to be getting taken out quite easily in that spot. They know he's there and they're looking for him every time they push out. You know, he needs to maybe consider just moving somewhere else. Molotov.
For Sonic, it's now 4v2. KGS and Hackman both full health. Speak of KGS, he's getting down 80. Elusive at that as well. They're moving the defuse. Oh, in his angle.
Oh, and do they have enough SMBs? They should have time because they are most definitely trying to defuse it. The point is check that angle, and I mean, you can see them bartering for rifles there. They're just throwing things out of the back. I mean, who was a Flexi was a Fady that's out there, goals and dashing down on up part, and Slash was just as and he's going to revenge goals and out there. So big tacky area low.
Let this down like they did in the first. Wow, getting the first pick. See on.
No one on the offside. Those one-on-one engagements, Bravado not able to actually to get any sort of move forward. They're just everything to done. Getting into that MP card, no elusive in AK and one forward. He's on the right B. So the ball down and the Igloo will just walk himself alive here and into that battle.
Through our tunnels now, get to very low time now. He's going to turn around.
Losing or winning rather, and then losing in a row. They need to string some of these wins together and like take control.
No. Wrong level. He's going to drop down.
Oh, is he going to see him there? He sees him, fires him through the floor, and Elusive unable to keep onto that AK. Oh my word.
Yeah, they have rubbed the proverbial salt and vinegar into the wound with that particular one.
And Bravado subjected to just pistols and full armor.
Wow, the hunter killer class. We're just 2 rounds from changing it up. Money to burn does Carbon have? Just a CZ, a Deagle, 5.7s, not really much to speak of. Goals operating with that CZ like a man possessed though. He doesn't really need anything stronger than that. He could use foul language and kill people at this current point.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the moment, no one in Bravado actually stepping up to the plates. They're all even Stevens at this point, and you know, for Carbon, it's Hackam and Fady show. They are just tearing Bravado apart, and there is no response at this point. It's like Bravado all over the place at the moment. They're not. It's like there's no confidence in the sense that they're moving. They're trying different things. They're moving around. They're trying to get something, make something work. I mean, it's really difficult when you are just operating with pistols most of the time. So, you know, Carbon really controlling the economy at this stage.
You're just losing at the worst particular moments. Fady going a hunting. He's about as northerly as any Carbon player could possibly get without getting an engagement. Now going through restroom. See if he can pick up goals. He's immersed himself in that smoke, which is now cleared. He's going to now push out. He's got the line of sight. He's going to have the line of sight to drop on KGS and Macmo. Does goals. There's the... Oh, KGS going to win that battle with an AK. It's a 4v5. Now the rush comes.
Look
Sonic.
at this crossfire from Sonic and Elusive. With Sonic getting taken out and Elusive unable to do anything. Macmo just destroying them there, and look at Detrini doing what he does with that pistol. Not enough to take out any more of the Carbon players, and 3-11.
We're one away from the change-up, and it's the Carbon show this time round. Possibly their map.
Well, absolutely. If you look at, I'm surprised Macmo hasn't bought himself an auto sniper yet.
Or the launch codes to a nuke again.
So here comes Bravado. There's a very, very quick push from Carbon straight up into. Who's this? Has this goal sitting in restrooms and they're waiting for them.
Look at that. Oh, both blinded out there. Detri's going to get taken out as well by Flexi.
And
it's a 3-on-5.
And straight off the bat, Carbon just showing their intention, and this is going to be an exciting game. If Bravado managed to do something at the round change, it's going to be interesting to see what they can actually do, because right now they have no answer for this onslaught from Carbon.
Deviant now without coming through with the rotation. Fady's got him lined up for days. Pushed it to the back. Wow, Fady going to get him. And there's one left in the form of Elusive. He's at the back of sight now. He is going to push.
He absolutely has to, and he's not going to be able to do much when there's 5 people shooting at you. He managed to get himself Flexi, and Carbon take the first half 12-3.
Wow, it was a masterclass of education, and let's see if the change-up brings anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, Bravado now taking the T side, and this pistol round is going to be important. They're going to want to win this pistol round, build up enough economy here to get the momentum that they need, and maybe start to mess with Carbon's economy as Carbon did with them the previous half. Because I mean, it was just poetic to see them lose one, or win one rather, and then lose 2 or 3. It was just working out so beautifully. Look at this rush here, and there in come Bravado.
Oh, the exchange, they backed it to it, they didn't see it. There's going to be a 2-man change out. It's now a 3v3. Bravado coalescing again, slowing it down. They've got in goals and Sonic 2 of the best pistol guys in the game, so they're still active and engaging in it.
Flexi not seeing that bomb being dropped down there, so he's completely rotated out to that, back to the bomb sites. He's not interested in covering that, and Bravado will now pick that bomb up and make their way to that A bomb site as they move into that upper park section.
They are going to rotate.
Lower park.
They're going to rotate out, hold off on lobby there. And Macmo are going to line up on just in front of back of stage. So it's a slow rotation out now, feeling their way forward, trying to get as much intel as they can before they breach the site. Flexwa facing the complete wrong way.
That nade, oh my word, absolutely destroying Deviants and goals there, and that is exactly what they needed.
Sonic with the headshot. The bomb is going to go down. They're going to emerge, but he turns at the wrong second, does Sonic. He doesn't see them come up the stairs. It's a 2v3, but he's got Macmo lined up for days. Macmo with the engagement, and it's going to get taken out by Sonic as well. It's a 1, and never mind. Bravado finally taking a game back.
And that's exactly what I said they needed to do for this. They need to now keep this momentum going. AK coming in for Sonic there. They are going to buy themselves those SMGs. P90, Deviants is like, Macmo can do it, so can I. So now this is what they need to do. They need to keep this momentum and start to mess around with that economy, because right now, Carbon have 8 rounds on them, and Bravado need to make something happen for them.
I look up, I see a wry little smile on Elusive's face there. I think he enjoyed that last game. Oh, picking it up there, Trini. End goal's going to take out the first 2. It's a 5 versus 3. KGS, Macmo, and Hakim have gone as well. KGS, the last man standing. It's a 1v5. It is the turnaround of turnaround. He's going to push to the back of A, and he's going to get rung out as well. It's a team ace.
Look at that. Bravado all of a sudden start to look like they can get those shots, land them like they need to, and now Carbon starting to get a feeling as to what it's like to save.
And 7 in it now. Count down with me. We go from 8 to 7.
So, all of a sudden, Gold's starting to step up to the plate. Detrony starting to step up to the plate. Elusive starting to step up to the plate. And now we have a game on.
So it's like, oh, B's unguarded. Goal's going to rush up on there. They don't know that he's there. There's a 5-man push from Carbon, just trying to hold out mid of map.
In connector there, they are sitting, waiting. They thought...
Oh, Detrony's going to pick up the first. Detrony's going to pick up the second. Third! He picks up 3, and that's damage enough. The B side and A side are completely and utterly wide open.
That damage that Detrony did there, though, now Bravado just being left, and that MP7 that Macmo picked up off of Detrony's body, he is on 7 health, and that is it. How many now?
6.
Whew, this is close. Bravado are going to want to keep it. Look at that. Carbon get their first buy, and Macmoor with the AWP.
Oh, Lord. And AK's for everyone now. So the first real true engagement of the second half. Everyone's got their first full buy, third round in, and so it's the rifle round. Money to burn on Bravado's side currently.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want that money. I mean, Bravado have spent the last 12 rounds really struggling and scraping together whatever they could to get a win here, and it seems they're enjoying this T side a lot, and they're really, you know, the hurry up that they're doing, that push, that aggressive push, it worked for them in those first 3 rounds. And again, like I said earlier, it's like as soon as there's that full buy, all of a sudden the team slow down. They know the other team has rifles. They want to respect that, and they don't want to give themselves away too cheaply.
There is sheer millimeters of play in these advances. They're getting the angles and then pushing out. Here comes the rotation. Sonic all the way down to 44. B side and A side is where they're going to retreat to, is Carbon trying to hold them off. Here comes Elusive with that bomb.
And here come the flashes and the smokes in, just covering up that whole area, that whole site. The molly's onto Fady. Look at that, a wall of smoke preventing Carbon from seeing, but he's boosted up onto that middle section as Flexi, and he's managed to get himself a kill on Sonic there. Gratefully for Bravado, it was their already damaged player, but Flexi still doing damage onto Bravado, going down for the expense of 3 of Bravado's lives, and they get that bomb down. Detrony and Gold left behind.
They do get it, just missing his Macmo with that shot pick. Oh, Lord, Detrony ringing out KGS's head with that exchange with the motion. Macmo, the last one there, picking up a short-range engagement weapon, letting it fly down range, but just only damaging. He's still in the action, though. Let's see if he goes to the no-scope. He doesn't miss it, and finally gets executed on the back of stage. 7 and 12, now 5.
That went from a 3 against 2 with goals on next to no health to a 2-on-1. That perfect crossfiring from Grols and Detrony to take out 2 of those Carbon players, just absolutely turning the tide of that round into the favor of Bravado. And now all of a sudden, nothing but 5 rounds separating them. And the momentum is again in Bravado's favor, because now look at those pistols that Carbon have. And they are starting to feel what it felt like for Bravado in the previous half.
Again, Flexi and Fady. Guys, doesn't matter that they've got pistols, they're still fierce and deadly in the engagement if they get the job. Sonic finally picking up an AWP. Gold's making some loud racket down there.
Yeah, it's a spread up at the moment. Bravado just looking for picks, trying to get a gauge as to where Carbon are at this point, and KGS and Flexi in that bathroom area just moving up. But Goals has them lined up. They're still quite away from each other. But as soon as Goals starting to move into position, flashing himself into that bathroom area, and looking for someone, anything, and nothing's happening. So he meets up with Sonic in that upper park, and they push out. Nothing. There comes a rotation, looks like, from Fady and Hackham. And
bang, she goes. Sonic picking up his first of the game. Second goes to Detrony. It's a 5-on-3. Fady and Macmo, the last one's in rotation now. They're going to push to the back of sight. Macmo are going to try and operate on the best angle he can. He's the only one got their line of sight. There it is, there's the one. He doesn't have any impact. Fady, the last one standing. Gold's going to get taken out by that CZ and some money in the bank for them. Fady's still operating though, don't count this kid out. Finally he gets put down. Not before doing enough damage to Bravado's economy. Going to get some money in the bank for them, though.
That execute onto that site was perfect. The flashes dropping into the stairwell area, slowing down Fady and the Molotov, and then the smokes across the bomb site and into that bank area, as to make a safe place for them to get that bomb down and then fall back to cover that bomb from. And that's exactly what happened for them, working out perfectly.
They're going to kick the bomb out now. It's a 2. Elusive's going to hang back now. Look at this hurry-up defense. Hackham going to push all the way down into the tunnel. You've got to meet them. It works out and stopping them. Fady going to get the first kill into goals. So it's a 5-4 in the first pick, going the way of Carbon.
As that smoke went, he managed to get him through that, and Detrony finally evening the score up in a 4-on-4. But Macmoor, the ever-dangerous Macmoor with that AWP at this point, trying to peek over there, get some shots through that wood into that door, but there is no one home.
Nope, he's knocking on that wood all day. They're lining up now, currently in tracks. Here comes the rush. They look to be moving on to B side. Fady, the only man holding it, so Once that comes in, let's see if the intel is good and rotation comes in. Watch for KGS facing the wrong way. He'll be the first one to take off. Macmo bringing up the second. Sonic and Elusive slowly pushing on now. There comes the first intel. Elusive going to ring Fady's head. Detrony all the way down to 24 HP.
Bravado opened that sight up beautifully. Look at Detrony falling down into that area there just to watch. He's going to run into KGS now. He should be able to have the advantage. That smoke holding up KGS though at the moment. So Detrony in there just waiting, and KGS falls out.
There's going to be no retake. It looks like they're just going to run and hide, keep it, and give another round to Bravado. Bullying up the bank. Flexi and Macmo rocking the AWP now.
They picked up. Oh, this is all of a sudden. Again, Carbon starting to feel what it feels like, but this is going to be a great round if they can hold onto those rifles for themselves. Bravado start to look, but it becomes a case of you don't want to lose too many rifles yourself. How many times we've seen 2 or 3 players losing after the round is already lost or won.
That's it. They're going to hold on to those 2 AWPs. So it's 9 and 12, but not the worst situation to be in if you're Carbon picking up those 2 AWPs.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they'd like to sell one of them for some more rifles and
maybe
keep some spare change and invest it in an offshore Cayman account. But right now, it is what they have, and it's enough to give them a proper buy for this round to defend. 2 AWPs is not going to be sniffed at by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and you have in Macmo one of the worst. He's going to let one down range, give away his position, and not pick it up. No one getting hit for that shot from Macmo. Not often you see that kid miss.
No one's sitting on the A bomb sites, and Macmo the only one sitting on that B site at this point. And it's just those AWPs that are being expected to task there. Flexi with quite an aggressive hold there at the moment. Macmo finishing off Deviant, obviously spotting him through the smoke, and it's that stairwell. If you don't get your jump when retreating up back to that T-spawn perfectly timed, you're going to get taken out by any semi-decent AWPer.
So they're going to hold off back. A site's the favored one. Hackham going to try and run interference. Fady moving out into the B site, and looks like the rotation's going to go in. A site is going to be the favored push, I reckon, from Bravado. Elusive moving as close as he damn dare to Hut. A main's going to be his point of extraction. Sonic going to try and lay down some fire, probably. Macmo has got it lined up for days, and he's going to take the shot. Sonic taking out Macmo through cover.
What a beauty. Then in come the execution. Smokes onto the site, Molly's on the stairs, holding them back, but Fady is not moving. KGS and Fady are doing great amounts of damage, but Bravado are stomping onto that site, and it's only Hackham left. But we have seen Hackham take on three Bravado players at least. So
here comes a slow movement into Hackham. He's working the angles like an absolute man possessed. Out comes the Molly to try and clear out the area. They know where he's coming from. Elusive got to duck down. He's just seen an angle on him. He's going to get Elusive. The trade out, if he doesn't see him, he might get a ninja defuse. Fake the defuse.
Sonic with that AWP close range, he takes the shot and puts Hackham down. And 10-12 is the score. Not a breath ago, there were 8 rounds over Bravado, and now they sit a mere 2-round deficit.
Sonic with the no-scope, that man, and picking up the Trey K as well. 3 kills to his name in that round.
Yeah, what a little demon. I mean, he was 0 kills at one stage, and he's managed to pick himself up only 13 more.
That's it. Hackham, Fady, 20 and 22 in the K department for Carbon. Macmo bringing up the rear with 15 and 12. Not as best showing just yet. Wow! Fady picking up goals coming through those tunnels.
And Bravado now spread all over, trying to figure out a way into a bomb site, and Carbon falling back into more defensive positions onto those sites.
Not getting much intel with that kill either.
I think the callers come in and Bravado want to make a move onto that B site. And look at the rotations though from Carbon. Hackham and Flexi still loitering in the area. The smoke's coming in, and Bravado are setting up for their push onto that site.
Fady doesn't have a good line of sight here. He does have them dead to rights. If he could just maneuver out there.
Spraying through that wood, trying to get any sort of damage they can, using their mollies to clear out where they can, and Sonic opening up the encounter with a shot onto Flexi. And little do they know there are still 2 Carbon players on that side.
Macmo are going to get taken out, and that was their AWP man.
Elusive getting the plants in the smoke. And now it's all up to Carbon.
Bates finally ringing in here. It's a 3v1 and it's a 3. Bravado going to now take a level. Almost level.
Almost level.
Oh, 1, sorry.
But look at that.
I added 1 in my head.
There's just enough for Carbon to start looking at buying, and they're not going to. They're going to rather save 1 round with and go for the pistols. I'm sure the experience of Spoof, Daniel sitting in the back there, is telling them this is what you guys need to do. And again, another very important pistol round. We saw them do it on Mirage, and that ended up paying off for them because they managed to win the next 2 rounds after that with the rifles that they'd saved up to buy. And Bravado now on their way to leveling this map 12-12.
Fady going to fall, Macmo down to 61. Hackham also going to go down. It's a 5v3. Macmo not a happy man currently, down at 61, and he's going to get taken out through the shelter, the wall bang. Sonic going to ring his bell out and rinse him. 2 on 5, and the slow movement coming in here. Goals has got him all lined up for days, and is going to take him out. The push comes on. That bomb's going to go down into B-side. KGS discretionary game, the discretion being the better part of valor, going to hang back at the end of the playground. Oh no, he's not. Pushing into upper tunnels.
And in comes a tactical pause from Carbon. They are about to buy, and this is an important time for them. So in will come discussions for Carbon with regards to what they need to do with this buy now, because they did save on that previous round, basically gifting Bravado that round to draw it level. Taking into account at halftime, it was 12-3.
Every time Bravado call a timeout, or anyone calls a timeout, Bravado come out swinging better than they went in. It's almost like that break allows him to calm down, stop running into the engagements, finally win it. But do they need to calm down currently?
Well, at this point, being 12-3 down at halftime and now finding yourself 12-12, Bravado obviously have taken are more dominant with regards to the whole T side of this map. It works in their favor, and that being said, it's like Bravado are giving Carbon a taste of their own medicine. It wasn't a pretty sight to watch in the beginning, but Carbon were just tearing them apart. And I mean, from a perspective of a Carbon support, it was the most joyful thing to see.
Glorious.
And now all of a sudden it's on the shoe is on the other proverbial foot. So it's up in the air at the moment, just like it was on Mirage, where there was a point where we could look out over this crowd and nobody could tell us who's going to win this. And that's exactly the same situation we see ourselves in right now. And there's been a pause, and you look over into the booth, and Carbon are just talking, and they're trying to get this. They're huddled around. What do we need to do? How do we need to do it? Because right now it's like, just as Bravado experienced the discipline and the perfection of Carbon's executes onto those sites, and so now do Carbon realize that they have to do exactly the same in the form of Bravado pushing onto those sites and executing.
Absolutely. Fady and Macmo are both looking solace and steeled, ready for what can only be described as the biggest play of their life. Not one smile to be had in either booth.
Almost as big as Macmo's biceps.
That's good.
He's got big biceps. That guy pushes, man. He's going home after this to eat a tub of protein. So, that being said, though, Bravado are sitting there as cool as cucumbers, but they are also taking advantage of this tactical timeout. They're going to want to, use that time, because they know that Carbon are going to come out swinging. They know that Carbon are going to be able to buy. They have a lot of cash that they are going to be able to put an AWP in the hands of Macmo. An unpause being called by Carbon right now, so they are ready for this. Everybody's sitting down, and the gaming elbows are up.
That's it, Dre. Just screaming in them as they're about to kick off. Sent their team manager just screaming at them. Focused and steeled are both teams, and we're about to kick this puppy off. There it is. Some support from the crowd, people. Come on.
Mr. Takons over there, doing what he does best. Shh. I call you what I want. Anyway, here we go. Carbon have the weapons, 2 AWPs, and they are moving in
So the slow push, look at the hurry up. I say slow push. Bravado have gone all the way in here.
Look at those smokes. They are trying to sell the world's greatest fake. And look at that bomb with Detrini and Sonic in that upper park. And Hack'em, KGS, and Flexi have their roller skates on and are on their way to that B-bomb side. Elusive has single-handedly opened up that B-bomb side. And they are all like, oh, hold on.
And he's going to get such great intel. Let's see if the rotation goes back into B. Hack'em facing the wrong way. Golden Demon, they still persist in the A, though.
Bravado walking onto that site. And now Flexi taking on what he needs to do. Through that smoke comes Detrini, and are Carbon going to be able to hold off this onslaught?
That AWP in the KGS's hands to no avail, going to get put out. It's 3v2. Deviant's all the way down, going to get taken out. Sonic Detrini taking a hail of bullets. Hack'em doing an outstanding job. The rotation coming in, he's working the angle, and he's going to get taken by Sonic. Bravado go 13-12 with the 8 comeback.
The first time in this game they have been in the lead.
Oh, I need to have a sip of water.
FYI. Wow.
Is there any masseuses in the crowd? I'm tense.
No.
I believe the Asians are best, though.
Sit down, big guy in the back.
He looks like he has strong hands.
Okay, 13-12 in the favor of Bravado. Carbon are going to come back fighting. I can promise you that. Do not move. Look at them. They have spread out. They have got Famises. They have M4s. And Bravado, there we go. Fady starting off on goals, and he is not going to let this one go. He is pushing straight out. That flash a little bit mistimed, so he had to fall back.
Watch the engagement through the smoke. Detrini going to slowly angle out there. There's 4 on 5, 3 on Carbon making a comeback. It's down to 3 on 5 in favor of Carbon. Slow movement out, here comes the engagement. They know he's behind. They're trying to spam through that wood. Nothing happening. Detrini taken down to 32.
And they will not give up, will Carbon. They know they need to win this round. It is important. And they need it because they have no money. You look at Bravado, they have 11 billion rand in the bank, and they are going to be able to buy more after this.
That's it, they've decided. Detrini going to go back, pick up that bomb. Sonic going to try and lay down as much cover fire as he can. Push on, Sonic's going to get taken out. Detrini rather is going to get taken out. Sonic's now going to have to move up, pick up the bomb. He's only got a long-range weapon in the form of the AWP. Sonic's going to get hammered, and he's down now. Deviant's the last man standing. He's got an AK and no bomb. And that is it. Carbon draw it back, 13-13.
Woo! Who's your daddy?
Carbon.
Can you please do that in a more
it was
childlike voice?
Carbon.
Thank you.
I want sweeties.
Okay, so anyway, Bravado able to buy some rifles here. KG is still sticking with the FAMAS, showing just how bad that economy of Carbon is at the moment. If they go and lose this round now, they will again experience that whole that management of the economy is so important. And look at that, Bravado winning 11 rounds. What's that? 11 rounds in a row, and they're on their way to taking it off.
3-3 goals, and Macmo exchanging pleasantries and getting rung off the map. It's elusive down to 51. KGS is going to get taken out. It's now Sonic and Detrini. Sonic operating Fady, trying to move on a position. They are flanking him, and it's now 1v2, and that is it.
All of a sudden, Carbon have the support of the crowd, and this is where the game starts to swing, because Bravado are starting to eat into their
savings
repository there, and Carbon just having money now to do what they need to do to hold off this onslaught of 13 rounds unanswered from Carbon until now.
It's now a ding-dong clawback. You win one, I win one, you lose one, they win one. It's all to play for. 13 and 14. Detrini got him lined up, does he? Does he wait for him to drop down? Smartly, he throws out smoke.
And here we go, waiting now. Playing a little bit more defensively are Bravado, holding on to those areas, and he pushes straight out the Sonic, unable to do anything, still unable to do anything, and Fady will fall back into the safety behind a bevy of planks.
That is the best cover rotation I've seen in my life. He moved on to him twice and missed both. Oh, just missing the pick on that one was Detrini.
And right now, it's a game of just hair breadth misses.
They're going to slow down now. The slow advance coming through. Fady got them all lined up. Fady gets the first kill. Fady gets the second kill. It's 3 on 5. Bravado now dropped that bomb in there. I don't know. They have seen it, so they know where they have to come from. Getting 1, 2. Flexi getting it. That is it. Carbon picking up 15 and 13. Match point. Map point.
Wow. Are you guys watching this game? Is it okay? Is it good? It's okay. I'm pretty sure.
Folks in the audience, who's here for Bravado?
Wow.
They can't hear you. Who's here for Bravado? No one.
Okay, you should ask who's here for Carbon.
Everybody. I didn't want to.
Okay. So, here it goes. Bravado is still with AKs in hand. Deviant with the P250. And he's the unpopular kid. And Carbon having weapons and utilities for days. Are Bravado going to be able to break through this Carbon defense at the moment? It doesn't look like it.
Fady playing out of his skin with the 30 bomb, ladies and gentlemen. There comes the first engagement. Hackham's going to take it for him. Shrapnel Goals has got it dead to rights with Fady. If he just advances slightly, and he's going to get taken out by Detrony.
You hit a pitch there I've never seen. Detrony getting the second one. All of a sudden, the favor swinging into that of Bravado. And Macmoor KGS leaving Hackham all on his lonesome on that B-bomb site. But Macmoor has that orb on their bodies.
They're all facing the correct way. No one's going to buy the push up through Playground or Upper Park. They know where they're coming from. This is a static hold now. They're going to play that clock all the way down to the last millisecond. Hackham waiting for the push, trying to gain as much attention. They're not sure yet which way they're going to come from, but they know it's almost certainly going to be from a right flank. Detrony advancing as slow as he can. Macmo got him all lined up. Gets a shot on goal. It's 2v3.
Macmoor pulling something out of the bag. Yeah, he is going to get something. Detrony is holding this together for his team. Elusive now, and it's a 2-on-1. Can Macmoor do this?
We've seen him do it before. He's going to line him up. The bomb does go down now, so that's money in the bank for Bravado. Macmoor rotating out. He's going to pick up the FAMAS for a close quarter engagement.
Bravado are standing in cement boots. They are not moving.
Oh, he gets right nuts. And Bravado taking another.
I just saw the entire crowd do a Mexican wave backwards.
14-15. We could see overtime.
Bravado standing there saying, "Nay, good friends.
We will not go quietly into that good night. Rage.
We will not go as quietly as this crowd is cheering us on." And there it is. Look at that. The
KGS,
force up by, but Macmoor has picked up the AWP 90, as we like to call it, because he has done some amazing things with that gun.
Fierce and furious, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming down to what will decide an overtime on this map or moving into a third map.
Wow.
Cookie! It's so exciting. So exciting.
How are you getting those pitches?
I've been practicing Deviant down to 51 in that engagement. I don't know who opened fire on him, but they're winning it from that round.
If Bravado managed to win this round, we are going into overtime, people.
OT, Macmoor, Detrony, Macmoor and Detrony. Being told to shut up.
Not by me. So, Detrony going to peek out here. Should be able to see Macmoor as he steps out. No, he doesn't. He looks the wrong way. Detrony able to turn around and get that kill. And Macmoor is out of the game with that AWP 90.
Flexi down to 42. Everyone else sporting full health on the side of Carbon. It's a 5v4.
And in comes the movement from Bravado. 3 versus 5. And there it goes. Hackham getting one on Sonic. Woo.
The rotation comes in. That bomb's going to go down. Is he going to hold it from the angle long enough? He's not. It's 3-2.
Deviant is absolutely keeping Bravado in this game. I need you people to know this. He may be at the bottom of the board, but he is getting those picks that Bravado need at this point.
One left. He's going to eat 2 bullets to the face right now. And he's going to get taken out 15-15, and we go into overtime.
Woo! Guys, this is the game we want for the first semi-final in the Digital League Gaming League. I can't speak. Wow.
Hablo inglés, por favor.
Wow, that was incredible. So, $10,000 a piece, 3 rounds aside. First team to 9. What's that? First team to 19.
First team to 19? First team to 19 would be decided? Yep. Good call. So first team to 19 is the number we're watching, unless we get a double overtime, in which case I'm going to need a blankie and a lie down. And that Asian misuse.
No. Shush. Shush.
And while he's staving off that attack.
Bravado staying on the side of tees, and that seems to be their favorite side at the moment. They have pulled this out of the bag to go from 12-3 down, and look at this. Fady gonna get the pick on Sonic and Deviant. And that bomb eventually going down at his feet, but Goal's picking up the kill, and he will fetch that bomb.
Goal's not coming out unscathed, taken all the way down to 22 HP. Flexwell now down to 25 HP.
Macmur shooting through that tin with that AWP and unable to do anything about it. At the moment, Bravado just slowing that situation down.
Elusive catching an elbow there.
While that happens, Detrony bringing it into even footing, a 3-on-3 game at this point. Hakim is looking all over the place at this point. Crazy eyes he has, and just waiting for someone to peek out. Detrony not seeing Hakim and getting taken out there.
So it's down to 2v3. He doesn't pick up the other player that's still there, working on the angle. There's the exchange, and he doesn't get the kill. Flexi taken all the way down to 25. It's 13 and 22 HP for Elusive and Goals respectively. And it's a 3v2 down to 28 seconds. Goals needs to do something with that explosive device.
And there goes the push onto the side. Hakim there waiting. They are low on health at the moment, so Hakim should be able to pick him up. Macmur picking up Elusive. And as he steps out, taking out Detrony. And Carbon winning the first round of overtime. This is close.
But loads of cashola on both teams.
So, look at that. Fady with 32, Hakim with 26, Detrony with 33, Elusive with 20. These guys are operating as they need to for their teams right now.
Sonic picking up an AWP now. It's
nothing but a round separating them.
Nothing but one round and four to decide it. Will we see a third map? Use sign language.
It's looking likely at this point. If Bravado do not win this, they win this round at this point. It's going in the way of Carbon, but there is a tactical pause coming in, and Bravado did call that, so they will unpause it now, and here we go.
30 seconds. Oh, Cookie is coming down to the wire. 2-6 on the overtime.
They need to win this because there is no cash in the bank after this round, and Carbon still have plenty of cash for the next round, so they need to win this and they need to keep their rifles. Do Bravado. Look at that very, very quick push into playground there. First pick going out and nothing. Macmur with a shot and a miss, and Flexi taking some damage there.
Deviant getting the kill on Fady, which is the man they wanted to take out. Flexi getting taken all the way down to 14 HP. It's 5v4. Flexi not really in it, because if he gets D, he's dead.
If he gets D, he's dead.
If he they dented and then dinged.
Okay, so Bravado now moving into that area, that toilet area, looking out, just having a little peek in the moment. Deviant doing some great damage again, opening up that B bomb site, and as I said earlier, he is doing the hard work for Bravado. He is getting the picks and making the noise.
Picking up the 2 kills as well. You're absolutely right, Sonic. Everyone else but Bar Gold. Wow, Detrony getting taken out by Macmur from nowhere, Phil.
Wow, that wall of smoke though. Macmur looking, getting some shots, absolutely missing Elusive there, and he retreats back with nothing left in him. It's a 4v3 at the moment, and
4v2.
It's crazy.
It's a 3-on-1. Macmur, the last man standing, 27. He's got the M4A4. He's going to work out, fake the defuse, see if anyone buys it. And they do, but not to any avail.
All 3 players bought it.
16-16, the mad rush en masse.
And Bravado coming out on top there, and it is neck and neck.
Well, I've drunk every piece of water I could find. I'm going to start licking cactuses. Cacti, cactuses. You know what I mean. AWPs, the Bikerman, that's the one that they needed to win at 16-16. Oh, Lord, hold me.
And Bravado making a move in that lower section. Look at them. 2 players in the face of Fady and Hakim moving in onto that B-bomb site.
Detrony holding out back. It's a 4-man push up through connector.
And they are going upstairs.
Macmo, look at that sneaky snake.
He's not going to find anyone except Detrony's
Yes,
face.
Macmo, you sneaky bastard. Getting Detrony dead to rights.
And there it is. It's a 4v5 at this point, and Bravado now 1 player short, and they are pushing aggressively onto this A-bomb site. The smokes and mollies will come in. They are really good at closing the sites off.
Macmo with a flick shot and missing, trying to shoot through the
Look
cover.
at that smoke and flash as they push in, but look at KGS.
Oh!
He's got beautiful line of sight here. He's going to line them up. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2.
Sonic, do something. Sonic down to 7 HP. It's 1-on-3. Sonic is going to do something, and that's called run away.
There is nothing Sonic can do. He needs to get that bomb, and he is not going to be able to do that with 7 health as Carbon sit there and just wait for Sonic to move in onto the site.
Wait for it. Can he get any kills here? He's worked himself into a corner, gets the first pick, misses, gets the second.
How did he survive that?
Oh, gets rung out with a nade.
KGS putting him to bed with the Kobe, and now they will swap sides. Oh, and we know how well Bravado did on the CT side.
But having said that, they have a world of momentum in their favor.
After losing the last round.
But coming back to get to this point.
Yes.
Let's reflect momentarily on what it is they have done to get to this. Detrony with the 30 bomb, Elusive with the 20 bomb. So, wow, all to play for.
Breathe.
I'm going to try.
So, Bravado needing to win this one, wanting to win this one rather. There is no need, there is a want, an unquenchable thirst, and Macmo finishes that off, taking Detrony out straight off the bat.
The long-range engagement, AWP v AWP, and Macmo, the man with the scalpel in his hand, is going to win that engagement. That smoke laid out, Fady going to wait for it to clear on both paths. What great placement that is. Is it all hold on here?
It is
static.
Elusive rotating back onto that A site. Because right now they don't have any idea as to where Carbon are wanting to move. Fady taking a bit of nade damage there.
Wow, Detrony must be swearing into his microphone right now. Nothing. Oh, looking the wrong way.
The push onto this B side is going to happen now.
Oh, I thought Sonic was looking the wrong way. Flexi coming in there.
They are returning fire with interest on Sonic there as he baits them. But look at that bomb. Macmo and KGS moving in along Upper Park there, and that incendiary coming in from goals will just delay their adventure for a couple more seconds.
Now running it right down, 30 seconds left on the clock as of now. Here comes the rush into A side. Fady running interference, getting blinded out. So is Flexi. KGS facing the wrong way, waiting for that incendiary getting thrown. There goes the second. Goals getting 1, getting 2. It's a 3v3. Macmo getting taken out. It's down to 1. It's 3-on-1. Hakim in the rotation. Got to try and push up back a stairs now.
Bravado have that bomb on that side, and Hakim has a lot to do here. He's going to keep that gun for himself. Bravado are going to take this and tie it all at 17 apiece.
Sonic, TV, and Elusive, everyone running and hunting for it. There it is, 17.
Breathe. Oh man, 17. This is incredible, and nobody could have asked for a better final at this stage.
The seats are taken. The ground space is taken. Standing space is taken. There's one abseiling from rafters in the crowd. Everyone's trying to watch this game.
Look at this little sneaky move here from Detrony, just popping up there onto the top of toilets almost. Is he gonna pick up KGS? As KGS is gonna step out into this. Oh, this lineup here is perfect. As he steps out, Detrony has decided to miss out on that opportunity and fall back to site, leaving that option to goals. Very quick push here from Carbon, getting 1. Are they going to step out, even the second?
Oh, the bolt action goes forward on that AWP, gets blinded out, does Detrony. Goals all the way down to 36, but not before he picks up 2. It's 5v2. Goals finally going down to a pistol. Macmer with the AWP trying to advance now.
Hakim taking a flashbang, almost dying there. He's sitting on 1 health at the moment. There it is. Sonic finishing it off, and Macmo now just retreating gracefully.
Running away. That's what he's doing.
Retreating gracefully.
You can put a pony on it.
And now
Still not a horse
Bravado are on the cards. 18-17. One more round and they win this map. And at one stage at halftime, 12-3 were Bravado. But that being said,
24 seconds, it's still an eternity in CSGO language. Macmer going to get blinded out there. He's holding off.
he's wanting to get these exit frags.
Detrony getting nailed by Macmer in mid-air. They're going to hold up Sonic now doing the systematic clearing. And finally,
Elusive will come up from behind with the ever so unimpressive double tap to the back of the head.
2 in the chest, 1 in the rest. The
Wow.
Mozambique, as we like to call it.
So, now
18-17 in the favor of Bravado.
Khalils and Tech Nines to win or at least keep their hopes alive. If they manage to win this, they have absolutely nothing but what they pick up.
I'm so tense, my toe just started cramping.
And look at this. Tech 9 on Fady, Tech 9 on Macmer. You really not want to be giving your top scorer something to do.
Oh, missing the flick pick.
Fady doing the work on goals and getting that pick. He will get himself a rifle, hopefully. And
That's Molly going to slow them right down into bathrooms.
Detrony finishing off the job that was started earlier, and now Bravado look to be in control here. It's a 4-on-4, but rifles in all of Bravado's hands. Deviant again with the work, finishing off Macmer, but unable to take on KGS. The bomb plant will go down, and there is Sonic doing what he does, taking out 1, taking out 2. Hakim just left here to defend the bomb site, and Detrony takes it out, and Bravado will take their place in the finals. Only for APG now and DC to play off. We will hand over to our panel desk, and that has been an absolute cracking semi-final, Luke.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for watching. Stay tuned for tomorrow. Back over to our panel.
Wow, Bravado are going to be happy with that one. Cheers, guys.
I mean, we would have had Lewis in the booth completely losing his voice by the end of the day. Never mind already the fact that he was licking cactuses. So, however that works out, that was a brilliant game, and congratulations to Bravado. Excellent play, right down to the wire. Nothing else that could have been missed. Nothing else that was left in the bank. And now it's all down to relaxing and getting ready for tomorrow.
I mean, obviously, Bravado now get themselves into the final with a shot at that 40,000 Rand first prize finish. Carbon out of the tournament, but they have to be feeling good after that match.
No, that was brilliant.
Again, just losing out.
Each time.
First half of the match, you're sitting 12-3 ahead on Overpass, which is considered to be a CT-sided map. I mean, we've seen teams like Fnatic come back from, I think it was 15-2 to win it.
Same as Virtus Pro.
So, I mean, this map is generally considered to be a counter-terrorist side. Here comes Carbon, getting 12 rounds as terrorist.
Brilliant.
Only to be followed up by Bravado, who are saying, cool, you know, in South Africa, Overpass is actually a terrorist map. We know exactly what we're doing as well. Their bomb breaches were just amazingly timed. Their crossfires were on point. They just had Carbon's number when they were on terrorists.
I think when it came down to it, today was a terrorist day.
Yeah.
I mean, we go all the way back to the DC game on Cash, DC versus WRG. And it was just brilliant. It really was. And when it comes down to this, the last map here, Mirage as well, terrorist-sided, 6-1 up Bravado on the T side, coming back 8-7. And again, on Cobblestone, it was absolutely, Overpass, excuse me, it was absolutely brilliant. And I don't think you can take anything away. It kept everybody on their edge of their seats. And often if it's a CT-sided environment, you get the situation that you're waiting for the plays to come. Here, the plays were coming to you. So the crowd was able to see absolutely everything, the ability of these players. I mean, we were watching the managers and the coaches moving around, specifically, obviously, the coaches. moving around those booths, they were on edge. The tactical pauses were used at key moments, actually. Both tactical pauses were used, and at that exact moment, the round direction changed. And the influence of them was almost unparalleled. Brilliant.
I mean, speaking about players that had huge influence, we have an interview lined up with Sonic, probably one of the MVPs from this series, I would say. We're going to cross over to Gareth to see what he has to say.
And BVD is the first team to make their way into the finals, having that first bite at that 40,000 Rand first prize place. I'm here with Sonic. And your thoughts on what ended up being a very close game, coming from behind in that second map to eventually take it after going into overtime?
Yeah, look, I think going into those games, we had a really good mindset, but I think we just lost focus throughout the games. We didn't play to our full potential. And I think tomorrow, when we play in our next games, I think we'll bring it back and show what we're really made of.
I have to ask, when you start going that far behind, as you guys did in map 2, is there a point where you start going, okay, let's regroup, let's maybe concede the map and let's look through to map 3? Or, at what point do you go, no, screw it, we're going to, bite the bullet and we're going to go for this? What kind of, pep talk does one have to be able to get back into the game at that stage?
I think when every round, you have to take it as it is. And if something goes wrong, I think you need to take a step back every single round and regroup and rethink with your team. You need to talk about it, and you just need to go with what you've prepped and just hope it's the best.
I suppose, when you win those games outright, like you perhaps did against Veneration, there's very little to learn from those games because everything kind of goes according to plan. I suppose this game maybe showed some of the weaknesses that BVD have. Maybe Carbon exposed a few of them. Is there anything that you guys have taken on as kind of learning curves that you're going to want to take into that final?
Definitely, yeah. I think in this game, yesterday we had full focus. We came with our full game plan and we executed it perfectly. I think just today we didn't come with the right mindset, and I think tomorrow is when we come with the right mindset and hopefully show everyone what we're truly made of.
Awesome. Thanks very much for your time, and we're going back to the panel now.
Right, welcome back. I am sitting with the captain of Bravado, Dimi, and Dan, the coach of Carbon. Hell of a series from both teams. It must be said, well played to both of you guys. A really outstanding match, really got the crowd going. Dan, from Carbon, things were looking, really up for both maps. You guys looked strong, and it looked like you might be able to take both of them. But the mid-game started to fall apart for a little bit for you guys, even though you managed to get a couple of rounds. What do you feel you could have improved on to help that situation?
Yeah, for me the Inferno game was it boiled down for me to a few critical situations. That defuse that they got. Oh, sorry, Mirage. What about Mirage? Yeah. It boiled down to a few situations that to me shifted the momentum in Bravado's favor. It wrecked our economy of it, and that game was on a knife edge. I think as much as the second one for me. Just looking at how we lost, the manner in which we lost. I think the same applies to Overpass. We haven't actually as a team played Overpass before, and I just try to use the guy's natural, abilities. People like Fady, just let him, do his thing, and Dean was having a great game. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to take it in knowing that we came so close.
Yeah, Dimi, you on Overpass, for example, you guys only managed to get 3 rounds in the first half. Going into the second half, did you? Considering that it is generally considered to be a counter-terrorist map, getting 12 rounds on terrorists must have left you guys at least a little bit worried.
Yeah, they picked up huge momentum with CT. We lost our first bar round, then we made some silly bars, as far as I remember, and I think in the first 8-9 rounds, we actually never managed to get a full stable bar with full equipment, everything we needed to have. So I think we overextended a bit in some areas, at least half of the rounds in the first half. Like we were making silly pushes without resources because we never had those resources. We couldn't save up for a proper bar. All in all, they just had crazy momentum as terrorists. They were getting the initial entries and we were over-rotating a lot, almost panicking in some situations. But half time we took a pause and I spoke to the guys and told them, it's just really momentum based. If we can get pistol, we can get our first bar, we can just grind it out, round by round, frag by frag, and we can get there. before we knew it was 12-12, and it was a really close game.
Yeah, I mean, for you guys on counter-terrorist, you know, having that momentum push back, you know, I think it was 10 rounds that DVD took in a row. But then you guys actually started to fight back to bring it back to 15-15. I mean, having watched the players in the booth, there were clearly a couple of tempers flying. I saw some very, how do I put this, aggravated hand gestures happening in there. As a coach, in that sort of tense situation, what do you do to calm your players down and just keep them focused?
I think we just have a principle, you know, at the start of the round, everything resets. You know, any argument that we had the round before, it's done. You know, we let it go. We tap each other on the shoulder and we move on. You know, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 incidents where that, you know, waffling went on a bit too long, but you know, it happens, and you know, people have personalities, they have character, they have, you know, things to say. So, you know, I don't see it as a negative. I think it's a very natural part of the game that those things need to be said.
Jimmy, looking forward, you guys have now secured your spot in the final and get to rest a little bit tomorrow. Out of DC and APG, who would you rather face in the final and why?
Good question.
That's a tough choice.
That's tough. It's tough. I'd probably say who I'd like to face would probably be DC, just for old time's sake. DC Bravado finals, it went on for who knows how long back in the day. Whether they can beat APG in a best of 3 is questionable. But if anything, I think their BMT and experience on a stage like this will definitely help them. Given APG has been practicing, I know they've been boot camping the whole week. I know they really want the final. I think it's going to be a really close game. It's definitely, in my opinion, going to a 3rd map.
Dan, your predictions for the DC APG game tomorrow? Who do you think we're going to see walk away the victors there?
Me, it depends very much on the map selection. I think APG might have a broader range of maps that they could take off of DC. But I think if the map picks are right, I'm favouring DC for that game.
DC?
Yes.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're going to wrap things up here at the Telkom DGL Masters here at Rage in Cape Town. We are going to be kicking off things tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, so make sure to stay tuned and watch us on DGL Live. Until then, I'll be Richard Sherberg, signing off. Cheers.
GG, Dan.